so many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't stop. We GoMo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back to day 5 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We have started the day with heat 12 of the round of 64 for the men. We finished yesterday off at heat 11, so this morning we'll see Reeve Hazelwood take on Roy Kanazawa, Tane Dobbin and Kenshin Matsunaga. And True Starling joined in the booth this morning with my sister Jessie. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be back. Another early call. It's not even 6 a.m. yet, guys.
Yeah, it's 5:59 a.m. local time to be precise. We are starting at 6 a.m. this morning. We had a great day of surfing yesterday. We saw some excellent scoring waves. We saw some unexpected knockouts as well. But we will finish this round of 64 today. So there's 4 heats remaining, and then we'll move through. Well, actually, the rest of the event is on hold after that. So whether we go into the men's or women's, we're not sure yet. We'll make a call. But they are half an hour heats this morning. So 30-minute heats, and you can see the conditions. They're looking really fun. There's definitely some great opportunities out there.
Yeah, you can hear that. That is the morning hooter. So the first heat is underway. We are going to cross down to Di to give us the morning call this morning.
Good morning, everyone. So this is day number 5 of WQS QS 5000 Siargao International Surfing Cup. The condition looking great actually. There's no wind, it's cleaner, but slightly smaller I guess, but still there's so many waves coming through perfectly, so a lot of actions coming up. Like you said, there's gonna be a round of 32 women's, excuse me, we're gonna finish off the men's, and after that with all the divisions on standby, and all the heats are 30 minutes heat. So stay tuned everyone, and back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Di. We love hearing from Di in the mornings. He's such good fun, and he definitely has a great read of the ocean. That is Tane Dobbin up and riding on his first wave of this heat. And give us a little conditions report, Jessie.
Yeah, I will in just a moment. Tane really trying to stall for this one, so gets a fair bit of cover-up time. It took him a while to get there, but once he did, he's got really good technique in the barrel, spends a lot of time behind the rocket snapper. D-bar does tend to throw as well. He is from that Gold Coast region, so does kind of get a bit of experience. Not too far up the coast is South Stradbroke. You can get a lot of barrels there, so Tane, you can tell, putting in a lot of time. Got a 9.5 on the first heat that he surfed. So we today, though, True, we're looking at a little bit of smaller conditions than yesterday, so ever so slightly smaller, but barely. We're still looking at really fun waves this morning. We're coming off a 4:48 high tide, so it was not long ago, hence why we have the early morning call, because we want to run as many heats as we can while the conditions are still super fun. So another great call by our event organisers. We do have pretty light winds from the southwest this morning, and we'll see if they're building. We do have a 10:46 low tide, so we'll probably go on hold as soon as we kind of hit that 2 hours off low. So we should get a couple hours of action in this morning before we go on hold for usually around about 2 to 3 hours, and then we come back with the afternoon high tide. So I think today's going to be a pretty big day. In theory, we should get some more heats done than we did yesterday, considering the tide. And the wind is looking like it's going to be pretty low and pretty offshore all day. So exactly what we want to see this morning.
Yeah, here we go. Live action. Roy Kanazawa tucks into the barrel. Oh, unfortunately, just gets a little bit caught up by the foam ball there. You could see him just battling with it, trying really hard to get the better of it. But unfortunately, Roy comes unstuck.
Yeah, Roy, the older brother of Taki, and Taki getting through yesterday. So I'm sure that Roy and Taki probably want to keep making the same rounds, making it through. Roy's, like I said, the older brother. So when your younger brother gets through, you're probably like, all right, I want to make it through too. He has a lot more heat experience than his brother as well. I feel like Roy's been around the block a hell of a lot more. I feel like Taki's pretty new to the competition scene, only been doing it for the last 2 to 3 years, where Roy, he's been competing for a while now. And he's a really smart competitor as well. I feel like probably one of the smartest in the Japanese division. He's always seems to just be playing a really smart heat. So we'll see how Roy kind of pulls out this one. I'm waving off flies at the same time.
Yeah, it's quite warm already this morning, but it's exciting because it means that we're going to have a nice day, a good day of waves as well. So yeah, looking forward to finishing off the men's round of 64, and then we'll see if we go into the men's or the women's round of 32, or if we go on hold over that lower tide. There is definitely still some good waves coming through on the low tide. It's just that it's really inconsistent, which is why we do go on hold in the middle of the day. It gets inconsistent, it gets a little bit tricky, and we want to make sure that the surfers have the best opportunity to get the best waves. And it's when we kind of go from the mid to high tide, that's when we see that really happen. So yeah, we'll assess the conditions and what's going on, but these 30-minute heats definitely giving the men out there more time. Tane's first wave locked in at a 3.83. So he goes off to an early start. Yeah, there may have been a little bit of confusion why we did go on hold yesterday over this lower tide. I feel like people probably saw it was so pumping in the morning, and then they probably thought to themselves, why did we go on hold when it is so good? But yeah, like True said, we have
a 10-day waiting period. We have one day that we won't run, which is November 1st due to a religious holiday here in the Philippines. But because that means we have 9 days of competition, we can really pick the eyes out of when we want to run. And Cloud9 runs best on the mid to high tide. It's definitely a lot of a shorter, sharper wave, not as many great opportunities on that past mid to low tide. So yeah, we do. It's kind of a unique event. I don't think there's many other places where you go on hold during the low tide and we come back for the afternoon. So I love it. I love that we've got the flexibility to kind of really pick the eyes out of the conditions we have here for the event. And these guys are pretty much reaping the rewards for it too.
Yeah, and having a look at that live action there from Roy Kanazawa, getting a couple of nice turns on that wave, some great combinations. I love Roy surfing. He's so seamless. We'll have a look at the replay. Just loads up off the bottom, gets that strong first turn combination, driving through the second one. Roy, yeah, he just looks seamless out there. There's no bogs, no grabs with his rail. You can see he throws so much spray. I get really excited to watch Roy surf in a free surf as well, because he just opens up. He's just so nice to watch. So that last wave for Roy, locking in at a 267. So the judges are still picking up where they left off yesterday, in the sense that, yeah, the surfing is great and they want to see turns, but barrels are going to get you those bigger scores. And that's why we're here at Cloud9. Cloud9 barrels, there's opportunity for that. And unless you find a set and really lay into it, you're going to be living in that 3 range if you're getting scores, if you're getting turns on the waves.
Yeah, so an extra 5 minutes this morning for our competitors. 30-minute heats, which is a good amount of time this morning, because I feel like Tai, Jerry, Tatsuya, they've probably been looking at the conditions and thinking maybe it is a little bit slower this morning. So giving them that extra 5 minutes is going to give all of our competitors a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more time to get the best opportunity that they can. So every decision has a good justification behind it. So 22 minutes gone to go. That looks like Ash Jenner on your screen. So he'll be coming up in the next heat. Rima Magaluna or Robert Magaluna, whichever one you want to go by. We like to call him Rima. He's coming up next. I can see Filma Alapayo probably psyching him up as well. Filma is a pretty big role model for all of these competitors here. He's actually playing a bit of a coach card for more than the Philippines. This year he's coaching for some of the Japanese crew, helping out some of the Aussies. All-round legend. He's such an awesome human being, and so is Rima. Probably the 2 guys that gave us the most waves in the surf. So thank you, Filma. Thank you, Rima. We love you.
Yeah, we'll see Rima and Ash take on Jayward and Jarvis Earl in that next heat, which will be an exciting one. 2 Filipinos taking on 2 Australians. In this heat right now, we have 2 Australians taking on 2 Japanese surfers, and not much has really happened. It's been pretty slow. Tane Dobbin has had the best of it, a 3.83 for his first wave. Roy Kanazawa locks in a 267 on that last one, backs it up with a 1. But Reef and Kenshin yet to open up their accounts. Reef from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. He's had a fair bit of experience on the Challenger Series, experience as well on the Championship Tour. So he's maybe a little more experienced than the rest of the people out there in this field, but in the sense, you know, sometimes it just comes down to luck in heats. You never know what's going to happen. But Reef, the goofy-footed surfer, you can see him just trying to loosen up in the ocean there, trying to get rid of the nerves, potentially trying to just stay calm. We'll see. Maybe we can ask him if he wins this heat, what that was about. But 20 minutes to go and only 3 waves ridden. So it's definitely slow out there. So definitely a good opportunity or a good decision to do 30-minute heats for this one. Looks like Roy, he's going to have a committed paddle, gets this one under priority. He's stalling. He gets a bit of cover, races through it, but doesn't get the exit. And Tane out behind him. He also locks in. It's a bigger looking set, jams that first turn, but kicks out after that because that wave doesn't offer too much more.
Yeah, you could see Reef was kind of looking at that one, and you could kind of tell that one wasn't really going to throw quite like the best ones do out there. So smart wave for Tane to get it back up here. Here's this replay. Great turn, though. That's a pretty critical section. Goes up and over. You can tell he gets straight out of there. There's not much else on inside. Would have been a couple backside carves. But, yeah, Tane's going to get back out there. Probably going to inch ahead of Roy a little bit further. But, yeah, Reef doing his little morning shimmy, probably trying to keep the nerves off. And then Kenshin, this is his first ever overseas competition. So Kenshin Matsunuga, he is a really funny guy. He got a switch barrel in his heat in the previous round. And he's a pretty insane barrel rider, actually. And I think he had maybe a 5 and a 6 on the scoreline. He was fair way ahead of his competitors, so then decided to go switch in the barrel. It was pretty cool. There's not many switch barrels you see in competition. So, Kenshin he said he wasn't even supposed to be in this event, and then last minute he decided to do it, and he's just trying to have fun with it, just trying to not put any pressure on himself and enjoy his time here in Siargao in Cloud 9. So far it's been really working for him. You could tell he's just looking really comfortable, but this heat has been a little bit slow to start, so 12 minutes. We'll see how he can kind of play with a little bit of pressure with no waves for 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, that's the beauty of these half an hour heats. A lot of these surfers are used to 25, even sometimes 20-minute heats on the QS, and I think, we've already seen 10 minutes go down. They can kind of just reset right now. And yeah, just hope that some waves come through. It is quite slow. That last wave of Tane extends his lead ever so slightly. But yeah, it's definitely, there's not much coming through right now. We're making the most of the high tide, but sometimes with that it does get a little bit slow. But when the waves come through, they are definitely a lot better and a lot more open. Looks like we can see a little bit of movement in the lineup right now. Will there be any takers on this wave? No one wants it.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a smaller one. Didn't really hit the reef. Kind of like, I'm sure Kenshin and Reef are kind of looking for to start off this heat strongly. Kenshin, though, having a good paddle here.
Yeah, Kenshin tucks into the barrel but doesn't find the exit, unfortunately, for Kenshin Matsunaga. So he does get his campaign underway in this heat, but unfortunately doesn't capitalize on that first wave. But that's okay, there'll be more time. So it looks like Reef Hazelwood will gain first priority. Tane Dobbin with the second priority. Roy Kanazawa with the third, so Reef will get the first opportunity at the next best wave that comes through. That first wave of Kenshin locked in at a 0.8, so I'm sure he'd be looking to back that up with a better looking score. We'll see what happens if he decides to sit and wait again, or kind of paddle around on the inside and find some of those smaller ones.
I doubt anyone's going to try and paddle around on the inside. I think if it came down to it, for sure. I mean, we are almost halfway through this heat, but I just don't see Reef being that kind of guy. He's a be on the best wave, do the best turns type of competitor. So I feel like he's probably going to sit and wait, even if it means he might be sitting and waiting till, 12, 10, 8, 6, 5 minutes to go. He's definitely one who likes to put on a performance. He understands that in reality, competitive surfing, it is a form of entertainment. It's They're performers. They want to put on a show for the people viewing back home. As you can see, this is the drone shot, but we'll come back to live action. Kenshin going for a couple turns here. So he likes these inside ones, and this right now definitely could be one of the best waves of the heat.
Yeah, he gets a couple of really strong first turn combinations. That first and second turn were looking really solid, but we'll see where it goes. Let's have a look at the replay. Jesse, I love how he just drives into that first turn, gets the tails free. This second one, again, just hits it perfectly. He's got such great timing, and again, really smooth for Kenshin. So backing up the 0.8, we'll see where that wave locks in. With just under 15 minutes to go, looks like there's a few more lumps coming through the lineup right now, and you can see that beautiful shot. Look at how green those trees are. But live action right now, Reef Hazelwood in the pit, comes out, huge turn for the Sunshine Coaster, driving through another one to get a completion. So Reef opens up his account in this heat. He waited 15 minutes for that wave, so good to see him get the completion. Talk me through this, Jessie.
Yeah, waited a long time for this one. Didn't get super deep in the barrel, but definitely got a little bit of coverage there. That turn afterwards was pretty solid, then gets a second one. So definitely well picked off that wave for Reef. It had a really nice shape, and then it offered 2 pretty steep sections afterwards to go to turns. Whether or not the judges will award how deep he got, that's kind of a different story. But he's only looking for a 3.9 to move up into second. That first wave of Kenshin is a 0.8, but then he got one afterwards that has locked in and just wasn't enough to get him into second. Right now, though, up and riding, Tane stalling for this one. Gets a bit of coverage there, still in it, and then comes out. So Tane looking for a couple turns on the inside here. Ooh, gets a bit funky with it on the end, but can't quite pull it off. So he's just looking to better a 2.2 with that one. Potentially will go there. I feel like none of these barrels this morning have been super crazy deep, but still pretty good ones.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay. He definitely gets it covered up. Doesn't get too deep from the look of that angle, but he was in there for a while. You could see him stalling and then goes for a 2-turn combination on the outside of it. So we'll see where that goes. I agree, Jessie. I think it will go into his top 2, but whereabouts, I'm not too sure. That is the question that everyone wants answered. So still waiting on first waves. First wave of Reef Hazelwood and last wave of Tane Dobbin. Last wave locked in for Kenshin Matsunaga at 2.87. So at the moment he only needs a 1.03 to go to second place. But waiting on this wave for Reef. He's up and riding right now. Goes to left, but doesn't come out. The lefts kind of do bend back at you, so they make it hard to find an exit. But Reef just getting busy out there right now. He's sitting and waiting, and I think he's realised maybe that wasn't the go. I feel like yesterday we saw the storylines of people getting knocked out from sitting and waiting and kind of not paddling around and starting off strong. So hopefully that doesn't come over into today, because it would be sad to see Reef bow out. But that first wave he got was a 4.43, so best wave of the heat so far. He's sitting in a better position right now, waiting on last waves of Tane Dobbin to lock in as well.
Yeah, that 4.43, it puts him straight up into second. So Reef was pretty smart to sit and wait, I guess, with none of his competitors really having anything crazy on the board. Did get the best wave of the heat so far. That left, though, he was pretty deep in that. He was travelling for it. I was out in the tower yesterday afternoon. All the goofy footers eyeing off that left, being like, look at it, it's slabbing. Some of them actually are very makeable. I know I could hear Jarvis Earl yesterday in the background being like, look at that left, look at that left. Just
Di Wacko, fellow commentator, was also doing that as well yesterday.
Yeah, so Jarvis is coming up in the next heat, so you never know what is going to happen with Jarvis. He sometimes can come out of the gates and surprise you and take himself over to that left peak, looking like no takers for this one. But yeah, Reef almost making it out of that one. It would have been the deepest barrel of the morning, and it was on a left, so that's pretty funny. But Tane's last wave locking in at a 3.67, so extending his lead ever so slightly. Now Tane up and riding again.
Yeah, falls into this one. That's a better looking tube, a cleaner exit for Tane, and he tags it. Doesn't get the finish, but gets a bit of work done behind it regardless. So I think that will potentially also go into his top 2 as well. He looks like he's just having a minute. There's a lot going on out there right now. You definitely in heats get the adrenaline levels up. Talk me through the replay, Jessie.
Yeah, Tane, this was a really nice one, really well threaded, kept a really nice line the whole way. Tags it for a finish, kind of that wave not meeting his power, but Tane's a real quiet achiever. He's super humble, very easygoing, man of few words, and I think he has kind of gone under the radar a little bit, but this year he's really starting to put together a couple of really nice heats, and yeah, sitting out there in the lead over a name like Reef Hazelwood and Roy Kanazawa, I mean, that's a pretty solid kind of asset to have, because those two guys, they definitely are the best two surfers in this heat and have the, as in competitive wise, they have the most experience. And right now he's got them. Obviously he's got 2 small scores, but I feel like he's going to lock in a pretty nice one for that last wave. But yeah, Tane, like I said, he's a quiet achiever, definitely one of the underdogs in this heat, but I'm really, really enjoying him and the way he reads this wave, the lines he chooses, especially with that 907 he got in the round before. If you haven't seen it yet, go and check out those highlights, because, yeah, Tane's 9 was insane. So he's probably chasing a 9 again. He's like, I want to see a wave like that.
Yeah, he's just catching some waves on a priority, goes over on that one. I'm sure fellow teammates Zane and Tim, or roommates I should say, will be down here watching Tane. He was the first heat of the morning, so they would have had to get up pretty early, but the 3 of them, they all look out for each other and support each other, which is great to see. So 8.5 minutes to go. Tane Dobbin holding the lead with a pair of 3s. I think we might still be waiting on this last score to lock in for Tane. Reef Hazelwood, or that last score, sorry, was a 3.6, so it doesn't go into the top 2. Reef Hazelwood in second with a 4.43 and a 0.97 on screen there. Raymar Magaluna coming up in the next heat. Heat 13, taking on Jarvis Earl, Jaywad Alciso and Ash Jenner, which will be an exciting one to watch. Raymar was, he had a great event here last year. It was great to see him.
He's another kind of underdog.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely adore Raymar. He is just such a lovely human, and he's got a pretty lethal backhand, part of that Happy Islanders kind of community where Filmar really looks out for him. Last year, Tenchi Awami, one of the competitors here, left 35 surfboards, and Rima getting to reap the benefits of that. Got a couple new boards, and I'm sure he might be competing on them in this heat. Definitely free surfed on them. But Reef, he's looking spicy on that all black board. Wonder if it's carbon, but potentially not, because I feel like there's been a little bit of a trend with blackboards lately.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have been having it, but opting for a left. But this could definitely be a good score here for Reef.
Yeah, you can see he gets a bonus section here as well. So Reef comes out with a nice carve too. So that was probably the best left we've seen all events so far. We'll see where that wave locks in. He only needs 307 to take the lead.
Forever the goofy footer.
Yeah.
Hunting the lefts.
Yeah, goofy goggles were on in full force then.
Goofy goggles. Haven't heard that one.
Really?
That's a new one. Where'd you get that from?
I don't know. I feel like, well, I've always said that.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard that one.
You just don't listen to me.
I do. I've just never heard that one. I like it though. I'm going to use it.
Thanks. Trademark from me.
Trademark True Styling.
Just kidding. Well, that last wave for Reef Hazelwood, 3.7. Reef goes into the lead, backs up that 4.43. Tane Dobbin now in second. Roy Kanazawa looking for a 4.83. This guy here chasing a 4.63. He's up and riding on a bit of a shoulder. Gets one turn in there, drives through another one. Immediate thoughts. I don't think it's going to be the 4.63 he's looking for. So he gets out of there.
Yeah, that one hit the reef a little bit weird. Didn't really throw properly at the start. I mean, there was definitely opportunity for a barrel there, but you would have had to draw a line pretty high on that wave. Got some turns in, but you're not going to get a 4 for calves out here. The judges have been pretty clear that that's not what they're giving scores for. I feel like Kenshin probably just trying to build a little bit of confidence, just trying to get a wave, but he used priority on that, so not sure if that was the smartest move that's there from Kenshin. But now he could be one of those surfers who doesn't like to sit with priority. There's actually a lot of people who prefer not to have it. They do their best surfing under priority. That man on screen is our 2023 World Junior Champ, Jarvis Earl. He, without a doubt, can put the goofy goggles on, because every single free surf I think I saw him pulling in left. I don't think I saw him sitting on the rights once when I was out there. I mean, we've been pretty busy working, so I haven't been in the free surf the last day or two, but Jarv absolutely loves the left out here. And like I said yesterday afternoon, all I heard was, look at that left from Jarvis. So, yeah, interested to see if he might just go straight to the left. Kenshin going for an air there. Last wave of Reef at 3.7, so actually puts him up in the lead. Now Tane on the back foot, needs a 4.31.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like right now they're sitting in a good position in first and second place, but Roy Kanazawa, you can see right now he's just radiating a calm energy. Needs a 4.83. I feel like, he's holding that first priority. We're due for a set at some point soon. So let's see what happens in the next 4 minutes. The Japanese surfers looking for scores. Kenshin chasing a 4.63. So Tane Dobbin, he's either going to try and hold on to second priority or look to the inside. And better the 3.67. I feel like holding on to second priority is a better option in the next 3.5 minutes, Jessie.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just sit and wait. 4.83 is a pretty specific wave out here. It would be the best wave of the heat, so it definitely needs to be a barrel. A surprisingly low scoring heat for the standard of names in this draw, but I feel like, there's been no real standout waves come through this morning. Looking at it this morning, there was definitely a lot of really great opportunity, but this heat just being a quiet one, so potentially just that simple case of one heat on, one heat off, and we may just be starting with a heat off this morning, so definitely was a little bit slower, and I'm sure all these guys were probably hoping for a little bit more opportunity, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and you have to make do with what you've got. You've got to be that guy who adapted the best in the heat, worked with the conditions on hand. Potentially a couple lumps starting to roll through, so we'll see if any of these waves start to eventuate. Roy, like you said, does have first priority, needs a 4.83, very achievable score for someone of his caliber. But if you're Tane, you're probably thinking, no, please don't come. I want to hold on for dear life in second place right now. But it looks like Reef is going to pull the trigger here.
Yeah, Reef under priority, gets in the barrel. I'm wondering how deep he got on that one. Finds a nice right though, and you can see Reef, he's just knows that he wants to try and complete this to better this 3.7. Or Roy Kanazawa, it looks like he was pretty happy after a first few moments on that wave, drives through another carve. And Roy, wow, okay, with 2 minutes to go, I think we might have a situation on our hands right now. Tane Dobbin holds first priority. Let's have a look at this replay, Jessie.
Oh, wow. Got super deep in this one. Comes out with a claim. Absolutely love it. So, Roy, this is what he's been waiting for. So, game well played, Roy. I feel like that's exactly what he needed to do. Waited a long time for this one. Got the job done. Let's take another look at Reefs. From this angle, doesn't feel like he got crazy deep in it. Maybe got a bit of cover-up time right at the start there. But Roy definitely getting the better of the two. Reef was just super smart to finish this wave off strong. He needed to better 3.7, but I'm thinking that this next score of Roy is going to be probably the biggest and might actually put him straight to the lead.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely going to be the best wave of the heat. He completely disappeared, came out. That was so exciting to see. Here we go. Kenshin also finding a bit of shade. He likes the feeling of that one as well. Driving through that second turn. Goes up for a third one to complete. So Kenshin Matsunaga getting a wave also in the last literally minute of this heat. Let's have a look at it, Jessie.
Yeah, here we go. Kenshin. Tane actually looked at this wave, decided not to go. Kenshin definitely got a little bit of tube time there, got a little bit of cover-up time. Lays that one back for that signature Cloud9 finish that everyone loves to go to. Here we go. Roy up and right again. Gets a lot of cover time there. So he only has to back up a 2.67 by the time his next score comes in. That might just replace that. So in the last 5 minutes, Roy actually might have found himself 2 new scores. Unless Tane can get a wave pretty soon, it honestly could be story over from Tane Dobbin.
Yeah, wow, what an exciting finish to this heat. Roy Kanazawa, I mean, in my eyes, definitely got the best wave of that heat, and then from that gets the best score. So we're just waiting on these scores to lock in. Wondering if Tane got that one before the hooter, not too sure. But I'm not sure it's going to matter. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the results from that last heat right after this quick commercial break.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here? Do I stop here? Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
All right, welcome back to live action. Here are the results from that last one. Sorry, it was Roy Kanazawa and Reef Hazelwood moving on through. We did say goodbye to Tane and Kenshin Matsunaga. Pretty sure I heard over the beach announcers that Roy actually locking in an 8-point ride for his second to last wave. So you're tuning into the action. It was a pretty solid one. Waited a long time for it. Right now in the water, Jarvisel, Robert Magaluna, Jayard Alciso and Ash Jenner joining me to take it through. Justin Majex, good morning.
Hey Jess, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm so good. I watched that a bit of that heat, and it's nice to have these early starts back. I'm getting back into the rhythm of waking up before the sun rises, and I didn't go for a surf, but I am pretty happy with some of the conditions we've got on offer this morning.
Yeah, I feel like it could almost be hard to surf in the mornings. We've got those 5:45 a.m. calls. The sun is up, I reckon, around the 5, so you could probably get a good halfer in. Good before, you got to get out of the water. The beach announcers are like, all right, guys, let's clear the area. But, yeah, I'm stoked. I love these early morning starts. Makes sense to get a couple heats underway before we do hit that low tide and we go on hold. It was a little bit of a slower heat, that first one of the morning, so hoping for a little bit more action in this second heat, and it's a pretty solid one. I mean, names like Jarvisel, Robert or Rima Magaluna in this one, Rima being one of the best Filipinos, and Jayard, he has been ploughing through the rounds, kind of taking no prisoners, taking out some pretty big names as well. And then Ash Jenner, the young guy from North Stradbroke, looking very comfortable at this wave. So looking like a little flurry coming right now though.
Yeah, I love this drone angle. This is from the left, looking back into the right, and Jarvis had a good look at it, pulled back, didn't like what he saw. We've got 30-minute heats this morning, and I think that's the right call because it was a little bit sleepy that first heat.
Yeah, it definitely was. I feel like, yeah, Ty, Jerry, Tatsuya, everyone who has a bit of a say that goes into what we run, how long we run for, when we run. They made a pretty good call because in that first heat, if it wasn't for that extra 5 minutes, we wouldn't have seen an excellent score. So Roy Kanazawa definitely saying thank you for those extra 5 minutes, because unfortunately it would have been a very different end to that heat if it wasn't for those extra times this morning. So 30-minute heats, and when you're out there, I feel like they can feel a little bit longer, but that it can come into play if you are someone like Roy. If you're someone like Tane, you're like, no, put it back to 25 minutes. So it kind of just depends on who you are, but very good call. Like you said, it is a bit slower. Hoping that it starts to pulse a little bit more as we do hit that mid-tide, which should be around 7 a.m. So pretty much by the end of this heat, we should be bang on mid, if not another halfer towards it. And then, yeah, we might get a couple more heats in and then probably go on hold.
So right. So that little exchange that happened at the start, the judges have said that, yep, Jarvis had a good enough look at that, so he's gone to the back of the priority order. Neutral priority between blue, white and green currently. Did you do anything exciting last night? Did you get out to a nice restaurant or do anything exciting?
I went over to Shaka, so not too far from where we are now, and I caught up with a girlfriend from home who I haven't seen in quite some time. Her little brother is actually in this event, and then I just sent a text out to some of my other girls here, and we kind of had a bit of this girls' night. They had this 2-for-1 cocktail. So we went over and we had some pizza, had some nachos. It was really nice. It was a really good night, actually. We all had a very good time. I feel like even when the event's off, there's just such good energy around this place. You can kind of go anywhere and have a good time. And Shaka does a very good nachos. So I was stoked to go and eat some Mexican food because that's my favorite. What about you, Justin?
We went just up the road to the next little village, Katangdang, and we were treated to a beautiful meal and some drinks as well. But I was a bit exhausted after yesterday. It was I think that little break in the middle of the day.
Yeah, yesterday was a huge day, actually. We're going to cross down, though, to Dai. He's back out on the tower with, I believe, Roy Kanazawa.
金沢選手、見事大逆転、最後の波で8点台をマークし、1位のポジションに4位から1位ですかね、にジャンプアップしましたが、もう今のお気持ち教えてください。
モーニングシャンプー最高っす。
僕、金沢選手が技をやった後にガッツポーズをなかなか見たことないなって印象だったんですが、やっぱさすがに出ちゃいましたか？
そうです。あのシチュエーションなんでどうしても出ちゃいましたね。
ありがとうございます。So I never really seen he's doing, like this after the shoot, but in that situation he just wanted to, shout out himself. So it was a great way for him. 海に入る前の作戦としてはどんなような作戦を立ててましたか？
なんかおそらく波数が少ないんで、なんか狙って乗るというかはなんか乗ってしてなんか上げていくって感じで言ってました。
So his original plan was to just get as many as he can because he knew that there's gonna be not many waves coming through, but plan didn't work out. But still, in the end, he got the 8. それでは多分ヒヤヒヤして見てたサポーターの方々、友達、そして家族の皆さんいると思うので、一言、メッセージお願いします。
はい、リラックスして次も頑張ります。
はい、次もリラックスして、ガンガン行ってください。楽しみにしています。Alright, thank you guys. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Roy. Roy just looks like a very humble guy. Man of few words. Jarvis, up and riding though, going to turns. Would love to see if he got a little bit of a cover up at the start, but his backhand is so lethal.
Yeah, it definitely is one of the rising stars in Australian surfing. It looks like we've had a couple of waves during the interview. Wow, that was a really good wave there from Robert. These Filipino surfers have the most amazing tube riding technique, and that just goes to show. This is the replay of Jarvis Earl. So no tube, but taking to this wave on the backhand, just lethal, and tags this one all the way through. So it's going to be a good comparison to look at what the judges are going to reward, that backhand tube versus backhand turns. And Robert Magiloma is locked in a 6.0. Here goes our surfer in white, another Filipino surfer. Leans back on that maneuver.
Ooh.
Wow. It looked like he almost had no speed to project up and out of that rotation.
I literally couldn't agree more. I was not expecting that. I was like, oh, he's going to kind of get to this section kind of not with a lot of speed. Like, that's honestly what I was thinking. Then he just went boop and just popped. so high in the air. So 6-point ride for that first one of Robert, and then this one for JR. Gets a good amount of cover up time there, Justin. Lovely layback there. Look, he doesn't have much speed here. It just goes boom. Gets a fair bit of height as well.
Yep.
And then finished this one off nicely too. This wave allowed him to really lay into a lot of different turns. So
yeah, great variety.
Pleasantly surprised by that wave.
Yeah, well, this heat is starting to take shape. 21 minutes on the clock, so still a lot of time. Jarvis Earl has locked in a 5.07 for his backhand turns. But I'm going to be really interested where the judges go with this score for White because, yeah, it had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, there was so much going on that wave. I absolutely loved it. I feel like that's the type of surfing that's going to get excited. I always talk about it when I commentate. You want to watch a wave that makes you feel something, that leaves an impression on you. This wave, if it has you kind of out loud going, ooh, like, you know, it just happens to come out. I feel like it's a wave that definitely has does pack a bit of punch. That was a really lofty air. He got really tail high and then still came through the inside here. That was 2 pretty hard sections to ride out of, but he did. I agree. I have no idea where that one's going to go because the barrel was nice. The air was great. Oh, and we got one from Ash Jenner as well. That was a really hard takeoff. Bit of a snap in the pocket there. And then another one. So Ash looks very comfortable in the barrel and in slabbier waves, especially coming from a place like North Straddy. There's so much variety of waves there. So Ash is definitely not one to count out. He got a 2.5. And JR looking like he got a 5-point ride for that one. So in third, but only needs a 0.07.
Yeah, so a mid-range score, so maybe something to do with the size of the wave. I thought it had quite a few exclamation marks throughout, but, you know, the judges, after yesterday, seeing those amazing afternoon tube rides and air sections that we saw, they're just reining in their numbers so far. So, second heat of the day, we've got a few more to get through this round of 64, and there is some nice clean conditions on offer early. Here goes JR again.
Oh, you just never know. I was holding on.
I was waiting to see that fluoro yellow surfboard pop out.
Yeah, I was too. I was going, oh, you just never know. I know it's a comment I made the other day. I would rather draw top seed than draw one of these local guys because they're just so good out here. And they've been doing some damage. They've been taking out some pretty high seeds in this round so far. Seeds who, people who've just come off a year in the Challenger Series, people who you think would absolutely blitz this event. You look at their name in the draw, you go, oh, unfortunately, it's going to be the top seeds moving on through. Not if the local guys have anything to do with it. They have been bulldozing the top seeds through this draw just because they are so good at this wave. They are just so in tune. They all have such a beautiful connection with this place. They spend a lot of time out here. And even, you know, you're talking to a lot of the athletes in the post seats yesterday, some of them saying it looks perfect, but you can get lost out there.
Yeah.
And it actually is surprisingly hard. But these guys don't really get lost. They're not really struggling to find their way. And that means danger territory for these top seeds, the people who've traveled all the way here because, yeah, I mean, they're dangerous, these locals.
Yeah, well, this guy's keeping busy, and here he goes again. A smaller inside wave, driving through it, was really deep there, and leans back into a beautiful turn. Can't quite complete it. But yeah, the local Filipinos, they are just totally in sync with the lineup. I spoke to a couple of the officials earlier today, and they said that Maramar paddled out and got the wave of the morning within about 30 seconds.
No way.
They definitely have some close connection with the waters and the reef here at Cloud 9. And yeah, Maramar coming up in the not too distant future. I'm going to be pretty excited to sit in and call his heat. He'll be up against Jin Suzuki, Toby Espejon and Ben Spence in the next one. So you just expect fireworks when Maramar hits the lineup.
Yeah, I'm excited. He is such a proud Filipino. So is this guy. I feel like that could be where this edge might come from, because they are so proud to be Filipino. They're so proud to represent their country, and it's not just WSL and all these internationals put so much into the event, but it's not just that. The local government here, all the local sponsors, all the people who are here day in, day out wanting to see the Filipino surfing. This event is so much more than just a QS event. It's a passion project. It's a love project from the Filipino community. And I feel like that's kind of what's giving these local guys another edge, because they're drawing off everyone's energy, the amount of love and time that goes into this event. And I feel like they all want to do their country proud. They're such proud countrymen. And like I've just been saying for the last 15 minutes about them, they are so, so, so good out here. And I feel like they're drawing off everyone else's energy and making it happen.
Well, what I loved yesterday afternoon was, the afternoon conditions were pumping, but it's like the message goes out that this surfer's in this heat, get down here, and the beach just became packed. There was people all over the boardwalk, there was people on the beach, and the locals came out in really, really strong numbers, and we were watching the vision but hearing the applause and the cheers from the beach behind us. If a local person got spat out of a tube, there was just absolute eruption. And although Typhoon Odette might have taken a few layers off the tower, I think it's a bit of a tactical thing as well, because when it used to be a 2- and 3-story tower, so many local people would get out there and it'd just be rocking and rolling. It'd be like a nightclub out there. Wow. Oh. El Ciso absolutely threading that one and going for the air. What? Stands up. They are just so limber, so flexible. And although it was a smaller inside wave, he got a lot of tube time in that one. So 14 and a half minutes, just gone past the halfway stage. Here's the replay. Driving.
What?
And comes out clean.
I completely wrote him off. I'll say it. Sorry, Jayard. I did. There was a moment there I was like, oh, he's gone. And then he came out and then just decided to throw that at the end. Just like, you know what? Here's a little bit extra. Here's a little extra spice.
Yep. Here's a little bit of extra chili sauce on top of your rice for brekkie.
There's another shot in your coffee to wake you up this morning.
Oh, my goodness. I am well and truly awake. This is exciting surfing going on. He extends on first place. So White is got a 5 and a 4.13. So I think the judges are really being critical of the size of the wave. That's what I'm sort of reading through these scores and what we're seeing, because he is absolutely getting slotted, getting drained, busting airs, but he's doing it on slightly smaller waves. So maybe a message to competitors in the upcoming heats that maybe the judges really want to see those set waves ridden. But I like his tactics. He's keeping busy, and we saw in that first heat it was a little bit wave-starved, so I don't mind the tactics of Jayard, just getting busy, finding what he can, and so far he's strung together a 5 and a 4.13, a 9.132 wave total, and on screen there is Suzuki from Japan. And here he goes again. He is just absolutely picking these things off on the inside.
He's just having so much fun. I agree, Justin, because when it comes to his surfing and wave selection, wow, Rima coming out of a very nice barrel there. Love to see that front on angle, see how deep he quite got in that one. Holds on for the finish. But yeah, I feel like Jayard is surfing a really smart heat. But maybe, it's just the smaller waves, because honestly, I've been very impressed by him this morning. Jarvis, 2 solid turns at the end of that one. Can't hold on for the finish, so cannot just kind of grip the toes and make it out of that one. It can be a pretty tricky section to try and hit that last one, but let's take a look at these replays. So just threaded another beautiful barrel this morning at 6:30 for Jayard. Rima picking off a bit of a bigger one behind. Doesn't get super deep. It is a bit of a shorter barrel. Comes around this section. He is definitely one of the local favourites here. Tags it for a finish, and he's going to get back out there. He's going to back up that 6, and then Jarv got a little bit of cover-up time. This turn, pretty huge. And then goes for it again here. So let's see where the judges throw scores at I guess, Rima and Jarvis's in comparison to the 4.13 we saw of Jayard, because probably the barrel and the surfing was better on Jayard's, but the size was smaller.
Yep.
It's got me in shambles this morning.
Well, this is why we get our seats here, because we can talk it up. The judges, they've got the most important job in the house, deciphering the performances of the surfers, throwing numbers in between the scale of 0 and 10. And yeah, it's hard work when the waves are really good and the surfers are putting on good performances. So they're just looking for those little nuances of points of difference, of things that, they can really, set some separation in the scale.
Yeah, well, I guess you put that 4.13 on a wave that's 2 foot bigger on one of those sets. If you had given that a 6 and then one of those come through, it kind of does leave you no wiggle room if they did that on one of the biggest waves of the day. So, the judges definitely know what they're doing. This is a really nice threaded barrel here for Ash Jenner. Needs a 6.23. Might get a second one, but doesn't quite. Goes for the finish, but
it was
goes
in like
down.
2 minds there. Tube, turn.
Yeah, what's going on this morning?
Couldn't quite get the body in the perfect position, but
wow.
Magaluna on another deep and throaty backside barrel. Kicks out pretty much right on top of Ash Jenner there.
That was a really throaty wave, that one. I actually didn't think there was anyone in there. And then Robert, Rima, whatever you want to call him, he just kind of came out of that one. He's only chasing a 3.13, got a 2.73 for his last attempt. Jarvis locking in a 3.77 for his barrel and turn. So they still kept it below Jayard's. But I feel like that last one of Robert, that's probably going to go well above that 2.73 from what it looked like from where we caught in. It looked like a pretty solid wave.
Yeah, 100% right, Jess. 9.5 minutes on the clock. Out the back is El Ciso with first priority. Right next to him is Jarvis Earl. We do have some scores that might change this leaderboard. We'll confirm them as soon as we can.
Yeah, Jarvis. These are important points for him too. He's number 2 on the rankings. He did win Cruy not too long ago, so he has a good 5,000 points on the board. But there's only a couple events left, and then it is kind of crunch time to see who qualifies for the Challenger Series. He knows that he needs these points, and he knows that he wants to be back on the Challenger Series. In my opinion, he belongs there. His surfing is so well-rounded and so good. So I'd love to see him back on the Challenger Series for another year. He got a 3rd on the Challenger Series this year, so it makes sense to see him back there, especially when you're getting 3rd on that stage. He's got 8.5 minutes to try and do so. We do have a score to lock in for Robert, though, so potentially that requirement of that 4.24 might start to bump up a little bit. But, yeah, Jarvis, just everyone calls him the smiling assassin because that's exactly what he is. He's the smiliest guy. And he's just a really good human to be in company with. He usually travels with his mum or his dad, so I'm sure they're tuning in. But this guy, Ash Jenner, having a look here. No real barrel to start this one off.
Well,
Gets a good bit of cover time here. Oh.
Wow. He was travelling through that. The drone was tracking him all the way. This is your heat leader now. Stalling. Disappears. And I think he's just going to go to these massive turns that he's got in his arsenal. Can't ride out of that one, so don't think he's going to improve his situation with just under 8 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for scores to come on through. We're waiting for a score for blue and also for green, so we'll confirm as soon as we can. We're just getting tempted by breakfast. The smell of pancakes is wafting, but on screen there is probably one of the most dynamic surfers on the Asian qualifying series. Mark John Tokong, or Maramar as he's known. He is heading out, so I'm pretty stoked that I get to call this next heat because I'm sure there is going to be absolute fireworks. All right, listen up. We've got a 6.33 locking in for Ash Jenner. Robert Magaluna, a 5.57 puts him into first. So right now, Jarvis Earl with first priority, but he's in fourth position. His requirement, a 4.64. Ash Jenner has the best wave of this matchup, a 6.33. He is looking for a 2.8, and right now, El Ciso, who's just been in cruise control, catching lots of waves, getting absolutely drained, needs to improve on a 4.13 to go, make those requirements bigger for the two Australians. A 6.57 will put him into first. So this heat has just tightened up a couple of notches. It's going to be an exciting 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'd love to get a couple replays of those last scores that locked in, seen from that front-on angle, because sometimes the drone angle doesn't do it justice of just how deep these surfers are getting. Doesn't really show the read and how, like, the lines they're drawing. So that 6.33, huge score there for Ash Jenner. 2.8 is absolutely nothing. He doesn't need much. You can tell he's sitting right on the boil there. Not a bad spot to be sitting and lining up with. But Rima going to the lead, so that 5.57 and a 6 is a good healthy heat combination right now. Not the person we thought we were going to see on the back foot, Jarvis Earl, this guy, looking for a 4.64, so scratching into this one, tucks in straight away, gets a bit of cover time. It's a short barrel, and it's one that's going to taper off on that inside there. So 4.64, what are your thoughts there, Justin? Because he definitely got under it.
Yeah, I think similar to his first wave, but unable to complete any manoeuvres. So here's the replay. Front on angle, grabs the rail, drives through that one, but just tried to lean a bit too hard on that wraparound section, so goes down. And yeah, with under 5 minutes, he's a good enough surfer to be able to pull something out, but personally don't think that is going to go into going to be the requirement. It might go into his top two. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, the two local surfers sitting in first and second priority. Ash Jenner, a 2.8, a very achievable score for him. He's holding on to a 6.33, and from memory, that was a bigger set wave. So I think the judges are really taking into account the size, the power, the critical nature of those bigger set waves.
Yeah, because if you fall on one of those set waves, you're going to know about it.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to know about it. So Jayard sitting out there with third priority, so it is slightly out of his hands right now because Ash Jenner, he's there with second priority, needs such a small score. The best wave that comes through, you're going to think that Robert's going to pull the trigger on it. Jarvis, though, in a random spot of bother, needs a 4.64. Was kind of one of those surfers that you just assumed was just going to get through, just because of who he is, how talented he is, how smart of a competitor he is too. He still has 3.5 minutes to get himself there, so 4.64 is absolutely nothing. It looks like he's slowly moving his way over to those Jarvis lefts over here at Cloud 9, but I feel like he's got fourth priority, so he does have a bit of wiggle room to kind of float around. We saw Jayard get a 5 on one of those inside smaller waves, so it's definitely doable. But with 3 minutes to go, he just needs to try and keep his cool, because I would hate to see another Aussie seed bow out of the draw. I really would, but these local guys know exactly what they're doing. Here we go, Jarvie looking left. Just trying to, I feel like, build a bit of momentum right now. Spent a lot of this heat sitting.
Yeah, he just needs to get away from the pack. He knows he's in fourth priority, so if a set comes through, they've sort of been 2 or 3 waves in those sets, so probably wouldn't leave him enough opportunity. We know he's got a massive air game as well, so maybe he's just sitting over there on the left, hunting a ramp and looking to lock in a 4.64 in the next 2.5 minutes. But he has been here for quite some time, enjoying the little swell that we got before the event started. And then it all comes down to this. It is so hard to put a week's worth of preparation. All the free surfs come down to a 30-minute heat, and you can see him just looking at his watch, standing up to see if any sets are coming. He moves closer to the pack, so...
When you do break it down like that, it is crazy. A week's worth of preparation, flying here, booking flights when you're in Brazil, getting your boards late, all this stuff goes in, then you're putting the time in out there, surfing before and after, hunting new waves. It all comes down to 30 minutes. That is pretty wild when you break it down like that.
It is. Jarvis has caught 4 waves, So much going into being here. Clearly, QS 5000 is something that he's excelled in the past. And right now, he'd just be hoping that Mother Nature sends a couple of sets through in the next 90 seconds. And Ash Jenner, he is right in the picture here as well. He's got a 2.5, needs a fractionally better score to move into a qualifying position and move through to the men's round of 32. Right there, behind those white tents, is our position. So,
hey,
there we are. You might have just seen the glimpses of the back of our heads. 1 minute on the clock. This is an absolute pressure cooker because Jarvis Earl, one of the event's most highly touted competitors, is looking down the barrel of a exit in his first heat. So, but I don't think he can blame his equipment, his performance. Sometimes, you just got to blame the ocean for not giving you enough opportunities. But we've definitely seen some good waves in this one.
Sometimes you just got to blame how good the locals are out here. They are so good. Ash Jenner, 30 seconds, tucks in, isn't going to come out of that one. Needs a 2.8. That's absolutely nothing. 20 seconds on the clock. And the ocean's looking very quiet right now, Justin. It's looking very grim. If you're Ash Jenner or Jarvis Earl, if you're Rima or JR, you'd be pretty stoked at this point. 10 seconds on the clock. I feel like we're unfortunately going to say bye to 2 Aussies right now, and it's going to be 2 more local guys moving on through.
Yeah, that is game over. Got to be really careful in those situations. We've seen some big calls happen in the past with priority after heats, but that is fair bump play on. We're going to take a short commercial break and be back with Heat 14 here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Welcome back, everyone. There is the results on the screen. 2 local Siargao surfers progressing through, and there is probably the best Filipino surfer to ever compete in this event, John Mark Takong. Maramar is his nickname. Just getting spat out of that one. Looked like Ben Spence got an early wave as well. He's from Margaret River in Western Australia, so we'll get a few replays, I'm sure, but this is live action. This is Toby Espenjon. So we'll get some replays as soon as we possibly can. Looks like everyone has caught a wave, and there we go, Maramar.
Wow.
That is going to be the benchmark wave ridden this morning. This is Ben Spence, our surfer in green from Western Australia. Wow, nice first turn. Stalls for an inside section. And behind him, this is the wave that Maramar caught that I think is definitely going to lock in the excellent range. He has an uncanny ability, Di, to just find the best waves, even in slow heats. I think we're going to see a really big number lock in the red column Ben Spence opened with a 3.5. Jin Suzuki opened with a 1.57. And Toby Espenjon a 0.67. Where is Jin from?
So Jin's from the west side of Shonan area. It's called Seisho, and really close to my town actually.
Okay.
Only like 20 minutes drive from
Oh.
my town, and so we kind of neighbor. But Jin is capable of doing big airs, crazy full rotation airs, and as well as the tube ride, because he represented Japan for backdoor shootout a couple of times back in 2022, I believe.
Okay.
So he charges a lot
Wow.
as well. So this is a great matchup actually.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm the best score of the day is right there, a 9.43. So the second best wave ridden in the entire event happens on the first wave of competition for John Mark Takong.
Wow, that's crazy. The first wave in this event.
Yep.
And gets the second single high score. That's crazy to start his campaign. And this is another local guy. Toby, is it? Yeah, it's Toby Espejan. Getting 2 turns done. Well, when I woke up this morning, the wave looked a little smaller, and there wasn't many waves coming through the last couple of heats. But this heat, from the beginning, was so many waves coming through.
Well, this is the last of White's. He is a good surfer. That was a nice wave, but now, based on what Maramar's done, every wave is going to be compared to that last of his. That was a bigger set wave.
Right.
He's quite a small little guy. There's not much of him, but he knows how to thread a tube out here at Cloud9. He is a former winner of the event. He is pretty much the poster boy for Filipino surfing, and he can't go far without giving someone a high five or someone stopping to take a photo with him. He is pretty much the local celebrity around here, isn't he?
He's, but he always put a smile in his face, and he's so nice, so humble. Always, cool guy to just hang around.
Well, right now, everyone else would be a little bit nervous because here it is. You can see how far he's driving from behind that section. It is a big, throaty tube, and for him to put his hands on his head probably means it meant something to him as well.
Right. I don't really see him doing claims, with this wave because it's just too familiar for him. But probably it was a great wave because especially it was the first wave of the heat of the event, and at home break, probably it means a lot for him to just showcase what he can do.
Yeah, there's not much he can't do on this wave. Our social media manager, Gabs, actually put out a clip recently featuring Maramar. And on that, we're going to throw out to Jesse, who's with the last heat winner.
I am with Rima or Robert, whatever you choose to call him. I like to call him Rima. Congratulations, huge heat win this morning.
Thank you. It was fun there. It's good win. And yeah, me and you were and Jarvis and the other guys having fun there.
Look like the local boys have been killing it this event. They've been taking out a lot of the top seeds. You just took out one of Australia's top seeds. Are all of you kind of building each other up right now?
Yeah, I know they all good, and yeah, Jarvis is one of the best surfers from Australia and the guy. And I'm just focusing myself there, so I'm just some good one. And
To come in from your heat win, it must be feeling pretty good, and then turn around to see Maramar get a 9.4. It must feel so good for the Filipino community.
yeah, that wave I saw Mama Barling was really big and deep. I said, oh, that's a big score.
Well, congratulations. I'm stoked to see you through the next round. One of my good friends here helping me get waves all event. Anything you want to say to anyone watching on?
Ano yung speak? Sa lahat, Salamat sa lahat ng suporta sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, especially sa main sponsor ko, Happy Islander, and sa team ko, sa lahat ng local na nanonood, salamat sa suporta, sa lahat ng nasuporta sa akin, at saka siyempre kay Coach ko din, Pilmar, salamat din na lagi nandyan sa amin. Thank you.
Awesome.
Di, like you said, the conditions are a little bit slow. We have like just absolute sheet glass, no wind at all. Do you think that the surfers have factored in the conditions? You know, they've seen what was happening yesterday afternoon, and now they're back, and there's less wind, but a few less waves.
Oh yeah, few less waves. You know, I talked to one of the Japanese competitors this morning, and well, they were expecting more actually, because yesterday condition was absolutely perfect. But still, there's waves that allow us to do, you know, excellent turns and tubes. But they know that there's not many waves coming through, so they trying to get as many as they can in surf, so that get in the rhythm. Probably first 10 minutes or so, they trying to get, you know, threes and fours, and then, you know, you have to wait for the right ones. But here is 鈴木仁選手、レイトテイクオフしていきますが、これはテイクオフで、こけてしまいました。残り時間20分を切るところ。So probably first 10 minutes is the key to, you know, to get a decent scores. You don't really want to wait for the set for long.
Well, I think that was really important in that last
Right.
heat. We saw our competitor, El Ciso, he just kept busy, and his best score ended up being a 5, but a 5 is pretty important in this morning's conditions. So Maramar right now with a 9.43. Here he goes again. Late takeoff. Throws that big mane of hair behind his head as he slots into that one. And going to turns. Just gets gobbled up, but he looks so comfortable. That was a late takeoff. He's got a big mane of hair that was probably covering his eyes. So here's the replay.
Wow, that was great takeoff from Maramar, and I love the stall right there and get covered up a little bit. And Lever, you know, he makes everything so easy. Like,
it does look effortless for him. It's just like another day out at your local.
Right.
But this is a really, really big event. And there we see Alon. He was a competitor in the event, and this is what happens a lot. The Filipino surfers, they share their love of the ocean with travelling tourists, as we see Toby Espanjon on his second wave. So the two Filipino surfers have now locked in 2 scoring waves. And Alon, yep, he is a local surf instructor. And that is a pretty unique board.
right.
Generally people sit on that and drink the beers in the afternoon. But I think it's cool because they can actually simulate the paddle without putting their hands in the sand. So you can see we're just swinging around. But scores have locked in for Maramar. Backs up his 9.43 with a 2.83.
So this is another replay from Toby Espanjon. There's a little cover up. And after this, nice float, and tried to go to the probably, you know, tail reverse, but unfortunately didn't make it.
There is one of the iconic expats that calls this beautiful part of the world home now. I think his dog must be having a sleep in. Pretty sure that's Johnny. And I'd like to know how long he's been growing that beard for.
Right.
Might get a bit sweaty underneath that thing. It's a beautiful day here. There's not too much cloud. The sun is out. It was quite overcast yesterday, but it already feels pretty warm.
Yeah, it's way hotter than what we had for the last couple of days. And there's no breeze, so it's very hot in the morning.
It
now.
is. It is. It's a still and sweaty morning. Here goes your countryman, your...
Oh, Jin Suzuki nosedived again. Wow, it's just not a common thing that happens to him. Probably a little bit of pressure from the surfers.
Yeah, I think, hearing a 9.43 read out pretty much goes to tell me that, these guys are now thinking, hey, I need to get second. There's two other guys that I really need to worry about because Maramar, he's kind of in the box seat right now with a 9.43 and a 2.83. And maybe that's just playing in Suzuki's mind, just sitting there in the back going, I just need to make this. But you said that's quite uncharacteristic for him.
Right. It's not a common thing that happens to him. But I find out, I've been surfing this Cloud9 for the last few days, and I find out that as soon as the wave hits the reef, it just sucked up so much, like so quickly. So you gotta be careful with that, they suck you up to the top of the wave. So that kind of makes everyone easy doing, nosedived and fall off.
On screen there is Xavier Huxtable out of Torquay. Xavier had an impressive junior record. He won almost everything he went in, and now he is here in the Philippines. Another guy that's had to wait for the 5th day of competition to start his campaign. Big shout out to all the crew tuning in from Torquay. His brother just won an event back in the wave pool in Melbourne, so shout out to Eth. Big shout out to all the team at Surfing Victoria who do an amazing job. As we see now, White up and riding, locked in deep, gets spat out.
It was a smaller wave, but still, spat out so good. It was traveled quite a long time in the tube. He disappeared quite a long time there and comes out so clean with a speed. It was a great one from Tobias Pageant.
Yeah, he's definitely going to improve on the 1.90. He was chasing an 8.44 to go up into first. It's locked in at a 4.33, so he does extend on second place. Ben Spence now, my mate from Western Australia, has first priority, so he can pick and choose the best of the waves that come through in the next 13.5 minutes. He needs a 4.66 to go up into second spot. And right now, Jin Suzuki, he's had a disappointing start to the heat, but there's still enough time, and we know he's a good enough surfer to be able to lock in a 6.59 on one attempt.
He made a few mistakes already, but he's a strong competitor, so he's sure that he's gonna adjust all the mistakes he made throughout the heat. But important wave for the Jin Suzuki because there's only 30 minutes remaining, and Jin kind of needs 2 waves to go into the second right now.
On screen there is Kobe Clements. And who's that?
That's a Raiha Ono from Japan. He's also a very strong competitor. He did really well in the Japanese event back in September. There was 3 back-to-back events in Japan, QS 3000, and he was doing really well in that competition. He's very focused, and he's traveling with Yuki Waida from Indonesia. They are really good friend, close friend.
Well, looking to improve his situation in second, Toby Espenjon has found a beautiful wave. This thing is stretching right across the reef here at Cloud9, and deep and travelling is Maramar. Just does it so easily. It's like he's got a jet booster behind him and takes to the air. So I think he's sending a bit of a warning sign to everyone in this event, like, hey, 9.43 on my first wave. Yeah, I can get tubed, I can do airs. It all looks so easy for him.
Toby's vision reply, it was a great little wave, not little wave, but it wasn't a set, but still he managed to travel in the tube and actually put couple turns in, and this is gonna be his last section, and behind it Maramar is in the tube traveling, and there's a section that you can do turns, and here is bonus air reverse right there from Maramar. It's gonna be, you know, he's gonna be improving his 2.83 for sure. Well, he's gonna be in a great position right now, and Toby, his last wave was also improving, you know, 1.9 for sure.
Yeah, well, this is what I've seen so far, that the Filipino surfers just really comfortable with the morning conditions. They're just catching a lot of waves. I feel like the travelling surfers are sitting and waiting for something that might not come to them, or they might not recognise as a good wave, compared to the local surfers who are just going, yep, I'll go this one.
Yeah, you know, both of them just getting waves under priority, especially Toby Espijon getting all the waves under priority, and then the last wave comes in 5-0, which is great, you know, great score. It's going to be a keeper for sure. So definitely, you know, all the local knowledge is happening right there.
Yep, and Maramar has locked in a 6.33, so a combined total now of 15.76. He's got a near-perfect 9.43. His backup is a 6.33, and here goes Toby again, just chipping away at these little insiders.
Right.
That one isn't going to work out as well for him, but we've gone under 10 minutes, so right now Ben Spence, the requirement has increased I should say, to a 5.83. So Ben is a really good tube rider. He's made his way here after competing in Western Australia at our QS event recently. Didn't have the best result, but he looks like he's on some good equipment. He looks like he's ready to find a good set wave, but I just don't like that he's the only guy who's only caught one wave right now. So
Right, so this is gonna be Ben's. Oh, 鈴木仁選手ライディングしています。さあストールをしてしっかりとチューブの中に入ってくる。そしてインサイドのセクション、ここはエアーを攻めていきますが、少し体と板が離れてしまったようです。I thought, you know, Ben's gonna go for that one, but he just let the Jin go on this one. He traveled a little bit inside of the tube, but not as deep as, you know, Maramar and Toby. So I don't think it's gonna be a 7.76 his requirement, but still it's gonna be his best score.
yeah, it's definitely going to help him. And yeah, just getting some wax between the toes, losing a little bit of those nerves that he had after the two wipeouts we saw earlier. So just over 8 minutes. Will it be enough to move up into third position? I'm going to say yes, it is. It's going to move Ben Spence probably down into fourth place. He'll still retain priority, but now I think it's time for Benny Spence to spark up. You don't want to be waiting too long. You don't want your thoughts to, you know, start to come in. You don't want to override your natural surfing ability with worrying about time, about which wave to go or not go. So a 2.83 does move Suzuki into third position, chasing a 6.50. Ben Spence now, requirement in fourth, a 5.83. So 7.5 on the clock. I'm sure his dad Dallas, mum Ronnie tuning in and watching this one. I'm sure all his mates back in Margs are watching as well. It's 7:20, so same time back at home as Maramar.
On the priority, he gets this crazy barrel riding and then another good turns in. That was a great wave from John Mark Tagang.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. So again, the local knowledge just coming into play. You know, this wave went through underneath the other competitors, and he is so deep there. Comes out with the spit. I love that turn. And for me, this was better than his last wave. I think he is going to replace the 6.33.
Definitely. You know, I love how he pumps a couple times in the tube, so that generating so much speed to come out of it so clean and do the big layback turns. Yeah, to me also I think it's gonna be his, better his 633 for sure.
That thing just spread out across the reef, and he just was pedal to the metal, just flying through it, came out with the spit. And just, again, as I've said it a couple of times, he is sending a warning sign to his fellow competitors. He has an intimate knowledge of this lineup. His wave selection has been impeccable. And right now, Maramar, John Mark Takong, is potentially going to extend on first place in this, the 14th heat of the men's round of 64.
Well, kind of surprised nobody, go for it on that one. Just...
Yeah, they just see things that, the travelling surfers don't. They just understand, well, it might not be a big set, but it's coming in at this angle. It's going to stand up. It's going to run through the second section. And there you go. You can see his little tube stance. He's just imitating what he was probably doing inside that barrel. So the competitors are close. You can see those couple little boils that are a good indication of where the wave stands up and starts to throw. But there's the number, an 8.83, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that is another excellent score. And it's going to be his, the best, highest total score in this event so far. 18.26.
Oh my goodness, that is... So for everyone that might not know, and here he goes again.
Wow.
Maramar. Just a shorter wave, but he knows, hey, this heat is pretty much in the books for me. I can just catch these little waves and just enjoy the view from inside the tube.
Yeah, just trying to get a visual from the tube. As many as he can. Feels like he's in a free surfing right now.
What I love about Maramar's surfing, and you've seen it probably indicated on the scores, is he is like backdooring the section from really, really deep, and he is pumping as soon as he takes off. You see a lot of other surfers who are taking off under the lip, but they're stalling.
Right.
They're trying to slow down, but this guy is just racing through the tubes. So a real point of difference that I've seen so far is Maramar. He is pumping through the tube while other surfers are generally stalling, trying to extend their tube time. So
probably at cloud nine, you want to go deeper. Paddle into the wave, like backdoor it, and you got to generate so much speed because the section's coming so fast after it hits a reef. So you got to generating a speed other than stalling. But that's exactly what Maramar's doing and getting those 9s and 8s. And his third score is like 6. So he's having a great hit now.
He's throwing away a 6.33. It's not even in his top 2 waves, and pretty much anyone else in this heat would love to have that 6.33 under their colour on the scoreboard. You can see now a really dominant performance. So 18.26 out of a possible score of 20 as a maximum. He is right there. He's 1.7 away from a perfect heat.
Wow, almost a perfect heat.
2.5 minutes. I'm getting nervous. I really want to see Ben Spence utilise his priority.
Right, he's only got 1 wave yet. He hasn't got a second wave, so yeah, I'm hoping today it's gonna be a set. But there's few lines on the horizon, and he's having a look at this one.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go soon because if he goes on a wave and it's not, a 5.83, he's not really going to have another opportunity to get back out the back and challenge for a wave at all. Maramar now going to turns on the inside.
Wow. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Wow, time is ticking. Time is enemy for both, Jen and Ben right now. But Ben Spence is holding on to the first priority, needing 5.83. He hasn't got a second wave yet. He was waiting for almost about over 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably closer to 30 minutes.
Right.
You know, probably 27 minutes because we came back from the ad break. Everyone had caught a wave. Ben opened with a 3.5. And now with just 1 minute remaining on the clock, you know, I think it's good to have priority, but unless you're using it in, you know, you can use it sort of as a defensive move or you can use it to put yourself on the best waves. But here we go. This is an important lump of Pacific Ocean standing up. Ben Spence is looking. He's going. The boy from Margaret River stalls. Gets spat out.
Ooh.
And gets gobbled up, unfortunately. So with 30 seconds on the clock, it's not going to be the 5.83 he needs.
You know, like you said, you don't really want to stall it, you know, at cloud 9. You got to find those walls just wide open. But here is our local guy, try to defend himself from Jin Suzuki, utilizing his first priority over Jin Suzuki.
Well, that is going to be the end of heat number 14. I'm really looking forward to having a chat with John Mark Takong. We'll welcome Jesse Starling back in, or True Starling. It'll be True who will join Dai Wacko right after this commercial break here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't stop. We GoMo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 5. So official result from the last heat, John Mark Tagong and local guy Toby Espejon got through into the round of 32. Here is screen, our guy. He got 9.43 and 8.83. What a heat. And I'm here with True Starling this morning. How are you this morning?
I'm good, Di. It's nice to chat to you this morning. And what a great heat that last one was.
Right.
Wow.
It was a great hit from, locals. They are dominating in this event so far, I
Yeah.
guess. And now we're into heat number 16. We have Red, Raiha Ono, up and riding. He probably got a tube in the first section. He managed to put 2 turns in. And we have Xavier Huxtable in blue, Kobe Clement in white, Taj Stokes in green. They're all from Australia.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat. Let's take a look at the replay for Raiha.
It wasn't as deep as, Maramar's got in the last heat, but still he managed to cover up a little bit and managed to put a couple turns in. So it was not a bad way to start a heat.
Yeah, definitely. He's starting quick as well, which is good to see. I mean, I didn't get a chance to watch too much of those last couple of heats, but that first one was particularly slow.
Right.
So is it getting a little bit more consistent out there, Dai?
I would say it stays the same.
Yeah.
Not many, opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
But when we talk about the sets, but Mark and Toby, especially, they are getting those inside ones and getting 9s and 8s and 6s. So there's not many sets, but still there's a big potential for surfers getting those scores, actually.
Yeah, great opportunities out there, which it's really cool. It's great to see that first wave of Raiha 2.83. So not getting as deep as he'd like, so that's really limited the score. But I love watching Raiha surf.
Me too. Yeah, he's one of my favorite surfers from Japan. So I'm hoping him to getting good wave.
Yes, me too. He's definitely, he's such a great surfer. He has the capabilities to get onto that Challenger Series. Raiha is currently 7th on the Asia QS rankings at the moment, so looking to get, I think for the men's it's top 5.
Top 5, I believe.
Yes, top 5 for Asia to qualify for the Challenger Series. So these next 2 events are pretty important for Raiha's campaign.
So important. It's going to be crucial for him. So he was so focused. He's probably traveling with Ryuki Waida.
Okay.
He stayed in Bali before this event, just practicing, just focused. Yeah, he's been, training, surfing, so he's very focused and he's very strong right now.
Yeah, and he spent a bit of time on the Gold Coast as well, right?
Definitely,
practicing and training over there. I saw him out at D-Bar a few times. I was like, I know that face. I know that surfing style. Raiha. So it was a pleasant surprise to see him in Oz training and practicing and preparing for these events.
So next 2 events will be really important for all the Japanese surfers, Indonesian surfers for the Asia ranking. But now, while we're waiting for the actions coming in, we have Justin at the tower with the last heat winner.
Yeah, thanks, Di. Here with John Mark Takong, pretty much a legend of this wave and showing your knowledge of it. Excellent scores. Was that a good way to start this event?
Oh yeah, like for me, the waves like yesterday and compared to today, it's a little bit smaller, but today I got like a really good waves, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stick to my plan, make sure just get the good waves, just don't get busy, just use use your priority and be smart with what waves you're getting.
There is a lot of people here supporting you. There's about 10 cameras on you right now. How important is this event being elevated to a QS 5000?
It's really, really important, like especially for me. I missed 3 events already in Japan, so I'm really like looking for points also to qualify for a Challenger Series for next year. So having like 5,000 QS event here in Cloud9, it's really, really important, and this is the first time happen. So I'm so happy that it's happening, because before the biggest was 3,000, so now it's 5,000, and everyone is so happy. Everyone, like all the athletes from Siargao, also like around the Philippines, is so happy to to have a QS 5000 here, and not just Asian regions, also Australia. And, like having surfing here in Cloud 9, which is really good. And yeah, I'm so happy to share some waves from them.
How many times have you won this event, and do you feel confident that you can take out a victory here at your home break?
Well, yeah, I really feel confident, and I win here at least 4 times. So I'm so happy. The first champion that I did was 2015, and yeah, I think I was like 18 or 19 years old. So I was like so stoked that made it happen.
Do you want to say something to all the surf fans across the Philippines who are tuning in to watch your performance?
Yep. Hi guys, thank you guys so much to all the supports and to all the people that watching this live. To all my sponsors, thank you guys so much for making this happen. Salamat.
Well, there he is. Maramar absolutely dominated his first heat. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Justin and Maramar. What a legend Maramar is. Yeah, I know. He on his first wave, he got 9, and after he came out of the tube, he just put his hand in the air, just showing how happy he is. Probably it means a lot because, this is his home, and he's getting probably better tubes right here, but still he claims it. Probably it means a lot to him. Just happening, QS 5000 is happening here. So I'm just feel so happy for him.
Yeah, and I think Dai as well, he is a defending champion of this event, which is amazing as to see that. And I just, it's super exciting. And I think Maramar, he's such an incredible surfer, and he's just, even on land, he has this kind of air about him where he's always smiling and always happy and joking around. He wants to make people smile and laugh. So I think it's great to see him back here competing, and I feel like he definitely wants to defend his title.
Definitely. And like he said he missed the 3 events in Japan. He was planning to come, but I think there's some issues coming to Japan, and he missed the 3 events. So this is going to be very important for him to get decent points for challenging, the next year's CS tour. Yeah,
definitely. And I feel like Maramar, he surfs so good that he can and should be on the Challenger Series. Here we go, someone who's looking for a Challenger Series qualification. Xavier Huxtable flies out of the barrel, gets a solid turn, but digs the nose. And out behind him, Raiha.
このライハ選手、これはレイトテイクオフをしていきますが、少しこのチューブの中で1回、2回とアップスができなかったがために前に出てこれなかったようです。残り時間19分を切っています。本日このラウンドオブ64ヒート16を行った後、その後はメンズのラウンドオブ32ヒート1からヒート8を行っていきます。
So Raiha getting kind of pumped on that wave, but Xavier Huxtable getting a pretty decent one prior to that. So waiting on scores for Xavier to lock in. Kobe Clements and Taj Stokes being a little bit quiet right now. They're patient, waiting for those good waves to come through. They have the ability to do that with these half-an-hour heats. I'm sure they would have been watching it yesterday, just dying to have a surf, really. It looked so fun out there, but waking up this morning to see the conditions pretty similar. I'm sure they'd be excited to surf out there and get some good waves, get some good barrels. And that last wave of Xavier, a 3.77. So it was a good wave, but just a little bit smaller.
Right. But, if you could have made the last turn, it could be a 4s, four high probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes, it's those little 1%ers or those little moments if you fall off on a turn after a barrel that can really change the heat for you.
Right.
You just never know what's going to happen in the heats. You don't know what's going to come back and kind of play into your favor or not. So we'll see what happens towards the end of this heat with 17 minutes to go. Almost halfway down this one, Dai.
Already, 13 minutes are gone now. So. But we are still waiting, for Kobe and Taj to get a wave. but here is something out there, but no one's on it. And lightly, is this an onshore wind coming up now? Slightly.
I think maybe.
Yeah, I just
We're
hope,
looking
you
at
know.
the flags.
Just hope stays the same. It's such a nice morning. Was sun's out, less wind. I mean, no wind. It was a beautiful morning.
Yeah, it's really clean. It's beautiful. We have a high tide at 10:48 a.m. this morning, so in about 3 hours or so, that's when we'll see. Sorry, low tide, I should say, at 10:48. So in about 3 hours, we'll see the low tide. So we will see the conditions change. But if they stay consistent and stay good, then we will just continue running all day. But generally, yeah, we've seen it kind of deteriorate a little bit over the lower tide. So potentially going on hold, but you just never know with surfing and with the waves. It could just start to keep pulsing, and we could just be running all day. There's so many different scenarios that could happen, but
and the good thing is we don't have to rush, right?
Yeah.
Because we did big 4 days straight.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of windows. So we don't have to rush. So we probably, you know, all the WSL staff want to give best opportunities for the surfers.
Yes,
That's
definitely.
a good thing.
Yeah, we do have an off day on November 1st for a religious holiday here in Siargao, and I mean, look at this view. The trees are so green, everything is just so bright and alive and colourful. It's beautiful to be here, to be back. It's quite warm here today, but it is lovely to be back here. I mean, Di, this is your first year here, and we were talking yesterday, and you said you'll definitely be coming back next year.
Definitely, I'm planning to coming back here.
Yeah.
Even I'm not gonna wait for the event. Probably I'll be coming back in between the event, probably.
Whoa, coming back for a holiday.
Yeah, just holiday, just, you know, searching for the waves. I just wanna surf at Cloud9.
Yeah.
All day.
Surfing all day. Get absolutely tubed. Are you going left or right?
Left.
Left.
No, right. Really wanna go right, but lefts are good, you know.
Yeah. One of my good friends, Leilani, I don't know if she's still watching, but she was saying, yeah, there's a couple of lefts, the goofy goggles are on, but Xavier Huxtable flying out of the barrel gets a bit of projection. Unfortunately, doesn't ride out. But Xav gets another wave in his scoreline. He's just checking his board, making sure it's okay. Xavier's travelling with Tully Wiley and Jack Thomas. We saw Tully in one of the earlier heats this morning. I think it was the first heat of the day that we saw.
Right.
Oh no, I'm
Heat
tripping.
number 12.
No, I'm definitely tripping. He surfed yesterday. Yeah, Tully progressed through in heat 5 of the round of 64 for the men's here. Unfortunately, Jack Thomas got knocked out in the second last heat of the day yesterday. So Xavier's keeping it alive for his fellow roommates. Let's have a look at the replay.
Wow, he was disappeared quite a long time in the tube, so it's gonna be best score in this heat so far. But I thought there was a set, but no one's on it. No takers.
Yeah, no one liking that one. That looks like Kobe Clements paddling back out.
Oh right.
So it looks like he may have got a wave at some point as well. So waiting for scores, I believe, for first of white. It just looks like Kobe's paddle style to me. Yeah, it was 0.93 for first of Kobe. So not making it out of the barrel on his first wave. Waited a while, 18 or 17 and a half minutes. So these half-an-hour heats, even though they are longer, they go by pretty quickly.
Right. So now Taj is holding on to the first priority. He hasn't got a wave yet. Probably, you know, it's time to get first one because there's only 12 minutes remaining, and you know there's not many waves coming through, so you don't want to be waiting long time.
Yeah, you can't be sitting and waiting, because sometimes it's just, you know, I don't know, it's really hard. Sometimes it plays off, sometimes it doesn't. It just really depends on what wave you choose and whether it's completed or not. But yeah, you can look at the conditions. It's offshore right now. It's about a little bit smaller than we saw yesterday, but there's still some really nice waves coming through. Good size sets in the 4 to maybe a little bit bigger feet range. But look at this overview.
Wow.
You can see the reef there. It's absolutely beautiful. And I think you were saying either it was yesterday, Di, or the day before, the reef isn't as intimidating as it would be in Indo.
No, it's flat, so it's so gentle.
Yeah.
And here is Kobe Clements in the tube traveling, but unfortunately she stalled maybe too long in the end. Probably the rip caught him in the head. But there's still 11 minutes remaining. But like I said, it's really shallow on a low tide, but yeah, it's not as sharp as what we have in Indo, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's easy to walk across as well and not have to worry about anything. But that does not mean that it doesn't have power, because this wave has so much power behind it. You can definitely get ripped around when you're duck diving or when you're getting smoked from some sets.
Right.
I had a wave the other day where I got lit up. I got so smoked. And I came up and I was like, whoa, I just need a second to regather my thoughts right now, because that was embarrassing. But, you know, this wave has a way of hyping you up and keeping you humble at the same time.
Right.
But, wow, we're approaching the 10-minute mark. And a 3.77, the best wave of the heat so far, with Xavier Huxtable in the lead. And right now, you know, it's whatever you can do to progress through to that next round of 32, which has been called on after the completion of this round. Here we go. Taj Stokes disappears, comes out of that one. This is his first wave, gets that floater to complete and finds a bonus section. So that's a good looking wave for Taj Stokes.
Well surfed from Taj Stokes, and you know, it was, you know, worth waiting for, right?
Yeah.
20 minutes of waiting, and he got tubed a couple turns in. That's worth waiting for, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely was worth waiting for, and keeping his composure as well. Waiting for 21 minutes for a wave and then to be able to pull it off. Yeah, that's super cool for Taj. Here we go, Raiha using his priority.
このライハ選手、さあこちらの波に乗ってきます。さあここでチューブ入っていきたいところでしたが、少し反対側のエッジが波の流れに持っていかれてしまったように見えました。Well, that looked, you know, really good way for Raiha Ono, but unfortunately he poked to the other side of the rail.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Raiha. Let's take another look at this one, Di.
I really love how he stalled and trying to stay in the tube as long as he could and managed to put, you know, 2 tons in afterwards. It's gonna be, to me, like best score in this heat so far. Yeah, it comes in 4.33. So this 4.33 is the best score so far in this heat. Now he needs 2.31 to go into the first. Now Raiha needing 1.51 and Kobe needing 3.41 to go into the second. But probably as soon as Taji got next one, the requirement will change.
Wow, that is the best wave of the heat, 4.33 for Taj, and he did so well. But here we go, Kobe Clements looking for a 3.41, disappears, comes out, huge grab rail carve, but comes unstuck. That was unfortunate for Kobe because it was a good looking barrel. If he could have made that turn, he might have put himself in a better position, right?
Yeah, if he could ride out of it, then probably it's going to be a 3.41, but I'm not too sure with the chip riding. But it's going to be his best score so far because he only got 0.93 and 0.73. And there's still 7 minutes remaining. And here's a replay again. That was a great tube. but this one really big carb. Unfortunately, he broke the rail a couple times.
Maybe just over driving a little bit. Those sections that come at you, it comes with a lot of power.
Right.
But that is Kobe's best wave, a 3.1. So now he's looking for a 1.24 Raiha.
ライハ小野選手、さあこれは深く中部に入ってしっかりと抜けてきました。さあここはどうする、もう一回中部に入ってきた。これは抜けてきて、ここはロギードアで抜けてきました。Wow, that was a great technique from Raiha Ono. Doggy door it in the last section. I thought he was gonna go for the turns, but the first section he stalled and he traveled quite long time. So it's gonna be his best score. He's gonna improve his 2.83. But let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, he gets covered up for a little while there and then gets the second section through here. I actually was like, no, what's he done? But he did super well to make it out. So that was really impressive from Raiha. That'll probably be his best wave of the heat. He just needs to better a 2.83. So it'll be the 151 he's looking for, I think, in my opinion. But we'll see how high the judges go with it with 5.5 minutes to go. This is nervous times right now. Xavier Huxtable, he's been a little bit quiet towards the back end of this heat. He's in the lead, but I just don't know for how much longer.
Right.
We'll see.
It's pretty much like, first and second wide open for everyone in this heat.
Yeah.
So now Raiha's last wave comes in 3.50. It's his best score so far. Now Tajistock need 2.0 and Kobe needs 3.24. So they are not a big score, not a big requirement, but the time is ticking.
Yeah, the time will not stop for anyone. You can see the next heat. They're starting to make their way out. We'll see local surfer Noah Arkfield take on Dakota Walters, Eden Hassan and Dom Thomas. It's a huge heat, this one.
It's gonna be a good matchup. Noah is like next generation king, right?
Yeah, he really is here in Siargao. He's a Batik surfer from Congressman Bingo Matugas. But here we go, Kobe Clements driving through this one. Gets deep, comes out with the spit. He was looking for a score. Bit of a check turn there. I could see he was probably looking for an air section, but adjusts his line to get a layback to finish. With 4 minutes to go, he's going to race back out the back. He was looking for around a 2-point range to kind of get himself back up. Or back into second place, an advancing position. We'll see where that goes. Talk me through the replay, Dai.
Yeah, it was a great wave. He traveled in the tube quite a bit, and here, I knew he wanted to go into the air, but the section didn't, allow him to. But still, managed to put a couple tons in afterwards, and looking for 3.24. So I think it's gonna be it, and it comes in 3.73. Now he isn't in the lead.
Wow. Really close heat right now with 3 minutes to go. Kobe has a 3.73 and a 3.1 in the lead. It's a pretty low scoring heat, but Xavier Huxtable only needs a 3.06 to go back to first. Raiha chasing a 3.15 to go to second. And Taj Stokes, who holds the best wave of the heat, in the next 3 minutes he needs to get a 2.31 to see himself into the round of 32, which is a pretty important, needs to be a pretty important round for Taj. He's sitting 5th on the QS on the Australia rankings, so around a 32 berth will definitely help Taj get to that Challenger Series qualification. It is top 10 for the Australia region for the men, so we'll see what happens in the next 2.5 minutes.
小野ライハ選手、この波にテイクオフしていきます。必要なスコアが 3.15 ですが少し深すぎたか。Here is Xavier Huxtable, important wave. He needs to improve his 2.87. Looking for 3.06 to going to the lead, little cover up, and after that, couple cutbacks, gets the finish into the air.
Whoa.
Wow, he gets the completion.
Wow, Taj Stokes, huge turn out the back as well. Can he hold on? He's fighting for dear life right now. Just literally petting the cat to get in front of that one. Wow. Taj Stokes worked really hard to get in front of the whitewash. We'll see where that score locks in. How deep he got in the barrel prior to that. A 2.31 is what he needs. I feel like it will increase from that last wave of Xavier's though.
Probably last of the Xavier can improve his backup score, definitely. So that means Taj needs a little bit more than 231. And he did make the turn right there.
Yeah, let's have a look. This is the last wave. Taj just sliding into that one. Comes out. Huge turn there for Taj Stokes. And really fights to complete it. And then Xavier Huxtable, it's a bigger looking wave. He reads the section well. Gets through that first opening carve nicely. Driving through another one really on rail. And Xav takes it through to the inside. Gets the air reverse to finish. So, wow, this is pretty crazy.
It's going to be really close.
Oh, that was huge from Taj. I love how he exited the barrel earlier to get that that turning, because you could kind of see that it was maybe going to offer a little bit more, but then he kind of started to clamp. So he read that wave so well. So we've got scores to lock in. Kobe goes down. Wow.
Wow, so no wave for probably Raiha, unfortunately. But it's just all about... Oh, so the last wave of Xavier comes in 497, now into the lead. So we are still waiting for Taj's last wave, yeah?
Yeah, we're still waiting for Taj's last wave. I think we're waiting on a wave for Kobe as well. Taj at this stage needs a 2.5. Raiha looking for a 3.34, but we don't think he got another opportunity towards the end. So it's really this wave of Taj Stokes. It's going to come into play. It was a nice looking barrel. He gets a turn. There it is. It's a 3.63. Waiting on this last score for Kobe Clements, but I'm not sure if it will be enough. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. So it looks like Xavier Huxtable and Taj Stokes progressing on through to the next heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the last heat of the men's round of 64 right after this quick break.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life.
Welcome back. Beautiful vision here at Cloud9 Siargao. We have the last heat of the men's round of 64 out there. Dakota Walters in the red, Noah Arkfield in the blue. Eden Hassan in the white and Dom Thomas out there in the green. This is going to be an exciting last heat of the round. And to join me to call the action is the one only Jessie Starling. How's it going, JJ?
Good, really good. I'm excited to come back to this one because not only do we have some big Aussie names, we also have a pretty big Filipino name in this one in the likes of Noah Arkfeld. So Noah is kind of like the Philippines' next big thing.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer. He's been able to travel around the world and compete and represent the Philippines to the best of his ability. Looks like Dakota Walters. He's going to have a strong paddle at this one. Pulls in straight away, dragging the arm to get behind it. Dakota does what Dakota does. It goes to the air and rides out. So, yeah, standard procedure from the Australian surfer Dakota Walters. He's just come off a Challenger Series year and are looking to re-qualify. And what a great way to start that.
Yeah, well, Dakota didn't go to Krui or Nias, so these are pretty important points. Up and riding right here is Eden Hassan. He has been on point all event. I feel like Eden's just having a lot of fun. You know, he's kind of not putting too much pressure on himself. Every time I talk to him, he just seems so stoked. Like, he's just got this really fun energy about him. He's actually pulled a heat, though, with his housemate, with his roomie, Dom Thomas. So those guys traveling together. Both Eden and Dom have already locked in excellent scores in this event. And I just think, like, what a coincidence. I feel like that always happens when you travel with someone. You always pull them somewhere in the draw. And Eden and Dom meeting pretty early on, round of 64. And they've always been on the same side of the draw. So it's kind of just give or take a couple heats until they came up against each other. But I'm sure they're hoping for 1 and 2. But they have a big task of Noah Arkfeld and this guy, Dakota Walters. So tried to stall. Didn't really get too much coverage on that one. This is, you can see how low the tide's getting just where Dakota was kind of pumping on that wave. Goes to the air, lands it. It's still going to be a nice, good start, but this is definitely the better wave. So Eden, as in barrel-wise, Eden definitely got covered up pretty nicely there for a moment. Floats that one for a finish. Recently made the move from Chili Surfboards over to JS Industries. And they're looking really good under his feet. He looked really good on the Chilis, but he looks really good on the JSs too.
All right, let's go to live action. Dakota in and out of that one, looking to just get a little bit of momentum in this heat. His first wave locked in at a 4.67. And then just a small second one to back it up. So Dakota just listening to that. Still waiting on the first wave of Eden Hassan though, which could change the tables just a little bit. But Noah Arkfeld and Dom Thomas out there. Definitely, Noah, this is his home. This is his backyard pretty much here at Cloud9. And I'm pretty sure that he had a heat with Dakota in Oz at some point. And Dakota got the win on Noah. And I think Noah's like, yeah, you know what? You rip, but this is my home. And I'm going to take it to you.
Yeah, Noah as well, similar to Dakota, has a pretty insane air game. And Noah's make ratio has gone up, I would say, in a year.
Yeah.
Eden right now, though, solid looking wave. Swell seems to be filling in a bit more than what we were expecting. That wind is definitely still dying off, which is absolutely lovely. And it's coming from the right direction too, so it's just, we're working around that tide. But these guys getting amongst the action this morning. So Eden locking in a 5.5, pretty sure I saw there, and then a 5 for Dakota. And like I was saying, Noah's got a really great air game. Like, I saw him do this ridiculously big alley-oop in one of the free surfs, and I was thinking to myself, what? How? You know?
Yes, well, he's definitely a great surfer, but someone who had a really nice heat in that last one. He's down there to have a chat with Daiwako.
Well, that was really slow heat, probably a little bit of a stressful time there, but how was it out there?
Yeah, I mean, the heat before, we're watching Maramar just get absolutely chewed off his head and just going crazy. So, I mean, you always kind of get your froth levels up, but it, kind of died down in our heat. Nothing really came through. There was a few, but we were kind of in a bit of a tussle at start, got real deep, and yeah, I think it was a battle of threes up until right at the end. And yeah, there are always nervous moments, especially sitting there as prio, knowing everyone only needs twos to get through. But lucky enough, there was one that kind of peaked up and got it, and yeah, stoked.
So before your heat, did the Maramar's 9 stick to your head?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the wave, like watching him, he knows the joint like the back of his hand. He's so good out here. Like all the other years I've watched it online, he's unbelievable, and you can just see, just watching him, that 9 just had that like bowl to it, and he kind of came in from behind it and just got one big drive. And I was trying to find one that did that, but I don't think there was any in that heat that kind of even close to that. But I mean, they're kind of feels the best, those ones where it's kind of really slow and you got to grind through. If you get through them, they kind of feel the best, because yeah, you're kind of real nervous, kind of going into the last 5 minutes. And then when you get one, it kind of feels amazing. So yeah.
Right, you did a great job out there, but probably you're gonna be surfing this afternoon, right? How are you gonna spend your rest of the day before your heat?
One of my best mates and who I'm staying with, Tully, is up pretty soon, so I'll go home, get some breakfast, and then come back, cheer him on. Hopefully, he can get the win, and then come back and go home, get my stuff, and then come back and surf again after that. So, cheer him on, and then, kind of try and stay out of the sun as much as possible and drink some water.
Right, thank you so much. And you want to do a shout out to your family, friends back home?
Shout out to my fam at home, mum, dad, brother's working, but don't know if he's watching, girlfriend Renee, and everyone else who's watching. Cheers, family, friends.
All right, congrats, and see you in the next round.
Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Di. Thank you, Zave. It was a pretty slow heat in that last one, not much going on, but he just had a really smart heat, so it was great to see him able to lock in and get the win in his first heat here at Cloud 9. But Noah, back to what we were saying before, Noah actually got a 5th here last year, so he had a great result, but I'm sure he wants to go a couple better, maybe even get the win. But right now he has the likes of Eden Hassan, Dakota Walters and Dom Thomas trying to stop him from getting there. Eden's first wave was a 5.5, so best wave of the heat so far. And we're just about 10 minutes down in this one, of course, 30-minute heats, allowing for plenty of time for the men out there, Jessie.
Yeah, 30-minute heats is a long time. I feel like it's slowly getting a little bit more consistent compared to that very first heat we saw this morning. I just mean it's still so good when they come through. They probably are a little bit few and far between in comparison to what we saw yesterday afternoon where it was just pulsing. But when they come through, they're still super fun. And these guys, I'm still sure this would probably be some of the best QS conditions that they've been able to surf. And this is such a cool wave. It's such a world-renowned wave. And it's it's reached QS 5000 status, co-sanctioned status, which is where it belongs. We did a press conference the other night, and the congressman wants more. So does this guy, Noah Arkfield, getting a pretty deep barrel there, trying to race around. You can tell it's getting low tide because it's shutting down on that end section. Dom Thomas out the back gets a bit of a stand up there and then carves this one all the way back around. So Dom Thomas getting his start in this one too. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
I just thought to myself, please don't fall. It is so shallow in there.
I was thinking, please don't fall. You've just had a great start. Dakota Walters out behind. He also stands tall in that one, looking to get deep. Tags it and airdrops down to complete for Dakota Walters. So there was a lot going on in pretty much a space of not even 1 minute. Eden Hassan also on one as well. He kicks out to get back that first priority.
Ooh.
It's getting a little bit more consistent out there, Jessie. There's a bit going on. But yeah, I can't wait to see the replays for all of that. Eden Hassan, he's kicking. He's
good on him.
Trying to get back out to get another good wave. And Noah's just cruising right now, but I think he's feeling pretty confident.
I love the determination from Eden right now. This is that competitive savviness that he really brings to his game. He is the reigning Australian junior champ as well, so still super young. And he's just such a lovely young man. Mm-hmm. And yeah, yesterday he was insane in his heat. Watching him do what he does out there was pretty crazy. This is this drone angle shot. Noah got pretty deep in this one. You could tell he liked the feeling of it. He was racing. I felt like he wanted to try and get an air off the end of that one. You could see him eyeing for it.
Yeah.
This was Dom just getting a quick one. Wasn't a super long one, but definitely a quick one. One of the biggest waves too. And then, plot twist, gets a second little cover up, which is pretty deep in that one. And right behind him, so here's Dakota. I feel like Dakota's was pretty insane as well. Didn't get super deep in it, had a lot of speed at the back end of the barrel, but this turn here, look at that section to hit. I cannot fathom cannot express how shallow it is there right now too. And then Eden, probably not getting the deepest out of all of them, but he's just looking to better a 193. I'm honestly feeling like Dom and Noah maybe got the best of those two, and Dakota's came in with a pretty close third. I just think they probably got a little bit more cover time, but they were beautiful sets. They were really good-looking sets that came through. This is a really important heat for all of these guys, and maybe more important for someone like Dakota, who's just come off the Challenger Series, didn't go to Krui and Nias. He came pretty close to making the top 20 and just fell short of that kind of bubble outside to re-qualify. And, Dakota kind of needs these points.
Yeah, here we go. Noah Arkfield using second priority. Oh, just gets a lip to the head and goes down on his second wave. That was pretty full on to watch. And right now, Dom Thomas, he's up and riding as well. Kind of sold on that one by Dakota. But he's going to try and get back out the back and regain a better priority position. With 16 minutes to go, a little over. I mean, you can see the water is sparkling out there. It is absolutely pumping right now. There's some good waves. Yes, it's a little bit slow, but when the waves come through, they're really fun, and there's plenty of opportunities. We are waiting on some pretty important scores for all four of our surfers right now. I think maybe that last one of Dakota locked in at a 3.43. You can see Noah waving his arms. He's asking for a situation from our beach commentator. But, you know, patience is a virtue right now, Noah. They're still having a look at the waves, seeing what's going on. We have a bunch of scores to lock in. That last wave of Dakota's was a 3.43. Waiting on 2 scores for Noah Arkfield, 2 scores for Dom Thomas, and a score to lock in for Eden Hassan. So 5 waves. That first wave of Noah Arkfield is 6.33. Best wave of the heat so far. He has a second one to lock in as well. Also waiting on first of Dom Thomas. That last wave of Noah, a 1.1. He goes to second. Waiting on Dom Thomas's waves.
Yeah, Dakota looking in a 3.43 for his. So it does have him in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.43. Feel like Dom Thomas is going to get a pretty nice score, just seeing as he got a 2 for 1 on that wave. That was a pretty nice. I wasn't expecting that second barrel. I was really taken away. I was like, oh, okay. But I love when we get a really nice flurry of sets, seeing everyone do their thing. But there is usually 2 waves in the set that are just genuinely better. It does mean you can get a little bit deeper, stall for a little bit longer. And I just think that Noah and Dom probably got those 2 waves in that last set. Here goes Eden. Late drop into this one. Gets a good amount of coverage. I love watching him do what he's doing. He's really good.
Yeah, Eden is just in rhythm out there. And oh my goodness, someone just got absolutely smoked.
I think it was Dom. The priority did leave his name just there.
Wow.
Yeah, that was Dom Thomas going for it. This is what we want to see, the roomies. They're just going blow for blow right now. They're going wave for wave. And it's nice to know that Noah's okay after his lip to the head just before. I know that that's Dom's magic board as well, as you can see he's just checking it. But how is this wave from Eden?
Wow.
If Stace is watching, I bet Stace is all up in his chair getting all excited right now.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Let's have another look. Air drops into it, literally free falls, and comes out beautifully for Eden Hassan. So he's just looking so solid in this event so far. He has a score to lock in. He already has a 5.5. He'll get the score that he needs to go to second, probably even take the lead.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was speaking to Dom Thomas yesterday, just walking back on the boardwalk, and I was like, how are you liking it here, Dom? And he's like, oh, I've actually already planned another trip here before the end of the year, so I'll be back. So I was like, okay, great, awesome.
How cool is that?
He's like, yeah, I love this wave. I love surfing here, so it's cool to hear that from Dom. His first wave was a 3.93, waiting on this last score for Eden Hassan to lock in with just under 13 minutes to go. We are halfway down in this heat. This is the last heat of the men's round of 64. Then we'll go into the men's round of 32. Right now, Dakota Walters having a look at this one. He's deep. He's flying down the line. Is he going to come out? Unfortunately not. I was like, yeah, he's out of this one. I just thought that he was going to make it, but
he got super close, but kind of got clamped by that foam ball. Dom Thomas, he's gone unstuck right in front of Dakota there as well. So the wave Dakota chose, perfect. It really allowed him to get super deep. But take a look at this score of Eden, 7.17. So straight to the lead for Eden Hassan. I am obsessed with the way he's surfing his heats at the moment. He just looks so free, so in control, not focusing on anyone else. Let's look at this drone. Yeah, he just got kind of hung up on the foam ball. Wow, he got flipped on that one. I wanted to see where it all went wrong, but I feel like that foam ball just kind of caught up to him. And maybe he wasn't expecting it?
Yeah, definitely. That was so unlucky for Dakota because that would have been a really good score. I hope he's okay because he got a little bit smoked and it is a lower tide. So, yeah, we'll see how Dakota can kind of regroup towards the back end of this heat with just over 11 minutes to go. Noah Arkfield holds the first priority. He needs a 1.77 to go to second place. And Dom Thomas needs a 4.18.
Taki Kanazawa on your screen right now. Happy go lucky guy. And then that looks like Bronson Mady as well, getting ready for his heat. So next heat, we've got Filma Alapayo, Kyan Falvey, Oni Onwa, and Taki Kanazawa. Whoa.
That
Bring
is
it on.
A heat of all heats. Wow. All four of those surfers have been surfing so good. Kyan, I saw him this morning. I was like, Kyan, that was sick yesterday. And he goes, yeah, it was just good to kind of get tubed in a heat. And I was like, kind of get tubed. You got proper tubed in a heat. Oni Anwar, who's no stranger to in a barrel. Yeah, Oni, that board is looking really good under his feet. The flames just really accentuating his fiery surfing. And here we go. Dom Thomas comes out of that one a smaller way, but drives through that arc beautifully. Gets a second turn in there and an air. Unfortunately, unable to land the straightie. And
he might have just said hello to the reef just then. But I would go out as far to say that Oni Onwa is probably the cheekiest competitor in
100%.
this entire draw. If anyone knows Oni, you love him, but that man is cheeky. He's always up to no good. There's always something with Oni. No, not no good. He's got the best heart ever, but if he's in for a prank, he'll do it.
Yeah,
he'll
100%.
do it.
Always all laughs.
You're
with
always
Oni.
looking over your shoulder. Where's Oni?
Yeah.
What's he up to?
Well, 9.5 minutes to go. Eden Hassan, a 7.17 and a 5.5 has him in the lead. Dakota Walters in second with a 4.67 and a 3.43. That last wave of Dom Thomas locked in at a 3.33. He's still chasing a 4.18. And Noah Arkfield has a 6.33. Needs a 1.77. Let's have a look at this last one, Jessie, of Dom.
Yeah, he got a really good amount of cover-up time there. Came out, beautiful bottom turn, straight into a full open roundhouse. Gets a slash in there, and it's not Dom Thomas if he doesn't go for an air at least once in a heat. So he went for it, kind of ticked that box, but yeah, it was a pretty dodgy section to go for an air like that, and he needs a 4.18. I really liked that barrel. He's definitely still got a score to lock in. That man on your screen, Filma Alapayo, one of the most beautiful Filipinos. Noah!
Wow, okay, Noah got deep in that one. He's looking for a second tube and comes out of it. So Noah using that local knowledge to his advantage. John Carby loves it.
He's doing a little happy dance.
Yeah, he's like, woohoo. So he needed a 1.77. That'll be the score. Talk me through the replay, Jessie.
Yeah, I love this drone angle shot. Just showing, wow, he was so deep on that one and then stalled, came out. There's this second section on this low tide. I thought he might have lost it at one point, regained, got it, just jumped off, said, all right, that's my home break. Everyone, if you want to see it good, this is what it looks like. And Noah navigated that one really beautifully. And I dare say he's going to get that score to probably put him up into second. I love this. This is my favorite kind of heat where it's a seesaw battle between first, second, third and fourth. Everyone's got scores. Everyone's going for it. I feel like if Dakota had got through that barrel he would have got before, that would have been a pretty massive score. But right now, unfortunately, Dakota's probably in the worst position out of everyone. He hasn't made one of those big barrels like these guys had. But if I know anything about Dakota is he's so good. He is so good. So I feel like let's not count any of these guys out yet. I have no idea who's going to get through this one.
Yeah, this is a real seesaw battle, this heat. You could kind of see Noah maybe looking for an air section, but he didn't get it, and that's fine because he got a pretty good score in that last one and moves him into the lead. So Noah Arkfield is, just looking amazing out there right now. That last wave is 6.9. So he goes to first. This guy here, Dom Thomas, trying to find an exit, just gets clamped on that one, unfortunately for Dom. He's now chasing an 8.74. Dakota Walters is looking for an 8.0 to go to second place. So with 6.5 minutes to go, Noah Arkfield is now controlling this heat. But Eden Hassan only needs a 6.06 to go to first, and I feel like he's pretty capable of doing that, especially considering he has first priority.
6.06 is nothing when you've scored a 9 already in this event. I feel like Eden and Dom have had the heats now to figure out this lineup, to know which waves are going to look best coming in. And this is this beautiful cloud 9 we're used to seeing. And I feel like sometimes it is almost an advantage to surf through those earlier rounds because Eden and Dom have had that chance to figure out this lineup. We saw time and time again people saying yesterday that as pumping as it was easy to get lost out there. So Dom and Eden have both been really, I feel like, taking full opportunity of their heats, figuring out the lineup, figuring out where to sit, and it's paying off because both of them have had 9s in this draw. Not many people can say that, but we've actually had a fair few 9s now.
Yeah.
So
we have Sarah Kerr, Karen Falvey, Dom and Eden. I'm sure there's more that I'm
Maramar
not
this
thinking of.
morning.
The 9.4.
Tane Dobbin.
Yep. So many.
I feel like there's 2 or 3 more we're missing. There's been so many good waves.
Yeah.
I love this event. It's honestly such a good event. These guys have been absolutely scoring the last 2 days. 5 minutes to go in this heat. Like I said earlier, Dakota Walters is probably in the worst spot, needing that 8-point ride. But if I know anything about Dakota is he has the talent to get an 8-point ride on one wave. It is definitely well within his capability. And like I said, he needs these points. He didn't go to Krui or Nias. He didn't get those 5,000 points over there. Fair enough, though, he was on the Challenger Series, so it made sense for him to save up some money, go chase the Challenger Series. But now he's here to get back on. He probably has to make this round and then some. He did win Taiwan last year, so that is playing in his favour, going there next week. But I would love to see Dakota going for an 8-point ride because he is just so good. And that 8, although it's a big number, it's very well in his reach.
Yep.
And Dom Thomas needs an 8.74. Like we said, he's got a 9.
Yeah, I feel like, there's probably been moments in this heat so far. I mean, there was one great waging a little bit. It's getting a little bit more consistent with the bigger waves. And, we're still approaching a low tide, so there's still opportunity. We will go into that next heat for the men's. Round of 32, which we saw them all fire up, which is going to be a great way to kick off the men's round of 32 in my opinion. But just under 3 minutes to go, Noah Arkfield holds the lead. Eden Hassan second, and Dakota and Dom, you can see what they're looking for. Some pretty big scores, but if the waves come through, they'll definitely be able to challenge and reach for that for sure.
Oh, it's also just the absolute storm of the Philippines continuing on.
Yeah.
I mean, Noah, the sole Filipino in this heat, does kind of have a chokehold right now. I mean, Eden's very well within reach, but Noah had a really slow start, got to first place on 2 waves, pretty back-to-back as well. So May the Philippines just keep rolling on through. They're taking out some pretty big seeds. And I feel like a lot of people may have like looked at the draw and be like, oh, we'll give it a good crack, but it's probably going to be the Aussies or the Japanese just because they are such a dominant force. But take them to the Philippines, different game. Absolute different game. And I'm loving seeing all the Filipinos move through. I actually was running the numbers just before. The Aussies at this point still have the most amount of competitors left in the draw, but there's 10 Filipinos left and only 5 Japanese competitors and 4 Indo competitors. So the Filipinos are actually pretty close to the Australians right now with 12 Aussies left. Then there's 9 Filipinos left. Oh, 10 Filipinos left now if no one makes this one. So yeah, I feel like they're creeping up. They've done a lot more damage than I'd say a lot of people would have expected.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like they all have this local knowledge out here in this wave, and you know, it's just so great to see them really stamping their authority. And it's like, yeah, you know, like you've come to our home and we love having you here. But as soon as I put the rashi on, I'm not giving you an inch because we know you're going to take a mile. Looks like there's a few paddles out trying to see if there's going to be opportunity. Dakota Walters has a paddle at this one. He needs an 8.0. What's he got? He's flying down the line. He's going to go to the air. Oh, huge air, but unfortunately just unable to find a completion on that one. He got a lot of height, a lot of pop, and then you can see Eden Hassan looking to better the 5.5. He needs a 6.06 to go to first. Dakota just trying to get out of the way, and wow, Eden can't put a foot wrong right now. Out behind him, Dom Thomas looking for an 8.74. Also goes to the air. Just, oh wow, the ankles on that one looked like it hurt a little bit with 15 seconds to go. We've got a few scores to lock in the back end of this heat, and Dakota's going to have a look at this little inside one. He's not giving up just yet. Goes straight for the tube, comes out, and yeah, you can kind of see he's like, okay, I need to go big on this inside section, but yeah, unfortunately that wave doesn't offer much more, and that is the end of that heat, the last heat of the round for the men's round of 64. Scores to lock in though. We'll come back with the results from that last heat right after this quick break, and then we'll move straight into the men's round of 32. It's a big heat, so make sure you stay tuned.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't stop. We GoMo.
Welcome back. Beautiful Cloud 9 on your screen from the drone shot. This is the 28th Siargao International Surf Cup. Noah Arkfield and Eden Hassan moving on through that last round. Dakota Walters and Dom Thomas unfortunately bowing out. Big name falling out of the draw there with Dakota Walters. Moving into the round of 32, Oni Onwa in the white, Taki Kanazawa in the green, Vilma Alapayo in the red, and Kyan Falvey in the blue. Justin, what a way to kick off this round.
So exciting. There are some big name surfers, 3 from the Asian region, and for me, Kyan Falvey has been a standout performer throughout this event, and I dare say he is looking to reproduce that sort of form that's seen him make his way through to this round. Oni Anwar, a bit of a veteran, but Oni's just got such good energy around him. I love seeing him at the events. He's just got this little bit of cool Lakey Peak swagger about him. I just love it.
That's a really good way to put it. He's got this cool Lakey Pete swagger. I called him the cheekiest person going round. He is always up to mischief, Oni. I absolutely love it. This is Taki Kanazawa, so younger brother to Roy Kanazawa. It is pumping out there, Justin. It looks so good. I feel like these guys are reaping the rewards. This is Kyan deep in this one. Oh, I feel like he was travelling a fair way through it, but just not getting the exit there.
No, unfortunately not, but everyone is getting busy, leaving Filmar, the local legend, out the back with first priority. The best of it so far, a 3.17 to Oni Anwar. Yeah, the round of 32 so important in the context of, people looking to, solidify their spot on the rankings or make a big jump up. This is where things start to get serious.
Yeah, this is this replay of Taki. So got a fair bit of cover-up time here. You could tell he liked it by the way he pulled out of that one. So Taki, really awesome energy. Like I said, brother of Roy Kanazawa, who's coming up a little later on in this round. But Filma, for me, he at this wave is probably the gun guy. Especially in the free surfs, he's just so good. He's also a bit of an enforcer out here. He doesn't really put up with much that he thinks if there's little or a lack of respect to the wave or the people, Filmar's kind of the guy who'll pull everyone up, along with his brother PJ, who's still going in this event as well. And he has a massive influence on the next generation of Filipinos here. Has Happy Islanders, which is a surf shop, a cafe, and his YouTube channel, which brings in the funding so that he can kind of pass on a bit of money so that the next generation of Filipinos can get a really fair opportunity, because we're seeing them on a really big stage here, and when it comes to tube riding and this wave, they are on an absolute tear. They are destroying the field. I mean, I was saying to True, there's only 13 Aussies left in the draw, but there's 10 Filipinos still left in the draw,
Wow.
5 Japanese competitors and 4 Indonesians.
Yeah, amazing stats. We're going to throw out to the tower. We've got your sister True, who's with the last heat winner.
Thank you, Justin and Jesse. Noah, a huge win there. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
You got a 5th here last year, and you started off your campaign in this event for a QS 5000 incredibly. Are you looking to go a little bit further in the draw this year?
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of my goals to win this contest. So hopefully, maybe this time.
I saw you having a chat with John Carby in passing, and he was saying he wanted to see you go to an air on one of those waves that you went for a barrel in that second section. Is that what you're hoping to bring to the table in the next heat?
Yeah, I was my first and second wave, I was looking for the section after I came out of the barrel. So hopefully next heat I can get a few in.
You'll be surfing again today at this rate with the round of 32 of the men. It's on. The waves are really fun out there. What are you going to do to kind of rest and recover and prepare for that next heat?
Just probably going to watch the heat because all of my friends are in there. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Then go get some lunch and come back, and can't wait for my heat again.
Is there anyone that you'd like to say thank you, whether it's your supporters or your family?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Bagtik Surfers, Congressman Bingo Matugas, Happy Islanders, Kudu Surf, and Harana Surf Resort. And I'd like to shout out to my dad and mom and my sister watching here, and also to my caddy, Tark. And one last Din Din for fixing my board just in time for my heat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Noah. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, True. Thank you, Noah. Yeah, Noah touched on backtick surfers, which backtick translates to English as excellence. And it's a cool sponsorship initiative that the congressman put on for the local surfers to give them some funding so they can travel and have another go. So I love how the Filipinos support the Filipinos. It's such a beautiful way that they do that. Oni, though, getting a nice little cover up on that last one.
Yeah, he certainly did. He's extended on first place. A couple of threes under the belt, but you're exactly right. The government support, the Department of Tourism, the congressman, Noah is a rising star here in the Philippines, and to see him supported by, local politicians, local brands such as Kudo. Big shout out to James, Marja. They've got a cool little surf shop not too far away, and yeah, they're right behind this new generation coming through. He's also a happy islander, so yeah, I just love the fact that the Filipino government is recognising and understanding that this event is super important, to the progression not only of their citizens, but also the development of the area, because this place is certainly on the map. This is now the Philippines' biggest surfing event, a QS 5000, and people have been coming to this little patch of reef for many years. Big shout out to Jerry Deegan as well, the OG godfather of all things surfing here at Cloud 9. We wouldn't be sitting here without him.
No way we wouldn't be sitting here without him. He's jumped on the booth a couple times, but his importance is crazy. He had such a big influence on not just this event, but this community. He brought a different aspect, a different perspective to this community where they were doing such a good job, but Jerry brought them this new level for them to kind of level up. And yeah, without Jerry and the Congressman Bingo and all the people before him and Ty from WSL, this event probably wouldn't have got to where it is. But yeah, Jerry, like we said, massive part of it. Filmer, though, up and riding right now. Wow. Read that wave beautifully. Oh, very shallow reef.
I think he realised that. I think he was on the top of the lip and was like, uh-oh, it's starting to drain out. But that was a beautiful tube ride, and this is where this guy really excels, when the waves are hollow, when they're clean. We saw him yesterday lock in an 8.33, and another guy who's been a driving force in the progression of the sport here in the region. Look at him just stalling. That is such a beautiful looking wave. Went for the big backhand float, but as we said, the tide is starting to drain out. Low tide is around about the 12 p.m. mark local time, and generally we need to go on hold for a couple of hours once we hit that low, just so enough water is back on the reef that the waves are, doing their thing.
Yeah, it's definitely better on that mid to high tide, and that's just the perks of having a long event window. We can really pick the eyes out of the conditions. Obviously it's pumping, but it's going to be pretty good for a few days, so we may as well just run when it is at its best, which is on that higher tide. We've got light winds all day. We've got swell all day. We've got sunshine all day. It's such a beautiful place for an event. Like I said yesterday, I have the Siargao spell over me. I absolutely adore this place. I honestly always think to myself, I could spend months at a time here. I honestly love it. I love the people. I love the place. I love the waves. This is just one of so many incredible waves that are around here. Some of them you can get a boat out to, and I think that's a pretty unique way to travel to surf. It's obviously got a lot more crowded, I would say, in the last 12 months since we've been here. You've been coming here since 2019, 18?
18, I think, was the first time I came.
I imagine since 2018 it's probably gone absolutely crazy.
It's
since
gone
the first
bonkers.
time.
And, the fact that people come here, there's a lot of expats from different parts of the world who come here, fall in love, and think, yeah, I'm going to set up a little business. Now
Yeah.
I've got an excuse to stay here a little bit longer.
I would.
Oh, I'm with you. Do you want to go halves in something?
Let's do it. Let's
All right.
have Justin and Jesse's Airbnb.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll see what we can do.
JJ's.
JJ's, I like
Yeah.
it. JJ's Homestay.
Oh, guys, stop it. Book through jjshomestay.com.au and
Wow, now we're getting creative. I like it. But yeah, just the whole area is just booming, and it's just a really beautiful part of the world, and I'm so fortunate to be here. I want to do a big shout out to my team back home at Surfing Western Australia. My mate Mark Clift is tuning in as well, so big ups to you, Rat. And I'm sure we're going to see some amazing surfing and crowning champions in what I'm thinking is going to be really fun waves. This has to be one of the most exciting events to come to. I was talking to our photographer, Matty Dunbar, and he was like, 5 days of pumping surf? Like, where else happens like this? And I can't think of too many other events where people are getting stand-up barrels, they're getting massive air sections, perfect pockets to lay turns down in. It's pretty amazing. So if you are tuning in, this is day number 5 of the 28th edition of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Right now, Oni Anwar from Indonesia is leading.
28 years as well. There's not many events, I would say, globally that have been running for that long.
No. I think you make it to, the 10-year mark, big celebration. 20 years. So I'm definitely going to make sure I'm here for the 30th anniversary, because
definitely
that is going to be probably the biggest party and another big event for this whole Asian region. So you can see the guys just having a look at that one. I think today has been the best day conditions-wise.
Yes.
There has been no wind.
Yeah.
The wind that we have had over the last few days has been a little bit gusty at times, but it's been clean offshore. But this morning it's still, it's got that tropical humidity to it. It's, your shirt sticks to your back after a little while. But I think it's really benefiting the surfers because it's just glassy and clean out there right now.
It's just absolute perfect condition. I feel like some people from my generation would call this primo.
Champagne hour?
Champagne hour. That's exactly what it is. It's just, it's so good out there. I love walking out to the tower for the post-heat interviews as well, because the energy and the buzz on that tower, it's so electrifying. It's really contagious. I always walk away with a little pep in my step. I'm like, ooh, today is a good day. And then to come back here, watch all these guys do their thing, it's pretty incredible. Looking like we're going to have a couple waves rolling through right now. But Filmar just getting a 3.03 for his first one. Kyan's got a 0.73 on the board. So all of these guys have got excellent scores already in this event. So I feel like they're all itching to get another one. A little bit too far in for this one, and it kind of did hit the reef a little bit weird. That one would have been pretty hard to get super deep on, and you can see that foam ball kind of eating that wave up at the end there. But yeah, there's still plenty of good waves. You can see how quick that tide is draining out though. Look at those rocks. They're really exposed right now. And I feel like we might only get a couple more heats until we probably go on hold for a while.
Yeah. Definitely still highly contestable conditions. It looks like Filmar is making a bit of a move away from the pack. Just wants to sit wide of his fellow competitors. Had a little look at that peak, but he will move back over. So right now, a bunch of threes littered across the scoreboard. So pretty even Stevens. You can see in the foreground there one of our caddies. I sort of gauge the height of the tide on how much of the legs of the caddies are exposed. So right now it's sort of waist deep where they stand. I think once it starts to get around the knee to sort of shin height, that's when we'll go on hold. So plenty of time still in this one. 13 minutes and 40 seconds. Requirements for green. Kanazawa to go into first, a 3.27. Alapeo needs to pretty much take off. He needs a 0.58, and the form surfer in mind of the event, or certainly one of them, Kyan Falvey, chasing just a 2.88. So, Jess, this morning, I'm not sure if you got to see Maramar's heat, but
I didn't.
Oh my goodness.
I am hunting the footage of this 9.4.
I think it's already gone up on the WSL QS socials. Absolutely amazing. Here goes Oni again. Oh, It's so funny. We both lean forward, like almost anticipating the surfers coming out. Here goes Kyan. This is a nice wave. And comes through clean.
We did it again. We lean forward. When they come out, it's like a sigh of relief. I lean back. And I'm like, oh, there we go. Job well done.
Well, I think that's the engaging part of this wave, you know. It's such a perfect tube that even if they're super deep, you almost expect that surfers of this calibre are going to come out. So, yeah, we'll have to put our seatbelts on in the future so we stop leaning forward. It's just so engaging.
Honestly. And you know what, Kyan as well, I spend a lot of time with him back at home. So Kyan from Cabarita, I'm sure a lot of Cabarita board riders is tuning in, but we actually train together in the gym and Kyan shows up every day. He puts in so much time. This is that one of Oni's. He travelled, but just at the end couldn't make it out. And then this is the replay of Kyan. So really stylish kind of entry into this wave. You could tell he drew a really nice high line through it and then came out, did that signature Cloud 9 layback after the barrel. And I just feel like in the last, I want to say 8 months, I feel like Kyan has almost leveled up a gear. And not only just in his surfing, but in his socials. He started a YouTube channel. He's been putting clips out of him surfing, really cool GoPro footage. Comes from a lovely family, and I know that they're probably tuning in. And they're my neighbours as well. They live literally 6 houses up from me.
No way.
Yeah, not too far. And then his coach, Jared, he's probably watching in too. So big hey to JDT, because without JDT, a lot of these surfers here wouldn't have the fitness they have, the strength they had, the mental confidence they have. Jared is more than just a fitness coach. He's like a friend. He's like family to all of us. And even when I made the decision to take a little break from comps this year, he was so supportive, but he was like, but you still got to train, still got to be good. So big shout out to Jared. If you're ever on the Gold Coast and need a coach, he's definitely amazing.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that. I can tell you first that a 417, the best wave, has locked in the blue column, but Jared seems to be blowing up. Every surfer seems to be in the gym. Is it sort of strength and conditioning, core work? What's making him such a desired coach?
It's a little bit of everything. He really tailors his training to you and your body. For example, I have really rounded shoulders and I do get a lot of shoulder pain. So Jared tailors my training to strengthening my back, strengthening my core. It's not just you rock up and you do one thing and then you go home. He rocks up, he pushes you, he challenges you. If he thinks you're not doing enough, he'll tell you. And if you have a bad day, the amount of times I've shed a tear in front of Jared, just because he's the kind of guy, he's just, like I said, he's more than a coach, he's a friend, he's a family. And I know all of us who train with him in the senior squad, if we have an issue, he's the first person we go to. And then now I think the rest of the world is appreciating how great of a coach he is. And I think when your coach becomes your friend, it becomes really contagious. And now he's got Americans training with him, Costa Ricans. He's training with some of the best BMX bikers in the world.
Wow.
And he's just about to open up his own gym facility too, which is really exciting. And yeah, I'm obviously a huge fan, but even if I didn't train with him, I think it's pretty easy to tell that he's a great human and he deserves the success that he's having at the moment. So there's a lot going on with JDT training. I think there might be an app coming out. He's opening up some more spots to some more international clients, and he wants to expand to more than just athletes as well. He wants to bring it all in to the rest of the community, make this big family. And I feel really lucky that I get to be a part of that family. I know Kyan does as well. And I feel like if any one of the competitors in this event, even yourself, Justin, if you're like, hey, I actually want to train with Jared, he would be like, yup, he's such a yes guy. And big ups to Jared, because we absolutely love him.
Well, sorry to disappoint, Jessie. I'm highly allergic to the gym. I don't go into those things that often. Maybe I should, but...
that is so good.
Here we go. Third priority. This is a great-looking wave. Valves. Nice, clean exit on the tube. Wraps it around. And this one's going to give him one more opportunity through the inside. Finds a steep section. Unfortunately, with this dropping tide, there is not much water on the inside, so unable to ride out of that one. But that is going to improve his .73. I'm going to say it's enough to move him into the lead. There's 8 minutes on the clock. And remembering back to Filma Alapeo's heat the other day, didn't really have much going on. I think he had a 3 under the belt and somehow was able to find an 8.33 to progress through. So here's the front on replay. Kyan pumps. Not super deep.
Yeah. Not super deep, but still a good amount of coverage there. I think the nose of his board did stick out. That was a really dodgy section to go for. Looking like Oni Onwa got a wave. So it was 2.7 for that last one of Kyan. Like you said, Justin did put him into the lead. So my eyes do kind of go towards Tucky and Filma right now. Filma knows exactly what he's looking for.
Yep.
He knows this wave so well. And in the free surfs, I do think he's the standout, him and Maramar. Oni getting a good amount of coverage there. The Lakey Peak local, he's just so comfortable, so at home out there. And Oni actually just had a son. I think his son's 1, maybe 2 now, Noah. I know he's probably watching on, and he's such a good dad. So it's his first kid, and he just is so in love with him. I saw him yesterday. We got coffee, and it was just Noah, 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 Noah. So I'm sure Noah is probably watching on. And Oni actually has a cool story. So from Lakey Peak, but feel like he's also from everywhere.
Yeah.
He kind of grew up everywhere. Spent a little bit of time in Hawaii. Spent a little bit of time in Australia. He actually went to school in Australia. Same school where Kyan's dad taught.
Yep.
Actually.
Big shout out to Ben. He's big part of that Palm Beach Currumbin Surf Academy. They've got a track record of producing champion surfers. Di Wacko went there.
No way.
Yeah, Di told me that the other day.
No way. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. So anyway,
one of the judges went there, Ren Hashimoto.
Yeah.
She went to that school. It's kind of a bit of a hot spot actually for a lot of international students, because I think they have such a good surfing program there.
Yep.
And fair enough. It's a sick school as well, so I would go there. But it's producing a lot of really good talent, a lot of competitors, a lot of just great humans. Oni Onwa being one of them. Kyan, I believe, went to a school in New South Wales. So we live almost Queensland, we like to call it, in almost Queensland, just
right
before
on the border. Well, here he goes. Fourth priority, finds a smaller insider but extracts maximum tube time. Gets a nice little carve in the pocket there and finishes the inside section, rides on out. So I think he realises, hey, I need to improve on that 2.7. Oni Anwar's last wave was a 3.70, which does go into his top 2. We're at the 5-minute mark, and right now the guys chasing some scores are our surfers in green and in red. But this is the replay of the last of Blues.
We got pretty deep in it, actually. So Kyan, this is going to be another score. Like you said, he wants to replace the 2.7. Yeah, travelled for a fair bit of time through it as well, so he navigated that barrel really nicely. Got a good-looking carve, and then went for a pretty solid turn there on that last section. Got the ride out, so needs to better 2.7. Looking at our tide markers, our caddies, I feel like the water is starting to get to shin high. It's definitely getting lower and lower, but I don't know. My eyes are going towards Tucky and Filma right now because, well, Filma you can't count out because he got an 8 in the last 3 minutes of his last round. But there's been a constant theme of whoever stayed busy has got through.
Yeah.
Look at Eden Hassan in that last heat. He was so busy. He got through. Him and Noah were catching the most amount of waves. And they took out a really big name, that is Dakota Walters. And it sort of feels like it's the same thing right now, that last wave of Kyan, a 4.4. So putting him back in the lead, I just feel like, yeah, it's just definitely been a constant theme. If you stay busy, if you stay in rhythm with the wave, it's been allowing you to get through the heats, even with small scores. But then again, when you have a name like Filma in your heat, you just really don't know.
You're always looking over your shoulder because you know he's right there. He's never too far away from getting a good wave and dropping a good number. The last score of Blues, the best of the heat so far, a 4.40 to Kyan Falvey. Puts him up into first spot. Oni Anwar is down into second. His requirement is a 4.87 to go into first. Kanazawa in the green needs a 3.8 and Filmar chasing a 3.94. So
absolutely
nothing in it. And you can see these two boys have dropped anchor. They've been waiting. They've got first and second priority respectively and just waiting for a bigger wave because they know they could probably get a 3.8 and a 3.94 on a smaller wave, but they really want to slam the door shut with not much time remaining at all.
Keeping their nerve too. I mean, I would be freaking out right now if I had been sitting for, 28 minutes and I've only had one wave.
Yep.
That's a long time to not catch another wave. So Filmer, he is just looking very cool, calm and collected right now. I feel like if that was me, I would have no nails left. I would have no hair left. Neither would my family probably too. They'd be ripping their hair out. I know that Filmar's family is watching on from the tower as well. Sister Angie, brother PJ. They could be in the same status that I thought I would be in. I know Angie's a very passionate sister. She's probably stressing out, but also probably knows that he's got this in the bag. So 2 minutes. It's just, honestly, if an opportunity comes his way, I definitely don't doubt that Filmer will get the score, but he does have second priority. So if it's only one opportunity in 2 minutes.
He wants a set to do it on.
Yeah. He doesn't want to force it.
No.
He's not that kind of guy.
No, a very important part of the Filipino surf community and the surf scene. We are slowly but surely running out of time in this one for our Japanese surfer and our Cloud9 local to fire a shot and make their way through to the round of 16. This round of 32 is so important, Probably have to have a look on the heat draw to see. No, we don't go to the man-on-man heats or surfer-on-surfer heats until the quarterfinals. So I thought we may go to man-on-man, but not for another round after this one. So 1 minute on the clock.
Also, there's such a big difference in points between the round of 32 to the round of 16. So this is definitely a heat everyone wants to make just based on points, because like I said, there's just, if you make the round of 16, that just makes such a big difference. You'll climb a lot more spots. And I definitely know that that's a massive goal for a lot of people. Like, I just want to make the round of 16. Especially for someone like Kyan, who, if he makes this heat, this is his best result ever in a QS. And it's such a big difference. Looking like there could be a little bit of commotion right now. Everyone kind of looked like meerkats just then, having a look, trying to see what was happening. But 15 seconds on the clock. I really don't think there's much coming through right now. And I'll be gutted if Filmar gets knocked out. I think he's so good out here, but unfortunately, I think that's going to be the case.
Yep, I can't see anything coming. He's moving, but this set is not going to reach him in time. So, yep, the tide is having a bit of an effect on things. The first round of 32 in the men's side of the draw is done and dusted. We're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be right back after this.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the second heat of the men's round of 32. It features Macklin Flynn from Warramup in Western Australia, Lennox Smith from New South Wales, Shohei Kato, where's he from, Dai?
Japan.
Whereabouts in Japan?
Oh, he's from Tokyo, actually.
There you
but
go.
he surfs in Chiba all the time. Chiba is like where, actually in Australia, it's like on Gold Coast.
Okay.
The Japanese Gold Coast is Chiba.
Okay. And we've also got the Indonesian wonder kid, Bronson Mady, in the green. And speaking of Bronson, here he is straight into this one. Looks like he's riding his epoxy, a JS. Big shout out to those guys. Obviously creating some of the best equipment on the planet. And I've got myself a new JS for this trip. So,
Oh, right.
yeah. It's a bit of a step up. Shout out to my mate Alan Pav back home in Western Australia. But yeah, haven't quite had the swell on offer at the other breaks to get in the water. But if we go on hold, I've waxed it up. It's ready to go, so I might get it out in the water. But Bronson is open with a 3.23. Takes an early lead in this one, and pretty smart because that last heat was a little bit slow. You can see in the background there, that is Towson, and you can just see how shallow that reef is on the right hand side of your screen. So the plug has been pulled out, and slowly but surely the tide is starting to drain. So these surfers in this heat will have to adapt to the conditions. And I'm sure the guys in heat number 3, Tully Wiley, Oscar Berry, Luke Brumby and Varun Tanjung, are all watching just to assess the situation, see what the waves are doing. And here we see Macklin Flynn, the West Aussie, scratching hard. Whoa. And goes down there.
Foam ball just caught him.
This is a massive result for Macklin to make it through this. Pretty sure it's his first ever QS 5000. He's made it through a bunch of heats so far as Bronson. Wow.
Bronson just made a huge tubes. Well, that was great surfing from Bronson. Made it. You know, he recently, not him, but Billabong, you know, dropped the new films, future films.
Yep.
And he was in it, but he was absolutely, you know, ripping in the film. Have a look at this again.
Wow. Perfect drone angle. You could see backdoored that section that just threw.
Right.
It was a tricky barrel to navigate, but did it so well. Look at that whole bit of lip just throwing over him.
The rip was so thick, actually. It was scary part of the wave that you can pull into. It's going to be a very good score for Bronson Mady, that's for sure.
He's just paddling back out past his mates. They give him a little splash, probably egging him on, saying that was sick. But some similarities to this wave, to where he's from.
Right.
Lakey Peak, but he's been residing in Bali for a very long time. And there we go. His score has elevated up into the double digits. So Bronson, a really good and smart decision to keep busy at the start of this heat. He would have watched that last one and said, guys who are sitting around, you know, Phil Maher, who was an absolute legend here, only caught one wave. So if something comes to me, I'm going to take it. And he's done that and locked in an absolute keeper. So we've just had the call made that we're going to go on hold after this heat. So obviously assessing conditions, you can see on the front of the screen there, the tide is getting super low. It's really drawing out. So next call will be after this heat, will be at 11:30 for a possible 12 p.m. start. So I guess the guys in heat number 3, they can get out of the heat. It's a warm day here. They'll probably go back, recharge the batteries as we see.
Henrik Smith in the tube, traveling a quite long time, but again the foam ball just caught him, sucked over. But there's still 24 minutes to remain in this heat. Here is Bronson. Have a look again. Whoa! But Lennox just got pumped on this wave.
Yeah, well, Bronson a 6.83 on his last, backs up his 3.23 opening wave to sit on 10.06 as a two-wave total. Right now, a 1.0 sits in Macklin Flynn's scoreline and a 0.87 for Lennox Smith. So the Japanese surfer sitting out the back with first priority. 23 and a bit minutes on the clock. And right now Bronson's got to be feeling pretty confident with his start, but these are three very good surfers in the heat alongside him, so we'll wait and see what transpires. Di, are you going to get the 20 out there during the break, or what's your plans?
Well, trying to surf somewhere, maybe here or somewhere else, but here is 加藤翔平選手1本目のライディングになります。さあこれもいい波になってくる。さあ長い時間自分の中に入ってきて、ここはきちんと出てきます。さあインサイドのセクションをメイクして、これはいいライディングになりました。Wow, that was a well served from Shohei Kato. He was traveling the tube quite long time, generating a speed first section into the second section, coming out of it so clean.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get another replay of that. And here is this angle up and over that first boil and just pumping, holds his line. It was a really nice wave. And I love the green rails he's got going there. How do you say wow in Japanese? Is it still wow?
Still wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because I was going to say wow when he came out, but then you were talking in Japanese, so I was like, I won't say that. But here is a really good tight angle of it. Pumps through that second section. That was well done.
Yeah, that was a well done surfing from Shohei Kato. But he wasn't completely disappeared in the tube. He was traveling quite a long time. But what do you think about that?
Well, we'll come back to my thoughts. We're going to throw to Jessie, who has got the last heat winner out there on the tower.
Yes, I'm with a very relieved Kyan Falvey. Kyan, slow heat out there, not what we're used to seeing. I mean, especially not what you're used to surfing. Nerve-wracking times out there for you?
Yeah, that was really, really nerve-wracking. I don't think I had a wave for like the first at least 15 minutes, and then snuck one, and then I just started doing some surfing, and it wasn't much, nothing special, but it was enough.
This is a career best result for you. You're moving on to the round of 16 in a 5,000. That's pretty huge. What changed? I mean, I know you were training really hard before you came, but is there any mental prep that you did? It just feels like this is like a new Kyan that we're seeing.
I did a really, really hard training, like big training block with Jared, about a month or two out of this comp, and then Matty Jobs introduced me to some Wim Hof, and I've been actually trying that before every heat, and it seems to be working, so I'm gonna keep doing it.
Bit of Wim Hof, bit of meditation, that's what's going to change. We know that your family is your biggest fans. You probably want to say hi to them back home.
Yeah, big thanks to Mum. Hey Mum, hey Dad, hey Molly and Cooper, thanks for watching.
And one last question. What does it take for you to get here? Who is kind of supporting you to get here? And, is it just a lot of work for you?
Yeah, well, Mum and Dad definitely help out a lot, and I wouldn't be here without Build Cert. I'll thank them again. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to make it halfway around the world without their support. Yeah. Thanks.
Amazing. Amazing. Thanks, Kyan. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jessie. And yeah, a guy that has really impressed me thus far. Probably the first real scrappy heat he's had, but you just got to do enough to get through. Obviously, these low tide conditions are starting to become a bit more tricky. Macklin, Flynn, he's only a pretty light little frame. I thought he was going to punch through that, but he is swinging. He's had a few attempts now, unable to exit any tubes.
加藤翔平選手、奥から行きますが、これは少し深すぎたようです。では先ほどの加藤翔平選手のライディング 4.17 をスコアし現在第2位のポジションです。
19 minutes on the clock, and right now Shohei with a 4.17 as the second best wave ridden in this heat. Minor scores to both red and blue. We mentioned it just before, but this will be the last heat. We'll go on hold for a couple of hours. It'll probably be around about the 9:30 mark by the time we finish this heat. Next call will be at 11:30 for a potential 12 p.m. recommencement with heat 3 of the round of 32. Requirements: a 5.9 for Shohei to go into first place. Macklin Flynn has got two 1.07s. He needs a 4.14 to move up the leaderboard. Lennox Smith, just one wave ridden, needs a 4.33. So Right now, Shohei not completely safe. There's still a bunch of time in this heat. I'll take the opportunity to shout out to Macklin's family. G'day Rory, Nicole, Aceman, Kai, Taylor. He's one of 4 brothers, so I know them all pretty well. I'm sure they're all watching this, and I'm sure they're sending him good mojo all the way from Western Australia to continue what has been a really impressive heat for the young West Aussie. Here goes your heat leader, Bronson.
Comes unstuck. I thought he was gonna make it out of it so clean, but it's probably some bumps in the end. But still, he's in the lead with the 6.83 and threes. Let's have a look at it again.
The wave just hit that boil, and probably because there's less water on the reef, those little boils are gurgling a little bit harder maybe, and unfortunately probably happened right under his fins, lost his line in the tube and went down.
So what's your plan for the break?
I don't have any specific plans as we see Shohei.
加藤翔平選手、これ3本目のライディング、ここも深く攻めていきますが、少し波が速かったようです。では、このヒートが終わった後、試合がホールドになります。ネクストコールが11時半、ポテンシャルスタートが12時となっています。
I'm actually really hot today. It is, if it wasn't for this fan, I'm a sweater as it is, but yeah, it is really warm. Here he goes again. This guy is surfing with great rhythm, goes for the big alley-oop, unfortunately unable to stick that. But yeah, I'm pretty keen for a surf, so I'll chuck the boardies on and probably make the most of that sort of little 2-hour break that we've got.
Maybe trying to find some waves on low tide. But let's have a look at this. So he just backdoor it, comes out clean, going for his signature move, alley-oop, but just the wind just blew his board away.
Yeah, so James O'Donnell, if you're watching, we will be finishing up in about 15 minutes. I'll take your local advice on where best we should head. A little 2-hour liquid lunch break would be pretty nice, mate. 15 minutes on the clock, so approaching the halfway stage of the heat. The best wave ridden, a 6.83 to Bronson. Shohei Kato, a 4.17. Right now, the 2 young Aussies who were recently in Western Australia competing in our WA Pro Surf Series are chasing something in the 4s. A 4.14 for Macklin and a 4.33 for Lennox. But this is a really big event for both of them. They've been surfing really well through the earlier rounds. Both got great potential, and I wish them a couple of sets in the next 14.5 minutes. It is the 30th of October, which means tomorrow night, I think there's a few big Halloween parties going on. Di?
Yeah, I've heard of there's a lot of parties on the Halloween. It's a big thing in Siargao. Yes.
That was Macklin, unable to get under the lip. It landed on his head and sent him down to a pretty shallow reef right now. Is Halloween a big tradition in Japan?
Yes, actually. You gotta see some footage of Tokyo area. It's crazy. Like there's a famous road in Shibuya. It's just packed with the people, and you can't even drive.
Wow.
It's huge in Japan, especially in the city area like Tokyo and Osaka. Yeah, so probably people are going out, celebrating, having fun.
I know the influence of Halloween is pretty big here on Siargao Island. I know there's a bunch of Halloween locations having trick-or-treat parties, but we won't need to worry about that until tomorrow. What I'm worried about now is this guy. Hopefully, Macklin Flynn can find the exit on the tube. Pulls into a smaller inside one. Nice, clean inside tube and wraps a couple of nice turns. So, yes, he's back. But so is this guy, Lennox Smith.
Whoa, almost comes out so clean. It was deep, big barrels. Unfortunately, he got caught by foam ball, I think. But that was a great ride from Flynn.
Yep. So it's taken Macklin a little while, but he's just locked in what will be his best wave. It'll reduce his requirement in second spot. And here's the replay.
It's a smaller wave, but still he managed to travel quite time in the barrel, and now he put another great turn in. Finishes off nicely. And here is Surfing Blue, almost coming out of the big tube, but unfortunately he went down.
All right, that's a 2.9 for Macklin, a 2.90. His requirement is now a 2.31.
Right, so probably he needed to go deeper. That's pretty much what judges are saying, because it comes in 2.90. So I had a feeling that it's gonna be a bit better than 2.90, but
yeah, I think the judges saw sort of where he was. It was a smaller inside wave. It was a clean tube ride, but we've been saying it a bit. The bigger the wave, generally, the bigger the score. But right now, he's just got to keep busy under priority. Here he goes again. Nice bit of travel, and that is one thing that Macklin has, is a really good air game. So if he can stick something, if he can make another little tube and stick an air, he is easily going to get the required score.
Wow, really love the air, like tweak in the air. That's really cool to watch. It's like same as the last one, but how's the tweak in the end? That's sick.
Yeah, he's like a gecko. He's got sticky feet, but enough to move into second spot. So that was a 2.5, and I think that's just smart surfing from Macklin. Obviously realise, he can move into second. He's broken down the 4.33 across two waves. He's now in second, and he can work on improving those scores. A 7.16 will move him into first. Your Japanese counterpart out there needs just a 1.23. Lennox Smith needs a 4.27, but just bite-sized pieces of the requirement, and now he's in second spot. He's probably not in a very comfortable second, knowing that White just needs a 1.5 essentially, but at least now he's got some scores on the board.
Right.
He's in second spot, and he can just work on improving a 2.9 and a 2.5.
Yeah, even it's 2.2s, he's in the rhythm, I think, because he's getting those inside ones. So, and he's having a taste of the waves and how it breaks. So I think it's really good move for Flynn. Even though it's 2.9 and 2.5, it's gives him a lot of good confidence on a wave.
Yep, well, I'll take this opportunity to do a shout out to Ian Woolley McPherson and Mike Stomper McAuliffe, two guys that Macklin has worked really closely with, and he's an aspiring surf coach himself. So,
well, here is 加藤翔平選手。こちらレイトテイクオフ、深いところから攻めていきますが、ここは出てこれない。逆転に必要なスコア 1.23、 残り時間9分30秒です。
And here goes Macklin behind, deep. You can see the boils starting to become more prominent, and the boys are really close to one another there.
There's going to be a paddle battle here in between second and third.
It looks like Shohei's going to reserve his energy. He's not too worried about it. Macklin's a young whippersnapper. He's kicking hard to make it back out the back and regain third priority. Under 9 minutes now. Dai, back at home, do the Japanese nationals or your local events, do they get very competitive? I feel like the Japanese surfers are so, respectful, so disciplined. Do you ever see paddle battles or?
Oh, all the time.
All the time,
we
okay.
Get so much competitive.
Okay.
So, yeah, you will see it in this event,
okay.
Definitely. Yeah. So we all have an original national league in Japan. So we are used to this, kind of competitions, and they are very focused and train so hard to come here. So, but here is Bronson up and riding again, traveling the tube.
Wow.
Nice recovery from Bronson. Well, I think that was really deep. He comes out with the big white ball. Wow, that's a great surfing.
Yeah, well, he's quite a slight, he's quite tall and lanky, but obviously got some good core strength because, he was getting bumped and pushed. You can watch this bit here. You see the foam ball. He pretty much falls back on to his backside, but able to stand up and complete that one. Just a beautiful little insider.
Right.
He didn't really fall over, just got pushed backwards, but good strength to be able to stand up tall and ride out of that one. Looking to improve on a 3.23, and he's done it. So a 4.43. It's been all one-way traffic, really, this heat in the blue lane. He's just asking to hear that score. There he goes, gets it.
Thumbs up. That's cool. He likes it.
So used priority, but improved his situation. So that's smart surfing. And Bronson, on his way back out, has a look at that one.
Yeah, smart surfing from Bronson. Every time he took off, better the score. So very smart from Bronson, matey.
And looks like on his way back out, he's going to swing and go.
Oh. Wow!
No.
Can he right out of it? He did. That was not an air reverse. That was a backflip.
That was a
air
backflip.
Reverse,
I actually saw him do one of these in Taiwan.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, but we're going to get every angle of this thing on the replay.
Oh my God, that was crazy air.
That was crazy.
One of the crazy air in this event so far, probably. He did it under priority, those inside ones. So, wow.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get a replay of this. Here he goes. He's riding an epoxy and pops it. There is not much water over the reef right there.
Right.
That was incredible.
That was incredible. Wow, can't wait to see the scores now. Just under 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
You can see White asking for the situation. So Bronson Mady yesterday spoke about swapping his boards. He hasn't, I don't think he's ridden this epoxy board that's under his feet right now.
加藤翔平選手、こちらの波も深く攻めていきますが、少し出口が潰されてしまうような波になってしまいました。さあ、残り時間5分。現在3位の加藤選手、必要なスコアはわずか 1.23。
Oh, okay. So 2 missed opportunities. Macklin Flynn has first priority now. We are still awaiting the score for that backflip from Bronson. Here it is again. This is the angle I want to see. I think he's almost going to hit the drone here.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Ryan Williams, great control to fly that drone and keep the surfer in frame the whole time. That was impressive.
That was impressive.
He is a very, very impressive young surfer out of Indonesia, highly touted for many years. Went through a bit of a knee reconstruction, had a bit of time off due to that injury, but he is back. He's got some very good crafts under his feet, and here goes Shohei now.
さあ、中央しっかり抜けてターンも入れてきた。さあ、ここはしっかりメイクしていきたいところですが、最後のターンはノーズダイブ。And this is your guy up and riding. That was one of the sets.
Yep, that was a set. So, without seeing the start of Macklin's wave, I can pretty much tell you, I think that Shohei will move into second.
Right.
But has Macklin done enough to get that spot back? Because it did look like a big wave. It did look like a pretty solid takeoff.
Well, 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So the last of the Brunson comes in 8.5.
Wow.
Excellent score. Just one single air in the smaller size waves. And here's a replay. 加藤翔平選手のリプレイになります。さあ、中を抜けた後、大きなカービング。ここのターン惜しくも成功にはなりませんでしたが、逆転に必要なスコアは 1.23。
Wow, that was a bigger wave for Macklin. He was sort of looking to get down the line, but the wave shut down on him. So, this is really interesting. So a 4.93 has locked in for Macklin Flynn. White's requirement is a 3.67.
Wow. So we're still waiting for the last of Shohei.
We are waiting for that score to lock in.
Is it going to be 3.67? And just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Time is ticking. So Shohei is under priority right now. So he's just praying that last wave. Well, last wave comes in 3.27.
Oh,
not enough.
Not enough. So you can see Macklin Flynn in second position. 2 minutes on the clock. He is going to shadow White very closely, but he can't forget about the fact that Lennox Smith is out there.
Right.
Leno needs a 6.7 right now, and Macklin is going to wear the surfer in white like a glove for the next 90 seconds. He does not want him to get an opportunity at that 3.67. So Macklin, a worthy wave, the 4.93 on a bigger set wave, so used his priority well, waited for his opportunity, and we can see surfers on the move here.
Well, intense moment, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, so Lennox having a look, but decided not to go that one. Well, that was, clever decision probably. It was really fast wave.
But there has been a priority change, so unfortunately Lennox Smith goes to the back of the queue. Macklin has to play defense, gets a good tube there, cracks a beautiful turn. He's looking to improve on a 2.9, and he's done it. He asked the judges the question, so...
Wow, that was a great wave from him. That was, such a great wave. He played really well, defends himself from Shohei, and he got a tube, turns, air, everything in one wave.
That was so good. So, wow.
30 seconds remaining.
I'm really impressed with the surfing and the development we've seen. This looks like our heat leader, the guy that doesn't need a wave, is going to get another tube, puts his feet back.
Whoa. That was a sketchy part.
Yeah, so it is starting to drain out pretty quick. It's not going to stop the free surfers getting out there and trying to sample their own little piece of Cloud 9. Here's the replay of Macklin Flynn. The boy from Quarramup does super well to navigate that and takes to turns. Good first manoeuvre. Nice little wrap there. Goes for the air reverse. And I'll leave that with the judges to decide whether that's a completed air reverse, but he went for it. He knew he had to. Great turn there. Sets that one up for the inside section and pops it. Don't know if he had enough forward momentum there for that one. His best score, however, a 5.73. Congratulations, Macklin Flynn. You are through to the men's round of 16. An epic result for the young West Australian. Our heat winner was Bronson Matey, taking it out with an 8.5 on that backflip. Got a really nice tube for a 6.83. But Mac Daddy, congratulations. Shohei finished in third and Lennox Smith in fourth. We are going to go on hold for a couple of hours. Be sure to check back in at 11:30 a.m. for a possible 12 p.m. recommencement with Heat 3 of the men's round of 32.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Luto. Kamera niya ako. Satu ko no. Paway. Paway ko no sila. Dako pro ako.
Dakop or checkpoint?
Ha?
Dakop or checkpoint?
Hindi, kung dakop lang, likay ako mga tao ng tail.
Police or...
Mga pulis na lamang.
Waya, nagkuha na daw sila, check na daw sila atok pagyo na pick-up para sa traffic.
Waya, kuwan. Niloko ko na sila ng papel.
Nagkaya ka na sa kitami, waya. Nagkaya ka sa kitami.
Down. Kailain. Jai pante mo doon.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day number 5 of Siargao International Surfing Cup. We were on hold due to the tide condition, but now we are back at 12. It's gonna start anytime soon. So we are back here in the booth with True. How was your break?
It was great, Di. I just lived it up in the aircon, really. I needed just a little bit of a break from the heat and from the sun. I was I was getting too hot and sticky, so I was like, I just need a minute. But yeah, it was really nice. I had a bit of me time. Jesse went for a surf with you. You guys said you had some fun.
I went on a boat, actually. We took a boat to the, I forgot the name of the place, but it was fun, actually. It wasn't anything, special, but still we had a couple of good ones. We had a great break. We are refreshed and now back into the action. So we have now round of 32, men's heat number 3, Tally Wiley in red, Oscar Berry in blue, Luke Brumby in white, Balloon Tanjun in green. So 3 Australian surfers against 1 Indonesian surfer.
Yeah, it's going to be a good heat. I feel like all 4 of these surfers have been in form. We are going to do half an hour heats or 30-minute heats for these, the rest of the round of 32. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. As you said, we went on hold over the low tide, but there's going to be some good waves rolling through for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, condition looks the same, like exactly the same. Light offshore, clean. Glassy waves. And there, I've seen some huge set coming through to the lineup. And here is someone. Nope. But yeah, it looks amazing still out there.
Yeah, it's really clean. It's super fun. There's plenty on offer. So it's going to be a great afternoon of surfing. And yeah, it's crazy, to have all 4 of these surfers in the round of 32. We're going to say goodbye to 2 of them. And, this is just such a stacked heat. It's such a stacked round. Every surfer is really good. Every surfer's eyeing off that Challenger Series qualification. Tully Wiley has just come off a Challenger Series year, as well as Oscar Berry. Luke Brumby, he's probably the youngest or one of the youngest in the draws. He's from the Sunshine Coast, and Varun Tanjung, he's young as well, but he's been around for long enough to have a fair bit of experience.
Right, especially his dad is the legend surfer from Indonesia, Rizal Tanjung. So he's probably passed on to the knowledge to Balloon Tanjung. So she's experienced a lot of surfing in all of the places.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat. Of course, a little bit of a slow one to start. Only 2 minutes down, though. And, yeah, there's still time, which is great to allow half an hour or 30 minutes for these heats. It just means that there's more and more opportunity. You can see it looks like one of the board caddies. I can't even tell who that is. They are so covered up. Keeping sun safe here. It is quite hot. The sun is burning bright, so keeping sun safe is super important here at the Philippines.
Right.
That's for sure.
That's for sure. Well, something on the horizon right now. So this for somebody, but well, looks like surfer white Luke up and riding. Try to stall a little bit, get covered, but well, it's shut down on him.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Luke, not finding an exit. But there's some nice, I mean, look how blue and beautiful it
Right.
is out there. And this wave coming through, will anyone go? It doesn't look like it.
It's just so perfect, you know.
Mm.
When you think of the great waves, you think of this, you know, this peaky A-frame, spiraling.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Di. It's so nice out there. It's just paradise here. You can see we've just come off a low tide at 10:45, so starting at 12, allowing for the tide to come back to mid to high, which is kind of the best tide to be surfing here at Cloud 9. It just makes it a little bit hollower, a little bit easier to read. So that's why we go on break over the low tide, but there's still some really fun waves coming through right now.
Right.
And it's just beautiful scenes.
Right.
At day 5. I can't believe we're already on day 5 and we're getting
I
through so
know.
many heats.
You know, some of them are waiting for like 5 days to actually surf first heat.
Yeah.
And it's been non-stop firing since day 1, so everyone just was frozen to go out to surf, you know, this Cloud 9. But sometimes you don't really want to wait for the best ones in the competitions, because it's kind of, everyone's saying that it's kind of harder than what it looks like, because it looks perfect. Every wave gives you a lot of opportunities, but there's a few sets that allow you to get, you know, deep, long travel tubes out there. So you gotta be selective, but you don't want to be waiting a long time.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen people kind of waiting quite a while. This is Luke Brumby up and riding again. He pulls in, gets a bit of distance. Oh my goodness. Gets exploded.
He got you know, 2 sections, and he just pumping through in the tubes nicely. Yeah, right here, just generating speed. Section 1 and the last section, he was trying to, you know, doggy door it, but unfortunately he got pumped.
Wow. This beautiful drone angle. He gets a fair bit of distance and you can just see it lands on his head and he gets, oh my goodness, smoked. Hope he's okay and that his board's alright. You can still see that it is quite low. Here we go. Tully Wiley pulls in on his backhand and comes out. Gets a start to his campaign in this heat.
It's a great way to start his campaign here. Gets covered, kick out quickly. And here is a replay. Love this drone angle. Well, he was in the tube for a while and come out of so clean, kicked out real quick so that he can get higher priority out there.
Yeah, I liked Tully's attack and his read on that wave. It locks in nice and quickly. 3.17 for Tully Wiley. And with 24 minutes or just under to go, you can see, you know, that there is definitely some good waves coming through. The smaller ones opening up beautifully. Yeah, there's definitely opportunity out there.
Definitely.
But the sets, sometimes when those sets come through, they're just really that point of difference. They're bigger, they're a little bit better. But we'll see what happens for the rest of the heat with 23 minutes to go. Di, what's been the highlight of the event for you so far?
I gotta say, Maramar's 2 waves this morning. He got 9 and 8, and he gets the highest total score of the event so far.
Wow.
It was about like 18.27.
Wow.
So that was my highlight, definitely. And he was showcasing what he can do at his home break.
Yeah, this is the last wave of Luke Barumbi where he gets absolutely eaten alive. And yeah, I agree. I feel like Maramar is so in tune with this wave out
Right.
here. I love watching him surf. I'm sure he brought a lot of locals with him as well.
True. You know, he was throwing away the sixes.
Wow.
And he was getting these 8 inside ones actually, not on the bomb.
Wow.
So that's, that's something you gotta take away from the locals. You don't always have to be on the set to get those scores. There's
Yep.
something inside as well. So yeah, that was a great heat he had.
Yeah, there's definitely inside opportunities for sure.
And I loved how he expressed his feeling on the first wave of the event where he gets a 9.
Mhm.
When he came out of the tubes, he just put his hand in the air, just showing that how happy he is, because it means a lot for him probably having this QS 5000 at his home break. It was so great to watch.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I don't know if you watched or got to see his final from last year, but wow, it was insane. Like, he had so much emotion, and like you said, he was really showing it to the crowd and showing it to everyone, and kind of it was really inspiring. And to see him win, he was getting so tubed and doing the biggest airs.
Wow.
It was just crazy. I mean, yeah, he was a gear above everyone else here last year. It was great to see from Maramar. So hopefully, I'm sure he wants to back it up.
Right.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see his surfing in this round, right? Still,
Yeah.
Round of 32.
Yeah, we'll see him later on in this event for the round of 32. It looks like he will be in Heat 7. He'll be with Raymer or Robert Magaluna, Taj Stokes and Eden Hassan. Wow.
That is a great matchup again.
Wow, that is a great heat. But here we go right now. This is Varun Tanjung. Oh my gosh. Flies under the lip.
Oh, no. He loves it. But
Wow.
I love it so much. I thought, he disappeared so much, but here is Oscar Berry. Was just closing out, so just quick in and out. But Varun Tanjung's first wave. It was great surfing from him.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was huge for Varun. Let's take a look, Di. Talk me through it.
He kind of, took off late, but managed to pull into the barrel and traveled quite a long time, disappeared. It comes out so clean, and he loved it.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't
Wow.
you? That was huge.
That was huge barrel as well. That was one of the sets, so it's gonna be pretty good score.
Yeah, waited 11 minutes for that wave. And yeah, it was a good one. Oscar Berry also got one in that wave exchange. Unfortunately, it wasn't what he was looking for. He had to pull through the back. There we go, a 9-point ride for Varun Tanjung. What a way to open up this heat for the round of 32, sorry. Look at this Di, it's just picturesque.
Wow, this is 9-point ride. Getting the tube, and it was huge tube as well. And I love how he managed to take off. It was really late, but somehow he managed to pull into the barrel, traveled, come out so clean, and he is into it again. He's having a look in the barrel, standing tall. Can he come out? Unfortunately, he went down, but still he got 9.0 on his first wave. And this is Luke Barbie. That's huge, solid turn.
Wow. Oh.
Wow, that was literally huge, solid first turn.
Yeah, on a pretty big section,
Right.
pretty intimidating section for sure.
Free falling from the top of
Wow.
the wave. I reckon that's solid. Yeah, it's gonna be a good score for Luke as well.
Let's take a look at the replay. It's a bigger looking wave, drives off the bottom. Oh, that was a nice first turn. Gets a second one in, and has to kind of eject out of that one. But yeah, I loved that turn, the commitment on it, Di.
Right.
I mean, you could see how low he was off the bottom. He was patient and really just kind of got up into that section so quickly. You could see how springy he was off the bottom. It was so cool to see that. No takers on this wave. It's a bigger one. It's no one was really liking it. You can kind of see why. I mean, it's still such a nice wave, but not barreling as much as what they were expecting. And then they're all getting this one on the head.
Right. So probably that was one of the bigger sets.
No takers on that one either. You can see Varun further inside having to duck dive that one. So we're coming down to almost the halfway mark. Varun Tanjung is in the lead with that 9.0. Waiting on scores for this last wave of Luke Brumby. It was a good looking turn. We'll see if the judges like it enough to give it a big score. We liked it. I liked the commitment, Dyke.
I liked the commitment so much. We've seen all the airs, rewarding the great scores, but it's going to be a first time. I feel like it's going to get really great rewarded.
Yeah.
But here is Oscar Berry up and riding, pumping through the tube and come out.
Wow.
That's sick.
That was so great from Oscar. He was flying through the barrel on that one. You could see he was just in tune with the wave, getting the speed. Love this drone angle. Look how blue and beautiful the wall is, and it just spits Oscar out as well. That was a great looking wave, using priority really wisely for Oscar. And wow, completely disappears, comes out with the spit.
Yeah, it's going to be another great score from Oscar Berry. I loved how he managed to pump in the tube so that he can generate the speed, come out of, tube so clean. Wow, judges got a work to do now.
They really, really do. That last wave of Luke locked in at a 3.9. So the judges did reward that turn with pretty much a 4, but Oscar Berry locks an 8-point ride, goes to second place. So Oscar sitting in good spot, but right now Tali Wiley needs a 5.34, has to hit the eject button on that one.
Just a quick in and out. Wow, 8.0, another excellent score from Oscar Berry.
Huge. Big surfing from Oscar and Varun right now. Excellent surfing, 8 and a 9.
Right, so the break we had turns to be a great decision.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen 9s and 8s in the first round.
Here we go, Oscar having another look under priority. It's a smaller wave, but definitely gets a cover up. And you can see just jams it, throws so much spray, gets out of there. Looks like there's some motion out behind him. Luke Brumby, that looked very uncomfortable for Luke. Wow, that was really unlucky.
But there is another set coming through behind it, so Varun Tanjung is now holding on to the first priority. So he has first one to get next one, but no one's on that one. But there's a few behind, so
no takers. This one kind of shouldering off maybe a little bit too much, Di.
Right.
But there's definitely some more swell lines rolling in right now. It's getting more and more consistent, that's for sure.
Alright, the last of Oscar Berry comes in 3.07. Now he's in the lead. He's having a smart move right here. As soon as he gets the extent score, he just went for the smaller ones to just get back up score. And now he's in the lead. So this is a reply of 307. And gets a little covered, but really love that turn right there. That's very powerful off the top.
Yeah, it was. Oscar's such a powerful surfer, and that was really smart, competitive surfing in my opinion, to just get Oscar to the lead. I liked it. So with 12 and a half minutes to go, Luke Brumby needs a 6.11. Tully Wiley is looking for a 6.84. You can see that is the next heat. Troy Espejon, making his way out, as well as Piso Alcala, the 3 times event winner here. Tenchi Iwami will be going out, as well as PJ Alapeo. We said goodbye to Filmar a little bit earlier today.
Oh, wow. Next heat, it's a great matchup.
It is.
Tenchi is, has great relationship with Siargao. So probably they all good friends now. So it's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, it will be. This is Oscar Berry on a smaller inside one, just kicking out. Doesn't like the look of it, but he can play around under priority. Tully Wiley falls into this. Doesn't find an exit, unfortunately. That wave just clamping on him. Wow.
When you're on the backhand at Cloud9, so when you're goofy footer, it's just totally different approach than natural footer.
Yeah.
Because it's on your backhand, so that's the thing that I really wanna watch. What Tully is gonna do with it.
Yeah, you're a goofy footer
yeah.
yourself, Di. So, you speak from experience from surfing out there, and it is definitely hard. I feel like you have to draw a different line as natural footers.
Definitely, you gotta take different approach. So you don't really wanna watch natural footers approach. But here is Luke up and riding again, traveling in the tube, but probably went a little bit too high and gets a hit by the rip in the head and went down. But he was needing 6.11, so he needed to go deep as he could. Just over 10 minutes remaining. Here's a reply.
Yeah, Luke, he gets deep there, but you can see he just kind of digs the nose a little bit, and unfortunately goes over with the lip. Luke, he's had such an amazing event so far. I have no doubt that he'll be able to regroup in the next 10 minutes and find the 6.11 that he's looking for. Tully is chasing a 6.84. And Tully's such an amazing surfer. He's had the experience on the Challenger Series. He's a very strong, goofy footer. He's got such a solid backhand. He's got a really nice forehand whip on him as well. But right now, it's all backside barrels for Tully out there.
Really love to watch backhand tubes and come out. Yeah, really want to learn from him actually by watching his surfing.
So pretty much what Di is saying is catch a couple more waves, Tully, and show me how it's done.
Right. Yeah.
No, I'm
love
kidding.
But yeah, so Valentine June is still young generation surfer. So if he gets through, it's gonna be his best results so far, I guess.
Yeah, I think even just getting through to the round of 32, I think that's his best result so far this year. I don't know whether it's overall, but so far this year it will be his best result.
Right.
And then right now he's sitting in a great spot to progress through to the round of 16, and he's looking at this one. A beautiful looking wave, just so perfect. He gets a cover up and comes out, and he really likes it. He's feeling the emotion out there right now. Oscar Berry looking to defend second place. He stalls, gets a bit of cover up time. You can see him, but unfortunately there was no real exit for Oscar.
He was traveling so long. It was that close to the exit.
Yeah, he's definitely looking solid. The boards that he's on, those LSDs are looking really sharp. Let's take a look at the replay of this one, Di.
Wow, he does that so great. He took off late, just managed to point to the barrel and get through the first section, into the second section and come out. And here is another one from Oscar Berry. He travels in the barrel so long. It was almost at the exit. But that was so unfortunate for Oscar Berry. Wow. There's going to be another good score for Balloon Tanjung, needing 2.07 to go into the lead. Just over 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Wow. So these scores are starting to hopefully filter on through. You can see Oscar asking for a situation, and it hasn't changed yet. But with 7 minutes to go, I'm sure it's going to adjust. We'll see that situation change because Varun only needs a 2.07 to go to first, which he will get that.
Well, Valiant Tanjung wants to know the score, but we haven't heard yet. But probably Oscar knows that, Tanjung got a good wave, so they all want to update now.
Yeah.
But we are still waiting for the last score of Balloon Tanjung. It's going to be another great score.
Yeah, it will for sure. 6.5 minutes to go, and there's a good score to lock in. So we'll see. Oscar Berry right now holds a lead, but this last score for Varun is definitely going to change the situation. It'll make it harder for Luke and for Tully. And I feel like with time ticking away, it might be just one wave, one opportunity for Luke. But Tully holds a first priority, so if a good one comes through, then he'll really be able to capitalize on it and hopefully use his priority wisely.
So the last wave from Balloon comes in 5.5. Now he's in the lead, 9 and 5.5. Oscar Berry needing 6.51 to go into the lead. Now Luke Brumby needing 7.17. Tally Wiley need 7.91 to go into second place, just under 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So they need pretty good score to go into the second. And Tally Wiley holding on to the first priority. So at this time, would you say they should break down the score or going for the requirement?
I think with 5 minutes to go, going for the requirement is definitely the go. I think Luke, he's catching this one under priority. It's a smaller wave. He won't get the exit, unfortunately. But yeah, I think with the time running out and with the priority rotation being as it is, I feel like, the best opportunity would be to just focus on that one wave or that one score that they're looking for, and it's in the sevens for both Luke and Tully right now. You can see the speedboat just flying past.
Coming home from the great surfing or just went for fishing?
Maybe both. We'll see.
Well, time is ticking, but there's something on the front lineup. It's Tylee. It's gonna go this one. Nope. Well, time is ticking away for white and red.
Yeah, no takers on any of these waves. Tully holding on to priority. He's not letting it go easily. Needs a 7.91. Luke needs a 7.18. And with 3.5 minutes to go,
well, now Oscar Berry,
times.
stressful time for probably Oscar as well.
Yeah.
He's sitting in the second, but still not a safer place to be. He wants to be in the lead right now at the moment. But now Oscar Berry is sitting close to Luke Brumby. Try to probably defensive time now.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Di. Oscar does have the priority over Luke, which means that, he's kind of in a better position. Able to keep Luke off any of the waves that kind of roll through, but Tully holds first priority. So we'll see what happens in the next 3 minutes. Luke, we saw him kind of fluffing around on the inside, getting a couple of those smaller ones, but nothing's really worked in his favour just yet. I feel like to get sevens, you're really looking at those sets that roll through and finding clean exits on those barrels. that boat driving past. That was actually, I think, fellow commentator Justin.
Wow.
Majex, yeah. He went out and had a paddle, and I think he's he's on his way back. He messaged before. He's like, I'm coming. I'll be back for my heat, but you know, we've got such a great team. We kind of keep each other covered, which is good.
That's great. Wonder where he was surfing at though.
Secret spot.
Secret
He didn't
spot.
tell anyone. No, just kidding. He did.
Well, under 2 minutes remaining. Balloon Tanjung just holding on the lead in this heat. Oscar Berry in second place. White Luke needing white and red needing a great score. 6, 7, sevens. They need sevens.
Yeah, 718 for Luke, 791 for Tully. You can actually see Varun and Oscar right now. They're having a chat. They're probably comparing barrels. What'd you do in your 9? Oh, I did this. What'd you do in your 8? Oh, I got this and did that. And yeah, that's pretty cool.
Right.
From both Varun and Oscar. But you can see Luke and Tully. They're not having a chat. They've got the game face on. It looks like there's a couple of lines rolling through. Will they get here in time? We have just over 1 minute to go.
Well, there's a movement from surfers, and we can see some lines coming into the lineup now. Just under 1 minute. So is there gonna be enough time for them? Here is Luke up and riding, needing 718. Traveling in a barrel, comes out. Hit the section. Another one. Can he make the last section go into the air? Fortunately, he couldn't ride out of it, but still, it was a great wave from Luke.
Yeah, it
needing
was.
718.
Although I'm kind of questioning why he did that on the last turn. Just a hit. Maybe it would have helped his situation. He did find an exit. It wasn't clean, but he got out of there really nicely.
Right.
Gets a couple of strong turns and then goes to the air on this one. I mean, he had to do it to get a 718, but maybe one big finner could have helped a little bit more. But with 10 seconds to go, Tully Wiley still holds first priority. Will he get a chance in the last 5 seconds? That looks like Oscar Berry up and riding on yet another wave. Oh, huge turn there for Oz. Doesn't look like Tully got an opportunity, I don't think.
So we are just waiting for the last of white and blue. Probably we're gonna be on hold for a little bit, but we are going to be short commercial break and we'll be right back.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't stop. We GoMo.
And it looks like a very happy Varun Tanjung on screen there. And a little bit of a deflated Tully Wiley, unfortunately. getting knocked out in that heat, but Varun got a 9 and a 5.5. Great surfing from the Indonesian. Oscar Berry also progressing through to the round of 16 as well. So great results for both Varun and Oscar. Right now, this is heat 4 of the round of 32. In the red, we have Troy Espejon. In the blue, Piso Alcala, Tenchi Iwami in the white, and PJ Alapeo in the green. It's going to be an exciting heat. And alongside me to call the action is one of the greatest people I know, Jessie Starling. Jessie, welcome back, and right into a replay of Tenchi.
Oh my god, sorry, I'm wiping some tears away from my eyes. Oh, and Tenchi goes down, so now I'm crying. Again, we're huge Tenchi Iwami fans. Tenchi actually won a QS 5000 last year in India, so the first WSL event ever to run in India. And
take us back.
That was such a good time. Talk about good food. But yeah, Tenchi had a really clutch win there, won in the last 30 seconds over Kian Martin. And he'll be taking on, like you said, PJ Alapayo, brother to Filma Alapayo, and Angie Alapayo. Actually just went for a surf with Angie. And we were rushing back to get here, make sure we were here in time. And then Piso has actually won this event 3 times before. So he knows what it takes to win at this wave. So
yeah, he won in 2008, 2012, and 2014.
Correct.
So it's been 10 years since he's won this event, but he's looking really good, really solid, like he wants to win again. And that's exciting for us.
I know he actually used some of his winnings to buy his house and a motorbike. So he was pretty savvy with his money, didn't go spending it on a big night out. And so I feel like Piso, he competes for a livelihood, he competes for family, and I feel like this is such a cool event to see him come back to. Hopefully, we see him progress pretty deep into the draw. Unfortunately, due to the way the draw fell, we will lose at least one Filipino competitor in this heat. But Troy Espejon, so huge apologies to the Espejon family. We've been saying Espejon, but we have recently been corrected. It's Espejon, and we just wanted to say a quick little sorry for that because, we should do better. And so taking accountability for where we went wrong, but Troy has been super impressive. Obviously, the Espejon family is extremely talented here. So is this guy's family, the Alapayos. PJ tucks in. He gets better as the surf gets bigger. And that first 2 days, I know he was kind of grinding through to try and get through to these conditions. And he was pretty excited to be surfing when the swell came up yesterday. And I was talking to Angie this morning. She said he was really excited for his heat today too.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch him. I feel like every heat he's just super cool. I've had that opportunity, or we'll come back to that. Tenchi Iwami flies out of the barrel on that one, completely disappeared, gets a clean exit. That was great stuff from Tenchi. He's looking really solid, and as you mentioned earlier, Jessie, he just has a beautiful connection with this wave and with the town here in Siargao. Let's take a look at the replay here for PJ. Not getting as deep as what he was hoping, but it's a start in this heat, and he kicks out. But it's this wave, Jessie.
This wave of Tenchi was amazing. Took off really deep. Actually took off under priority as well, so a little bit of a mistake there potentially from Piso and Troy, because Tenchi's going to get the best number of the heat so far. He was super deep in that one, got straight out of it. He's going to get straight out the back on that very familiar board with that big red star in the middle of it, which a lot of the junior surfers coming up through Siargao have been riding. Thanks to Tenchi, he dropped off 25 surfboards here last year. And free of charge, just donated them to the community so that the up-and-coming Filipino surfers, the groms out here who are trying to have a dig, they get a bit of an opportunity to surf some pretty good equipment, because sometimes we can see some of the local surfers on some older boards, but Tenchi kind of wanted to change their fate.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did, but someone who changed their fate in that last heat with a 9 and a 5.5 is Varun Tanjung, and he's down there with Daiwako.
Hey, Varun, you got a 9 on your first wave. Just tell us through your 9.
Yeah, I didn't have any feeling really dropping into that wave. I just believed in myself, just paddled as hard as I could, and when I got to the bottom, I looked up and just saw the bluest barrel, biggest. It's crazy. And then, yeah, I made the first section and then airdropped into the next one. Foam ball got me again and then somehow got spat out. So, yeah, can't believe it.
You must be so happy because you just climbed in the air. But what was your plan before you go into the heat?
My plan was just, try get a deep position to start with. Because in my last heat, that's what I did. I just went deep, started deep, and just paddled as hard as I could. And I know that's the big scores if you backdoor the section, so that's my plan.
All right, so you're telling me that this is your probably third time or fourth times here in Siargao, but is this your favorite place?
Yeah, besides home in Bali, this is probably my second home, I'd say. I love it here. Every time I come here, the people's so nice, the waves are amazing. So yeah, just feels like second home, so I'm feeling good this time.
Right, so you wanna probably all the people from Bali watching your heat, so you wanna shout out to your friends, family, supporters.
Yeah, shout out to my family back home. I know they're probably going crazy there. I just want to thank all my friends and all my sponsors for the support. Like, I wouldn't be here without you guys, so thanks so much.
Thank you so much, and good luck next heat. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Varun. It's nice to see him moving through to the round of 16. You can see Tenchi asking for a situation. That last wave was a 6.33. The judges liked it. So strong surfing from Tenchi. This is a replay of PJ Jesse.
Actually, this is Piso.
Oh, sorry, Piso.
So Piso, you can tell by that very familiar board spray, polka dots all over it. So Piso just getting a bit of a cover up there. Feel like he's probably putting the feelers out, trying to shake off some nerves potentially. I feel like the further into the draw you get, the harder the heats are. Potentially the more nerves you're going to have. So these guys just trying to surf their way into this heat at the moment. But yeah, that's 6.33 from Tenchi. Beautiful surfing, and I wonder if Troy and Piso are kind of kicking themselves a little bit because he got that wave under priority. Those two didn't even look at that one. So 6.33 is a pretty good number there potentially, and it has him in the lead. Looking like a bigger one coming through right now. No takers though.
Yeah, no one opting for this wave. I mean, okay. That, I'm wondering if that was a mistake or maybe, I feel like we have such a luxury of being able to look at it here. Every wave looks perfect. It looks fun all the time. So, it might be a little bit deceiving for us, but we have had some reports back about how it is a little bit challenging. It can be a little bit difficult. So, yeah, we'll see, but there's definitely some great opportunities out there, and happy to be back on after that brief hold. And with just over 20 minutes to go, Troy Esperon holds first priority. Hasn't had a wave just yet, but definitely looking to open up his account.
Yeah, he is pretty lethal when he does get going. So the one common theme I have seen today, though, is the longer you wait, it's just whoever sits and waits, it hasn't really been working out for them.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the surfers who have been surfing into rhythm at a very early stage in the heat and then maintaining that rhythm, they have been the surfers that we've seen get through. I feel like a lot of people who have been dropping and waiting, it's not been the game to play consistently all day today. So yeah, I hope that, only 10 minutes gone in this heat, but I really would love to see Troy get a start pretty soon because you'd hate to be sitting there for 15 minutes and still not have caught a wave. It's a long time, and then you're probably going to start putting more pressure on yourself, start thinking about, oh, maybe I shouldn't go this wave, or now, you start really getting in your head, and I'm hoping Troy can get a good start in this heat and then just keep it going, keep the momentum moving on through. But looks like Piso having a paddle here, decides not to go. We're coming off a low, we're only about 2 hours off the low tide, so I feel like this is the point where we're going to start to see it get pretty good, but it's still pretty sketchy. Like, it's still pretty shallow out there. So no wonder that these guys are probably only pulling the trigger on just a couple of the good waves. But yeah, like I was saying, I just think the people who have been catching a lot of waves, using momentum to their advantage in their heats, it's just been paying off. Every single time I've seen someone sit and wait, it hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that was the theme of yesterday as well. There was just, it was hard because there were so many people, and you were like, oh, you know, sitting and waiting isn't the go, and then they sit and wait, and, you know, unfortunately people get knocked out. I feel like you're right, Jesse, surfing into rhythm is definitely the go out here. But it's, you know, it's such a fine line. You really, it's whether you sit and wait and you get those sets, or you sit and wait and one doesn't come. You know, sometimes that happens. We saw Taj Stokes progress through yesterday, and he sat and waited and got his first wave with 10 minutes to go, and got a 7 or something and progressed through the heat. You know, so it's they walk such a fine line. It's really hard to tell what's going to work and what's not. And I feel like it's definitely important if you're wanting to sit and wait, to just maintain composure and stay calm. Otherwise, you can kind of start to paddle around, get a little bit stressed, and then that's when you make bad decisions and you take off on those bad waves. So yeah, it's an interesting kind of way to look at heats. Everyone has difference. I feel like you get momentum surfers, and then you get surfers who want to drop and wait. Yeah, it's, you know, it plays out differently each heat, but I feel like yesterday, the majority of the time, you're right, Jessie, and even today, is sitting and waiting definitely wasn't helpful out there.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I just even feel like those heats this morning, a lot of the Aussies who got knocked, they did sit and wait. And they were pretty big names. There was a couple solid names that fell out of the draw this morning. And yeah, I just feel like the competitors who were sitting and waiting, it's not really paying off in their favour. And I just saw Troy splash the water before when we were on a drone angle shot, so he probably knows this as well. But Piso getting pretty deep in this one, trying to get that second section, and pulls through. So yeah, he wants another final finish. Troy finally pulls the trigger. Wow, gets pretty deep in that one. Pulls square. He gives us a bit of a fist pump, so he likes the feeling of that one too. Finally gets his heat underway with almost 16 minutes, so almost 14 minutes in.
Yeah, that was exciting stuff from Troy Espejon. Waiting for pretty much half a heat to get his first wave, but he definitely made it count, Jesse. It was great to see him up and into it on this one. A lot of the local Filipino surfers, they're just excited to be here, but they definitely want to make heats and make rounds and surf more and more out here, unclouded Cloud 9. Wow, that's a tongue twister, that one. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, look at it. It's so blue. It's so clean. There's so many great opportunities. Let's take a look at the replay here. You can see Piso just absolutely going for it on that wave. We'll see where the score. His first wave was at 2.6, but then out behind, Troy locks in. This is where he kind of disappears for a moment, comes out, and pulls square. He goes, yeah, I'm not going to hit that section. So we'll see what that first wave locks in as for Troy Espejon. But it was a great wave nonetheless. You can see the caddies. They're just hanging on the inside, staying cool in the water there. Although the water's pretty warm, Jessie. You had a surf.
The water is so divine. It's not even funny. It is so perfect. I am such a tropics girl. I am definitely, I prefer the heat to the cold. So coming here, I'm like, just in heaven. The climate, the water is so clean as well. It's so clean, so blue. I just went out on a boat out to one of the waves on an island not too far away, just during our little low tide lunch break. And I love the low tide lunch breaks. It means I get to go surfing. So I did a little mission out to one of the islands with Di, our co-commentator, and it was super fun. We got about 40 minutes of surfing in, then made our way back. Just got one of the local boats out, and it's a really fun experience, actually, just hopping on one of the boats. I went with PJ Alapayo's sister, Angie. She goes, "That's so good, I'll organise it, let's go." And so we went, we had a really fun time.
What a legend.
Yeah, so I actually love the low tide lunch breaks, because it means we get to go surfing.
Bring it on. Low tide lunch break all day.
All day.
Just kidding.
November 1st.
Yeah, November 1st. We want to surf. We want to get waves. But yeah, it's, you know, Cloud 9 is where it's at right now. That first wave for Troy, a 6.1. So it puts him straight up into second place. The judges really liked it. So Piso looking for a 3.18. PJ chasing a 4.04. So it's still close between second, third and fourth, even first actually, because Troy only needs a 151 to take the lead off Tenchi Iwami, but Tenchi does hold the best wave of the heat. So we'll see what happens with the next 13 minutes. But we unfortunately had to say goodbye to Filma Alapeo a little bit earlier today, so PJ is looking to continue to make rounds in this event.
We do still have some pretty big Filipino names in the draw. We have Rima Magaluna, Maramar's in there still. We have Toby Espejon, I believe, is still in the draw. All of the Filipino boys are so good. They're definitely...
Here we go, Jessie. Sorry, live action. Troy unfortunately comes unstuck. Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
No, that's okay. Jayard is coming up as well. So the Filipinos, just at the start of this draw, there was 10 of them left in the draw, 13 Aussies left in the draw. Unfortunately, we did lose Filma earlier. We had Oni and Kyan move on through that heat. So it's pretty close. Like, the Australians, in theory, are still leading, but the Filipinos are charging through this. They're breaking hearts. They're breaking people's hearts.
They really are. They're breaking hearts. And they're kind of just saying, like, yeah, you know, we're here, and sure, we don't get to many other events, but we could make heats if we did. And wow, PJ locks in. Is he going to come out? We're going to try and stick with him, but unfortunately doesn't look like he'll get the exit for PJ. But that was a really good-looking wave for the local surfer, Jessie.
That was a gorgeous wave just there for PJ Alapayo. I feel like the Alapayo family, they're probably holding on to their seats for dear life watching PJ through that one. Does he have his board? Yes, he does. I was thinking to myself, it hasn't popped up just yet. But PJ, that was a really great wave selection. It was super open, super hollow. You did see it had that low tide effect on that wave there where it raced really fast along the end of the reef. It's looking like the board caddy's trying to get out there to PJ. Potentially wants to swap this one around. You can tell there's that current with the low tide because that board caddy just went flying from one side of your screen to the other. But yeah, he needs a 447. If he had to come out of that barrel, that would have been pretty excellent. Tenchi Iwami still sitting out that front with the 633. Here's the replay from the drone angle. Pumps through here. This is where we thought he was going to come out, but just gets clipped. So that would have been a crazy barrel if he had to come out of that one, because it was definitely the best wave we've seen come through in this heat.
Yeah, I agree. It was such a nice wave. It was super open, but you could see it kind of just clamp him a little bit, I think. So PJ... he'll get back out and regroup. Looks like the board caddy just trying to get out, see if PJ needs a little bit of help. He's just taking his time. He's not rushing too much to get out there. You know, it's still a low tide, so he has to be careful with the backup board as well. So with 10 minutes to go, I feel like the start of this heat, we had a bit going on, but this next one, it's an all-Aussie affair. Dane Henry will take on Dylan Moffat, Josh Stretton and Reeve Hazelwood. We have Josh Stretton on screen right now. Wow, Jessie, that is going to be a huge heat.
Yeah, 4 Aussies, 1 heat. That is going to be a massive one. I feel like Dane, he's the young gun in that one, but he kind of has nothing to lose. Dylan, he's fighting for a spot back on the Challenger Series. He's currently in 8th. Josh has been pretty on point, actually, all event. He's came in pretty clutch in that last heat of the day yesterday, coming from 4th to 2nd in the last couple of minutes. This guy on your screen, Tenchi, got a quarterfinal finish here last year, so he's racing through that one. See you later, 127. Tenchi is about to back up his score with a better looking ride there. Wow. No.
The emotions that we're feeling right now, you can literally hear it in our voices.
It's a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster. That was really unlucky for Troy. But Tenchi locking in, disappears, comes out. That's going to be a good score for Tenchi Iwami. And yeah, it'll complement the 633 nicely. We'll see where the judges go with it with the next 8.5 minutes to go in this heat. Yeah, it's an exciting one. I feel like, even though it's been slow, there's definitely been some good scores that have locked in.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Reef Hazelwood on your screen getting ready for his heat. So he already surfed once this morning. He was a part of that group of heats that we still ran for the round of 64 earlier this morning before we had our low tide lunch break. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. That last wave of Tenchi, though, a 5.83, so backs up that 6.33 super nicely. Troy Esperjon needs to kind of drop that 0.93 to make life harder for Piso and PJ. If anyone knows this wave, it's those two surfers. They are so good out here. But it looks like Troy was listening to me but said, sorry, Jess, can't do it on that one. So needs a 6.07 for the lead. Very, very capable for a surfer like him.
Yeah, absolutely. But, looked like PJ had a paddle. And Tenchi did too, but no takers on that one with 7.5 minutes to go. There's a set behind it. Will anyone go? It doesn't look like it. So, no takers. Now, we've got just over 7.5 minutes. I mean, this is, pretty close stuff right now. I mean, Piso and PJ, pretty much if they take off, I feel like they'll definitely challenge for the score. So we'll see what happens. But Tenchi Iwami, he's looking good for a win right now. A 6.33 and a 5.83 for the Japanese surfer. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen. We can't really write anyone off. I feel like anything can happen towards the back end of heats, especially if we get a pulse in the waves.
Yeah, and Tenchi getting a bit of practice on the Challenger Series this year as well. So I feel like any competitor that spent a bit of time on the Challenger Series comes back stronger. It's such a high standard on the Challenger Series, and it's so funny. You watch the best surfers go into it and you just think, they're probably going to qualify, and then they can't even get through maybe the first 2 or 3 rounds. And Tenchi's one of those surfers who has all this talent, but the talent and the standard is so high on the Challenger Series that it actually comes down to competitive surfing, I think, rather than talent, because all of them are good enough to beat each other on the Challenger Series. So it kind of comes down to decision-making skills, and I think anyone who spends a bit of time on the Challenger Series comes back to the QS definitely look like a stronger competitor to the rest of the field who didn't go there.
Yes.
And I think Tenchi's brought that back to his game this year. Spent a bit of time on the Challengers, learnt a lot. Anon, I was talking to her yesterday, she's saying, I've learnt so much on the Challenger Series and I'm ready to bring it back into my QS approach. So, I feel like Tenchi doing the same thing here. But 5.5 minutes to go, 5.5 minutes for Tenchi to hold on to first place. Troy Esperjon looking for a 6.07. Absolutely nothing for someone of his caliber. Piso, 4.11. He doesn't need much at all. He is a 3-time champion here. Not many other people can say that at this wave.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Looks like off screen. Tenchi having a look, pulls in, doesn't find the exit, goes over the handlebars as well. Just getting clipped for Tenchi Iwami. So we are in under 5 minutes to go. It's been a bit of a slow back end of this heat. I mean, Troy Esperjon is in second with a 6.1 and a 0.93. So even if he gets over a 2, he's going to make the scores for PJ and Piso go from 4s to 6s, maybe even 7s, and it's a really close heat between second, third, and fourth. Tenchi has kind of run away with the lead right now, and 4.5 minutes to go. I think we'll probably see maybe one more set roll through, and Piso holds first priority.
The swell's still building as well.
Yeah.
There's definitely still some pretty solid sets rolling through. Even on the boat ride back from the wave I came from, you could see the sets coming through at Cloud 9, and you could see them spitting as well. And I was thinking to myself, wow, if I can see that from here, it must be pretty solid, and the swell must still be building. So these guys definitely reaping the rewards of making it through those earlier rounds. But I feel like as we progress throughout the day, it's just going to keep getting better and better. So we are going to run the rest of the round of 32. We have the men and women round of 16 on standby. So potentially another round after this one this afternoon. We've got light until about 5:15 here in the Philippines. So if we can run and the waves are pumping, let's do it.
Yeah, well, with these half-an-hour heats, we'll probably finish this round at around about 3 o'clock, we're thinking. And then we'll have another extra 2 hours of light. So whether we go into the round of 16 or not, I guess that's wave dependent, but it's so hard to walk away from waves right now. But is that Saxon Reba with 2 boards?
Yeah, and then he jumped on a different one and started like almost threw reefs away and started paddling.
Oh my goodness.
Not sure what's going on there. Maybe he's got a leggy on each
Ooh.
foot. Oh, Troy Esperhon.
Wow. Blocking tactic there. Looks like Troy loses his second priority. He goes to 4th priority. So Piso Alcala still holds first priority. PJ now in second priority. Tenchi third prio, and Troy goes down to 4th. This is danger moments for Troy right now. He just needs to better the 0.93. That's really his only goal in the next 2.5 minutes to make it harder for PJ and Piso.
That's not a hard task either.
No.
0.93 is absolutely nothing. Even if you just swung on one of those inside ones and managed to get 2 carves in or a couple Rios in, you're going to get yourself a 2.5 or a 3. It's going to push the requirement. If he can get himself a 3, it'll push the requirements up for Piso and PJ up into the 6s and maybe even the 7s for PJ. So yeah, he could shut this down right now, because the difference between a 4 and a 6 out there is massive. They look completely different, and when your competitors who are looking for scores are in first and second priority, if I was Troy, just drop that 0.93. Your whole life will become so much easier. So hopefully he can kind of get that job done. Obviously, the Filipinos, one thing I've learned about their competitive strategies, they don't like to force it. They feel like they really believe in either the wave comes or the wave doesn't, and if they can perform on the wave, they do. This guy right here, though, needs a 4-1-1, so travels through this one. Isn't going to find the exit, though, so that one clamping down with this just coming off the lower tide. Troy Esperhon out the back, needs to better a 0.93. He's up and riding. Goes to pull in, can't find it, so he's going to turns. This is all he had to do to better his score. So he's already going to make the requirements higher for Piso and PJ.
Yeah, and with just under 1 minute to go, it's definitely going to apply the pressure. He's not even trying to force that those turns on that wave. He's just trying to, better the 0.93, which he's definitely done that. By how much? That's a question of the judges, really. And with 35 seconds to go, we'll see what happens. Right now, Piso holds first priority. Will a wave come through in time for Piso to try and back up and get 4 wins here at Siargao? That last wave of Troy locks in at a 1.5. So Piso now looking for a 4.68. PJ looking for a 5.51. We'll see what happens. With 10 seconds remaining, looks like there's alarm. Piso has priority. He's up and riding on this one. He pulls in. He's looking for a 4.68. He comes out, claims it, drives hard through that carve. Wow, is this going to be enough for the local surfer? Tenchi Iwami just getting a bit of a victory lap on the one behind it. 4.68, Jessie, first initial reaction.
You're not going to like it, but I don't know. I need to see it again. I'm not sure how deep he got. I feel like it was so funny. You saw his hands come up before he came out of the barrel. That was sick. It could definitely go there. Here's the replay. So takes off on this one, stalls from the get-go. Didn't get super deep. It was a really beautiful ride, and he read the wave really well. Didn't get super deep, but the judges are probably going to like that better than, was definitely going to like it better than the 1.5. They're probably going to compare it to his 2.93 and his 2.6. And just trying to think back to Tenchi's 5.68 if it's a point less than that.
Yeah, it gets a 3.9, so it's not enough for Piso. Unfortunately, bowing out of the event, but Tenchi Iwami getting the win over Troy Esperhon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with an action-packed Heat 5 of the men's round of 32. Stay tuned.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
All right, welcome back everyone into the round of 32, heat number 5 here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. On your screen right now, we have Dane Henry, Dylan Moffat, Reef Hazelwood and Joshua Stretton out there battling it out for a round of 16 position. Justin, what a heat on our hands we have right now.
Yeah, this is super exciting. And in the commercial break, it looks like Josh slipped into this one, travelling, beautiful wave, and unable to finish the manoeuvre. Reef Hazelwood, the goofy footer.
No way.
Wow, stands tall. Loved that.
In front of Josh as well. Wow. Imagine, put yourself in Josh's shoes. How are you feeling right now?
I'm still feeling pretty confident because I think Josh's tube was pretty good, but to have a front row seat to one of your competitors, what I'm going to call a pretty excellent wave, mustn't feel that great, but he'd be confident because his tube was pretty good as well.
Yeah, Josh's was really good. Josh is a quiet achiever, I'd say. Look at those two just shaking hands. Josh saying that was sick. This is what I love about the Aussie camaraderie. Everyone supports everyone. We're kind of like one big happy family when everyone's on the road. And you know what? The entire co-sanctioned Asia and Oceania group, all of us together at these co-sanctioned events, one big happy family. First wave locking in for Josh Stretton, a 667. So if that was a 667, I think Reef's wave probably got the edge on that. So I'm excited to see what that comes in at.
Yeah, I'm calling an excellent tube ride. He was so deep, came out with the spit. It was really well executed. I saw some 9s and 8s sort of highlighting the scoreboard as I made my way back after the break. So I think the call to go on hold was well worth it. There is Tenchi Iwami, your winner of the last heat. Throw on some high fives to our beach marshals. 25 and a half minutes on the clock. No score yet in for Reef, but he's going again. Going the other way. And, getting drained. Got a little bit greedy.
Yeah, could have probably come out of that one and got a score. I was thinking to myself, oh, he's going to take off another one. And then plot twist went left. But not really a plot twist because Reef loves going left. He is a goofy footer. And him and Jarvis have been pretty much staple Cloud9 left surfers the whole time I've been here, seeing them in the free surfs out there just going left. Just like our fellow co-commentator Di, he loves the Cloud9 left. And fair enough, it's a pretty slabby left. I almost think it's probably more intense than the right.
Yeah, it is a goofy footer's heaven. Obviously, the right is, what you come to Cloud 9 for, but plenty of opportunity on the left as well, as we saw from Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, his first wave locking in at an 8.83. So, like you said, Justin, it's going to go excellent, and it did. So, what a wave. First wave, 8.83. So, Reef loving it. Josh loved it too. Gave him a bit of a kind of, yeah, mate, that was sick kind of handshake. And I think anywhere else in the world, these guys probably wouldn't be shaking hands during the heat. But here, when it's a wave like that, so sick. So, good on them both starting off their heat pretty nicely. Dane has a 2.5, Dylan a 0.87. With 23 minutes on the clock though, Dane and Dylan, they are such good competitors. So talented as well. This heat is actually absurd, the amount of talent that is in this heat. So I feel like we're going to see the leaderboard chop and change a few times in the next 23 and a half minutes, because once these two get going, I feel like we could see hopefully a couple more excellent scores.
Now, I couldn't agree more. This is a stacked heat. Dylan made his way through in a bit of a scrappy one, but showing his Challenger Series experience. Dane Henry surfed a million heats to become the ISA World Junior Champion, and he is no stranger to a competition rash vest. He's got a massive aerial game as well. Really good tube rider. Josh has impressed me throughout the event, and Reef also a Challenger Series surfer. So, just overflowing with talent. Heat number 5.
Yeah, I was actually listening into the Penang Cup there in Uluwatu this year as well. Dane competed but also hopped on the mic, and he was great on the mic. Really kept the conversation up, was super active in and during the heat. So, I was like, Dane, I was talking to him in the surf. I was like, well, if you wanted to. And he was like, no, I know, it's so fun. I understand why you do it. I was like, yeah, Dylan Moffat, though, from my hometown. So, no, going down. And looking like Dane Henry up and riding on this one. Hasn't thrown just yet. Wow, super slabby inside section here. Goes for a lofty air. Oh my goodness, to be able to pull that off, that would have been absurd. Let's come back to the replays, but just before we do that, we're going to throw to Dai, who's out there with Tenchi Iwami, taking out heat number 4 of the round of 32.
それではいよいよラウンドオブ16へ駒を進めましたが、今のヒートどちらかというとこうなんか友達とのヒートというふうに見ていて思ったんですが、振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね。全員フィリピンの、中に1人日本人のヒートで、みんな知ってる人だったのでこう楽しもうっていう感じで試合に挑んでました。
何かこうやはりこうローカル相手ということでローカルノーレッジというのはすごい怖い要素かなと思うんですが、それに対するというかそれに対してどういう気持ちもしくはどういう作戦を持っていたんですか？
もう3人はもう本当にいい波しか乗らないなっていうのはもう分かっていたので、もうとにかくどんどんこう自分がミスしたらそのミスをこう引きずらないようにとにかくこうどんどんこう手前でこうディープに入れるような波を見つけてこうキープビジーでどんどんこう組み立てていこうかなっていうのはずっと考えて動いてました。
この今回の試合でこう大きなゴールは優勝というのはあると思うんですが、その他にこう、設定しているゴールとかっていうのはあるんですか？
ゴール、一番近くの目標はとにかく、マンオーマンに行くってまずクォーターファイナルズにメイクすることで、自分の中で、クォーターファイナルズは1回行ったことあるので、その上を、どんどん目指していこうと一つ一つこなしていこうと思ってます。
So he knows that he was against all the local surfers. They are surfing incredible and they know how to surf here. So his plan was to just surf as many waves as he can and try to get in the rhythm, and that's exactly what he did. And he was looking forward to go into the quarterfinals, making through the heat, because the best result here is make quarterfinals, I think. So his big goal is to winning this heat, but short goal is just making through the quarterfinals. それでは、たくさんの方が見てくれていると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド16に、駒を進めることができました。この調子で、勝つのでこのまま応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
この調子でぜひ勝ち続けてください。次も頑張ってください。それでは岩見天使選手でした。Thanks guys. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you. Thank you, Dai, and congratulations there to our Japanese surfer. He was a standout last year when we were here. Really solid performance, and Reef Hazelwood going from strength to strength. This is his backup score. Love how he slid into that. Didn't use the pig dog stance from the get-go. And
Wow.
managed to throw a big backside turn. So I've known Reef for a very long time. It was back in maybe 2015, I'm calling. He won the under-16 Australian title at Yellingup and frequented WA for many years, competing in Taj's Small Fries event. And it's so good to see him, you know, competing on, you know, the second highest stage. He's had wildcards in the past before into CT events, as we see Dylan Moffat just getting chewed up again on that one. Looks like Dylan is waiting for some of the bigger, gnarlier, more throaty ones to, you know, try and get his way through to the round of 16.
Yeah, I don't hate his approach either. I mean, we know that when you do make it out of those, they've been pretty solid scores. Dylan traveling a fair way through them, but then just getting clipped at the end. And Dylan's really talented in the barrel. So I feel like if he's getting clipped, there's probably not a lot of people who are probably making it through. And Dylan, I don't know if you remember, it was probably 5 years ago, I want to say, he was charging, I believe it was Jenny's, and in Cruy, it was a massive right, and it was such a eat you alive type of barrel. And it was huge, and he's traveling in this for so long and ends up coming out. The clip went wild, and that's kind of when Dylan got recognized for being pretty good at surfing in the barrel, but he's just been getting clipped in these last two. He's from North Narrabeen, which is actually my hometown as well. We do have the car park rights, but trying to find a slabbing right is pretty hard to practice on down there on the northern beaches. There is a wave in Manly that does slab a little bit, but it has to be absolutely massive for it to be working. So feel like potentially not a lot of little barreling right-handers to practice for Dylan coming into this one. He also is coming off the Portugal and Brazil leg and needs these points. He's currently 8th on the rankings, wants to re-qualify for the Challenger Series. I've said this about a couple people now, but in my opinion, he does belong there. And I think he definitely wants to take home these points because Dylan Moffat on the Challenger Series, Reef Hazelwood on the Challenger Series, they're two really great assets. And they've both had results on the Challenger Series in the past, but this year they both just kind of fell short and they're back here on the QS. But I've said it from the start, not a bad place to come back to the QS for.
Oh, hit the reset button, drink some coconuts, hang out with your mates, get slotted off your head and be warm and surf in board shorts. They're all things that, you know, is a good way to just hit the reset button and focus on the year that is approaching, being 2025. First Challenger event will be in Australia, I'm pretty sure. So exciting times ahead, and Reef Hazelwood has strung together a really good heat. There is definitely a bit of size on offer.
Yeah, 883 and a 533. It's funny, before I came here the first time, I remember a few people telling me, oh, it doesn't really hold swell. And then talking to people like Ty, people like Jerry, a lot of the locals, they're like, that's what they want you to believe. But it's actually really fun when it does get a little bit bigger. You just probably have to be a little bit more particular about what waves you want. You probably do have to sit on a different part of the reef. So I think as the swell keeps on building, it'll be interesting to see if people's lines change, if people's positions change, because depending on the swell direction and how big it is going to break in different parts of the reef here at Cloud 9. So potentially a couple little adaptations over the next couple heats. And I know that everyone watches on from the tower, and it's a really cool place to go out and be amongst. And it's really funny hearing all the different opinions being like, I think they should sit here, I think they should sit there. If it was me and I had a heat with one of the local boys, I would just sit
right
next to them. Wouldn't move an inch away from them.
No, I would agree. These guys have got the place wide and just going past the halfway stage of the heat. Reef Hazelwood, the Queenslander, leads with an 8.83 and a 5.33. Really healthy two-wave total. Josh Stretton currently in second on the strength of his opening score, which was a 6.67. Dylan Moffat has to give way for Reef Hazelwood, who is just threading these things. I think he's spoken to one of the local surfers about where he needs to sit.
Well, even as well, Filma Alapayo, he got knocked this morning, but he's openly said, I'm happy to coach athletes, and you and I both agree he's one of the best guys out here, so I would use that to my advantage if I was competing this year. Reef, however, I honestly feel like he probably has spoken to one of the locals because he has just been on the spot for every wave coming through in this heat. There's a reason why he's got an 8.83 and a 5.33 in his lineup, because he just seems really in tune, and he seems like he's surfed this wave a million times over, and I don't doubt what you're saying, Justin. I do think he's probably gone and spoken to a couple of the local boys, or just had his eye on that last heat. There was 3 Filipinos in that last heat. Probably was eyeing off exactly where they were sitting and went, right, that's my landmark, that's my location, catch me there for the next 30 minutes.
Pin dropped on that spot, and he has got a toot-toot right to that location and found a couple of really, really good waves. So just a touch over 13 minutes. Reef Hazelwood is leading. Everyone else is pretty much looking for either a backup or one that they can hold on to and consolidate on. Josh Stretton needs a 7.50 if he's going to take the lead. Dane Henry needs a 4.18. Dylan Moffat chasing a 4.91. Those requirements will increase as soon as Josh Stretton in the white catches a second scoring wave.
Isn't it crazy how this is just the round of 32, and look at the names in this heat. If we ran 4-man finals, that could easily be a final.
Easily. I couldn't agree more. An all-Aussie final. We'll have to wait and see, but 2 Aussies are going to make it through and 2 will be eliminated, so I'm sure all of these surfers would be hoping that their chance will come in the next 12 and a half minutes. So 1 Queenslander, 3 New South Welshmen. A good little battle. I'm sure they've grown up surfing with each other over the years.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Dane's that little bit younger than the rest of them. I definitely know Dylan, Reef and Josh have had a couple pretty good battles, whether it was on the QS, in the ABB, Pro Junior Series, all those guys. Josh a little bit younger than Dylan and Reef, but yeah, they've been around the block. They kind of know each other's strategies as well. I know, I'm not going to name names or point anyone out, but I know there's a certain 2 people in this heat who love to have the inside at the start. There's certain someone in this heat who loves to get the first wave of every heat. So I feel like these guys would know the ins and outs of their competitors. Dylan trying to make one hit, and he does. So that's a start. That's going to better his 1.77, sorry, and his 1.23. Finally made one. He's been itching to make one for the last 20 minutes now.
Yep, that would be his 5th scoring wave, so he's caught more waves than anyone else in this heat. And here's the replay. Front on angle does fully disappear, so nice and deep on that one. He's like, no, I just got to bank one. Just got to get a score on the board. Didn't want to bother about turns, but it was a nice barrel, and we'll see him definitely move off the bottom of the leaderboard. We've got 11 minutes on the clock. There it is, a 4.90, so back in contention in this heat. The boys have spotted something. Everyone is scratching hard. White has priority. Dane Henry has second priority. Looks like they're all out of position, unfortunately.
Yeah, kind of caught off guard by those bigger sets that are coming through at Cloud 9. So, yeah, Dane Henry's been sitting and waiting for a while now. It's kind of uncharacteristic for him because he is one of those surfers who seems to always be on good waves. He always seems to have a good start to his heats as well. Except in saying that, the last heat he surfed, he got a 5 right at the start. Didn't get into first place until the last 30 seconds. He went for a huge air. Couldn't even rely on the barrels. He said, I just need to get something, because it was one of those heats where it was really slow. There wasn't a lot of opportunity coming through. But that's just the beauty of Dane Henry. He can not only thread an incredible barrel, he can rely on his rail, but he also has an insane air game. So he needs a 4.18. He could get that turns, barrels, or airs right now. And I think as a surfer, you couldn't really ask for much more.
Nah, was lucky enough to see Dane back in Western Australia a couple of weeks ago. He landed and he was hanging with Macklin Flynn, who has made it through to the men's round of round of 16. But we had a good swell in WA a few weeks ago, and Dane was out at North Point, and North Point is a bit of a playground. It's a bit of a fickle wave, doesn't break that often, but it's a freight training tube into a big ramp section, and I feel like a wave like that perfectly suits Dane Henry's surfing, and I'm pretty sure he banked some clips that day.
Correct me if I'm wrong, North Point is the one right near Gracetown, right?
Yep. It's in.
Yes.
It's on the northern side of the Bay of Gracetown.
Yeah, I've actually seen it, but never seen it big. Only ever seen it small.
Well, here goes Reef, sticking to the goofy footer's habit of going left. Can't make an exit on that. I'd be interested to know if the left needs more water than the right does. It'd just be cool to know exactly how it works, you know. We might have to get one of the Cloud9 locals in here to tell us, break it down a bit.
Yeah, it'd be cool, actually, to maybe get Maramar in here. Maramar loves a chat.
Oh, my gosh, we wouldn't get him off, I reckon. He might miss his next heat.
Probably stay on for a little bit. But this is the replay from front on. So Reef's been getting very slotted on these lefts, but then it's just that end section. I feel like that's
Race is really
very
quick.
hard section to make.
Yeah, but you're so locked in, you just want to keep going in the hope that you might make it out. But he definitely made that first big section, but I don't feel like Reef's one of those guys that straightens out when there's more opportunity down the line.
No, if there's another section, he's always there. He's always... I do appreciate about reef surfing. If there's another section to hit, if there's another part of the wave, if there's an inside track, he's always going to finish it from start to finish. He's not the kind of guy who's like, just get out and get back out the back. He's the kind of guy who's like, no, I've committed to it. Let's do this from start to finish. And Reef, he's actually really fun even just to free surf with. He's always encouraging everyone to go and have a dig, catch as many waves as they can, and similar to all these guys in these heats, just really, really lovely humans. Reef, I feel like probably has... Reef and Dylan probably have the more social presence. They've had that time on the biggest stage, like the Challenger Series. A lot more people have got to know them, and I have never heard a bad word about Reef and Dylan. And I can add, for those of you who may not know Josh and Dane, cannot add a bad word about them either. So all four of these guys, I would be happy if any of them made this heat.
Okay, good to know. Right now, just under 7 minutes. I was thinking about Reef's lefts. I think if he was chasing a score, he might straighten out. But given he's leading, he's probably not too worried, and he's probably just trying to have a bit of fun out there. Maybe suss the lefts out if he gets into a heat where he might need a score. Not many people have been looking at the left, so maybe he's just doing a bit of homework for future heats right now.
And I wonder if he does make one of those barrels. They're pretty solid, and they're pretty deep. He's got a really good read on them. Because the judges are looking straight into the rights, and you think, everyone comes to Cloud9 for the rights, but Reef has proven that there's pretty good lefts out there too. I actually am curious to know what that would score if he did make it out.
I agree. We might have to just wait and see if he gets another one. He's in fourth priority right now, and I can almost guarantee that the other three guys in the water aren't going to be looking at the left. So if another set pops up, I reckon Reef might have a chance to test the judges on what the lefts are really going to score when it's big and barreling like this. But I feel like the right, you almost need to be sitting on the left to backdoor that first section. So 5.5 minutes, a great start, and I think that has been the key. Of all the heats I've watched throughout the event, you know, the guys or girls who can start with a good solid number and just chip away at a bettering a backup score have seemed to have got through. Josh Stretton has started well, but he's been sitting around for the best part of 20 minutes now.
Yeah, I actually couldn't agree with you more there, Justin. I was saying the exact same thing to True in the last heat. And Josh is a pretty cool, calm and collected guy. 667, great way to start your heat, but he pretty much got that as the hooter went. And now he's been sitting there for 20 minutes. It's a lot of time to think.
Yeah.
It's a lot of time to get in your head, and as much as these guys put in so much time, not only in the gym, in their mental preparation and in their surfing preparation, you never know how you're going to react when you're in the heat, when you're actually in this environment. So, yeah, I feel like Josh has played it really calm, but you just never know what you're going to be thinking when you're out there. So I feel like 20 minutes is a long time to think, should I have gone that one? Or should I have got another wave? You know, and Dylan right now needs a 178. That's 0.01 higher than his lowest score.
Which was a wipeout.
Which was a wipeout. And you don't... We saw Filma Alapayo only get one wave this morning. I feel like if I was Josh, just swing and get something, you know, at this point in time, because the next 4 minutes, nothing else could come through.
So true. 4 minutes. I'm almost getting nervous for him. I feel like you chat about these surfers, you get to know them through an event, and you become quite invested in, you know, in how they're going to go in every performance. So right now, I'm sure that Josh is thinking all sorts of things. He's probably thinking 3 minutes, set wave. Maybe doesn't need to be a set wave, just needs to be something to apply some scoreboard pressure. Dylan Moffat needs nothing to move into second. I think that's what Josh is probably thinking about. Like, he's right over there. He's looking at inside waves. He doesn't need much. And Dane Henry, he can't rule him out as well. Definitely because he is a phenomenal surfer. So this All-Australian matchup, it has been dominated thus far by Reef Hazelwood, the Queenslander in the Green Rash Vest. Fresh off a qualifying series campaign in 2024. Right back to the qualifying series to, you know, try and earn his spot back there next year. He has had really good flow and form in this heat. The 8.83 was exceptional. The next best wave belongs in the white column, but Josh has been unable to back it up for the best part of, 26 minutes, I'm going to say. Dylan Moffat's got the fourth best wave of the heat, a 4.90. He's been absolutely sending it, but has been unable to come out of some of these big barrels that Cloud9 throws up. And I don't feel like we've really seen a set for the last 5 minutes. So Josh, he's got priority. What is he thinking, Jess?
He's thinking, where are the waves? No, he's thinking, do I sit on Dylan or do I sit on Dane? Because either, it could not go my way. Both of those guys so talented. Feel like I can hear the locals yelling a little bit, so potentially a bit of a wave coming. Josh is up and riding on this one. Wow, great read. Got really covered up there, we could see from that front angle. And couldn't quite pull it off, but was going for it. Dane Henry now out the back. Bigger one. Oh, he goes down. Wow, Dane Henry, he was looking like he was going to make it out, but it kind of chandeliered and pushed him down.
Yeah, this is the replay of the last of Whites. Probably not as deep as his opening wave, but the legs might have got a little bit stiff just sitting there on the board for so long, and right behind him was Dane Henry. Sort of just straight-legged it a little bit there, and maybe that foam ball, you see when the foam ball sort of spins and coils out like that, it's obviously a pretty tricky tube to navigate the inside of. So with just over a minute to go, an important score to lock in for White. I think it's going to go under his opener, but definitely apply some pressure to the requirements to Dylan Moffat and Dane Henry. So 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's going to go under his opener as well. I do agree with you there. I think it'll probably live around the same mark as Dylan Moffat's score, maybe a little bit below it. I just can't remember the actual size of Dylan's wave, but I know that the judges have really been stinging wave size. Josh, however, got a set wave, did thread it pretty nicely, got deep for a second there, came out, got a pretty nice layback turn in. Dylan's score's definitely going to go up, but 30 seconds, I'm looking at the horizon. It looks like the ocean is really quiet right now. I can't see any big lines coming through. Dylan obviously had a really exciting end to his heat yesterday, but I just don't think it's going to be the same story today. So 4.6 for that last one of Josh. Dylan now needs a 6.38. That's a set wave. And with 5 seconds on the clock, I think that might be heat over right now for Dylan Moffat and Dane Henry.
Yeah, well, we'll say congratulations to Reef and to Josh. Commiserations to Dylan and Dane. We'll take a short commercial break here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup, and we'll be right back very soon.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Well, there is the results from the last heat, an all-Australian matchup. Your victor is on the screen there, Reef Hazelwood, just behind that bit of white water, paddling on in, looking pretty happy with his performance through to the round of 16. So that is a big result for Reef. In this heat, we've got an Indonesian, a Filipino local, and 2 Japanese surfers. So Dylan Wilcoxon, at just 15 years of age, has been storming his way through the draw. Eduardo Elciso is a really big and powerful surfer. John Akuzi, as we see Dylan here. Beautiful wave.
Wow.
And we've also got Roy Kanazawa. So I'm glad you're here with me, Dai. You can talk us through a couple of these waves in Japanese. This is Eduardo, however, unable to stick that layback turn. So the 3.5 is in for blue. Judges lock that in pretty quickly. I think they're looking at the replay of Dylan Wilcoxon's wave because it was a good one.
It was a good one from the Dylan Wilcoxon. You know, he was kind of disappeared for quite a bit, traveling in the tube quite a bit, and come out really clean. So here he is. This is actually Roy Kanazawa. 金沢ロイ選手の1本目のライディングになりますね。しっかりとチューブをメイクしてカットバックも入れてきました。The second wave for Roy Kanazawa. He got a tube and nice cutback combination.
A 617 is locked in for Wilcoxon, so a good way to start the heat. Up in the good range. And this guy pretty much hangs around Kandui's resort from all reports and is starting his qualifying series campaign with a couple of back-to-back co-sanctioned events here in the Philippines, and then everyone's pretty much off to Taiwan after that. Looks like Roy's second number has dropped in, maybe something around a 3, looking at his 2-wave total. Di, what did you do for the couple of hours that you had off?
Right, we went for surf. We took a boat to this place, and it was 2 foot, around 2 foot. It was great, you know, fun surfed with actually Jesse. We went out surfing with other Australian surfers too. So.
Was it a left?
Yes, finally. I mean, even though I surf at Cloud 9, I'm just getting those lefts. So I've been surfing left a lot, and I was kind of surprised by that too. I didn't think I would surfing any lefts here. but lucky enough to find some good left actually. I heard surf another point yesterday by myself, and it was great mellow waves. I was out with other, two locals, so I got a lot of left so far.
That is good. There's plenty of waves around here. This is obviously the jewel in the crown as far as Filipino waves go. But Siargao Island, given it is an island, there is little nooks and crannies. You can drive around the island and, no matter which way the wind is blowing, you'll find somewhere that's offshore, which is good. But right now, we're sort of in typhoon season. Talk us through this one.
金沢ロイ選手3本目のライディング、ここはターンに切り替えて中部にも攻めていきますが、ファーストターンこちらがポイントとなってくるでしょう。しかしいいターンでした。さあ残り時間25分を切るところ、このラウンドアブ32ヒート8まで行った後の予定はまだ未定となっています。
24 minutes gone. Roy has taken the lead. We'll find out what his totals are.
So here's a reply. So he changed plan to turning, and it was a great first turn and tried to stall and get into the barrel, but unfortunately the wave didn't offer too much for the barrels. But still, it was a pretty good turn. That comes in 2.17. So first wave, Roy comes in 4.17. Now he's in the lead, but Dylan Wilcoxon first wave 6.17. That is a good way to start.
Yeah, great way to start for the young Indonesian teenager. I'm sure there's a lot of people back in Indonesia tuning in. There's still a lot of Indonesian surfers in the mix, and here we go.
安土城選手、これは大きなセット、しっかりとチューブをメイクしてきました。滞在時間は長かったが、かなりサイズのある波でした。最後のセクションはこけてしまいましたが、素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれたのは安土城選手。ここで全てのサーファーが1本乗り終えた時間帯です。That was one of the biggest set, and it was a great tube riding from Joe Azuchi. He's from west side of Japan. Actually, Roy and Joe both are from west side of Japan, but now they both live in Chiba, which I call Japanese Gold Coast.
We'll get the score shortly, but we'll throw over to Jesse Starling, who's with Reef Hazelwood.
Interview. Everything you just said to me, break down that 883 because I felt like I was surfing the wave just then.
Yeah, it was insane. There was just a couple things that kind of caught me off guard that made me froth on it. Just the drop was just beautiful, and then once I was in it, it had a little bit of a foam ball come up underneath me, and I was thinking I was sweet, but then it just made me question it just a little bit. I was like, whoa, and then I got over it and I was frothing, and then it just spat hard as well. It felt so incredible, so I was frothing.
And to paddle back out, your competitor gave you a high five. That's when you know it's going to be a good score, right?
Yeah, definitely. Josh and I were both frothing, and we both got through, and basically got through on those two waves, his one and then mine after. So it was so fun.
Looking at the heat draw, Justin, my co-commentator, and I were like, if we ran four-man heat finals, that would be a final. That was such a stacked heat. When you look at that, they're all your mates as well. What's your initial feeling? Are you kind of like, oh no, or you get excited by those hard heats?
Absolutely excited, but sad that two of the guys had to drop out, and Dane and Adil are some of my good friends, and so to see them bow out in that round was pretty sad because you could see them just getting the massive scores the rest of the event. So it feels nice to get the win over them, but you kind of just wish everyone could be in the final because it's just so fun to surf in waves like this.
I was talking up how you're a nice guy, so that just actually proved my point. But before I let you go, forever the goofy footer chasing the lefts out there. Are you seeing scores and potential in the lefts here?
Absolutely. I think in that heat the tide was still a little bit low, and so that second section was just too tight and it closed out a bit too much. But man, I was kind of spewing when I was out there. I was like, oh, if I had been able to be a little bit higher tide, it might have been a bit open. So hopefully I get one of those heats and I can find a couple.
Well, you're on your way to the round of 16. Congratulations, Reef Hazelwood, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well, just some genuine stoke on the face of Reef Hazelwood then. You can just tell that, coming in out of a tough heat, with an 883, so amazing to score waves like this in competition. And Roy, that was
Wow.
a really nice wave as well.
That was really good wave from Roy Kanazawa. Stunning tall. And here is Joe Azuchi. Azuchi Joe 選手、これもいい波になってきました。深いところからしっかりと波の前に出てきました。カットバックをして、ここはプルアウト。さあ、立て続けに日本人選手、いい波に乗ってきています。このヒートには、まずは、well, here is the reply of Eduardo. The last wave, traveling the tube. It was a smaller size wave, but it was clean exit and managed to put the layback action. And here is Dylan's up and riding. It's deep, coming out so clean and stalled. Tried to go in the barrel again. And at the back, this is Roy Kanazawa's last wave. That was a nice looking wave. And here is Joe Azuchi.
Wow, that was again a really good four-wave exchange. So we're going to be sitting on scores for just a little while because the judges have a little bit to digest there. Everyone caught a wave, and the scores might take a moment to filter on through. All four competitors rode those waves very differently. For me, I thought Joe Azuchi's was big, it was powerful.
Right.
Dylan Wilcoxon sort of ran across the reef on the perfect direction. He got the big first tube section and then he stalled going, this thing's still staying open. So the judges will look at the replays and they'll break it all down and see exactly what went down in that one.
Right, so just over 80 minutes remaining. We are still waiting for all the surfers' last score. Everyone got pretty much good tubes. So probably judges are watching the replays, comparing each other.
I remember seeing Joe here last year. I'm pretty sure he made the semi-finals here at the 27th Cloud9 International Surfing Cup. Pretty sure he's a former ISA gold medalist as well.
Yes, that's right. That's so true. Yes. So and where they are from actually originally is Rivermouth. There's a Rivermouth point as well, and they are so good at tube riding. So they are capable of getting those, the wedgie tube waves here.
Well, you could see Eduardo had priority there, and Joe had a look at it, just threw his hand up, maybe asking the question. He's still got his hands up, just wondering.
Maybe saying probably that was trying to say that was a paddle from Eduardo.
Or maybe a block, either one. So he's still not entirely convinced that that wasn't the case. Eduardo looks back over his shoulder. He still sees he's in first position on the priority board. So it's such a tight little takeoff right on the apex of this wave when it stands up. So, and it throws hard. So you don't want to, not be in the perfect position. Here we go. Second priority gets his opportunity.
安土城選手、さあこちらの波、奥深く入ってきます。さあまだチューブの中にいますが、ここでホワイトウォーターに板が持っていかれてしまったようです。That was a really long travel in the tube.
So it's still quite shallow. You can see the guys are still ditching their boards because probably still not quite enough water on the reef to be able to get under it. Dylan Wilcoxon, a 7.33 is the first of that exchange to lock in. Improves his two-wave total now, a 7.33 and a 6.17. Eduardo El Ciso has locked in a 3.57, so just marginally better than his first score. And we are still waiting for scores for our two Japanese competitors. So as soon as they're in, we'll let you know.
So we're approaching the half mark in this heat. Here is the surfer preparing for next heat. It's gonna be a great matchup again. This is 安土城選手。これはインサイドの波でしっかりとチューブを抜けてきます。ここはバックアップを上げていきたいところ。現在まだ2本前の波のスコアを待っている状況です。 残り時間もう間もなく15分になるところ。Well, the second last wave from Joe comes in 7.33, and this is the last wave from Joe Azuchi. He gets in the tube. Wow, there's a long time in the tube.
Well, you were saying how he's a really good barrel rider, and I agree because it wasn't a big wave, but he travelled for a really long time. He crouched down, got that speed pump in, and was able to make that inside section. So right now, both Dylan Wilcoxon and Joe Azuchi are 7.33 each. So the judges, each individual judge might have seen that wave differently, but the averages have come out the same. 7.33 for red and a 7.33 for white. Joe needs a 6.17 to match the score of Dylan Wilcoxon. A 6.18 will give him the lead. Roy Kanazawa got a 6.37 for his wave, chasing a 4.37 for second position. And right now we will announce the fact that we are going to push through further into the event as we see Eduardo. The wave looks so big from the drone angle. Had a look on the inside, but pulls through that. So, yep, the call has just been put out.
ジョー選手、これはターンをしていきます。大きな波、大きなカービングをして、2発目も大きなリッピングを入れてきますが、スープの中に吸い込まれていってしまいました。残り時間13分30秒、オフィシャルコールが出て、この後、ラウンドオブ32ヒート8が終わった後はメンズのラウンドオブ16を行っていく予定です。Wow, let's have a look at this one. It was one of the biggest sets. Gets a tube. Comes out so clean.
And Azuchi right behind him. No barrel on offer, but a really nice turn. But just gets gobbled up on that one. So the call has been made that we will push into the men's round of 16. The tide is filling in. The winds are still blowing in the right direction. And we could have our quarterfinalists decided by the end of the day. Di, that's pretty exciting.
That is exciting news. I love to see them surfing still, So we have a lot of time today. But how's that? Eduardo's last wave. It's going to be his best score, that's for sure. But he was looking for 7.07 to go into the second. So is it going to be enough for him to go into the second?
Yeah, I think it will be his best wave. Well, actually, looks like it's locked in at a 3.67. So
wow.
It does improve his situation, but just marginally. So right now, Eduardo, the local, does need something up in the good range, or he needs to improve on a 3.57. His top score is just slightly better than that. So right now, holding on to threes to move into the round of 16, you've got to have bigger numbers, really, don't you?
Right. Probably it's time to change some plans for Eduardo, but he is local, so he knows how to get those 7s and 8s and excellent scores. So it's just time is enemy, time is ticking. So
wow, big wave rolling through. So the swell is just on tap right now. We had really good conditions yesterday afternoon, and I think we're going to see really good conditions continue throughout the afternoon.
安土城選手、さあこの波も大きなチューブになっている。さあメイクできるか。しっかりとこれは綺麗にメイクしてきました。そしてカットバック、もうワンターン入れてきます。さあこれはさらに入れられそうだ。ここはプルアウトをしてきます。That drone angle looks so amazing, and here is 金沢ロイ選手も大きな波、そしてレイバックカービングからもう一発入れてくる。ここは耐えられなかったか。しかしいいライディングをしてきました。金沢ロイ選手、そして安土城選手。Wow, looks like a backdoor to me.
Didn't it? Oh, there is some similarities to backdoor when it's this size. That was a big wave. Probably a 6-foot wave on offer there.
Here's another one from Roy Kanazawa. That was a huge wave for both of the surfers. And they both needing 6s and 7s, so it's to me it will be really close to the requirement. So Joe was looking for 617 to go into the lead. Roy was looking for 437 to go into the second. So I'm pretty sure Roy got 437 for that wave. But we are still waiting for the last of white and green. Yes, under 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Well, for me, I think Joe Azuchi's last wave was better than his 733. It was bigger, it was gnarlier, he got some turns done, so I think that he is going to move into the lead with 9 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. So he's a really good surfer. I'm not sure where he sits on the rankings right now, but I feel like he's been doing qualifying series events for a long time.
Right, he's...
So this is the 7.33.
Wow.
And we're probably after this going to get a look at his last wave. So this is the wave we're waiting on. You can see how far forward on the board it is. That thing was wide open. You could have driven a bus through that. It was that big.
That was a huge wave to, you know.
I think, personally, this is going to go excellent. I think it's going to be up in the top end of the scale. So thank you so much for our production team. They've got all these waves on tap, and they can, you know, make this more exciting for us to commentate and for our viewers to watch, because there has been non-stop barrels since we've come back from the hold.
Yeah, well, here's a replay. Again, well, he's traveling. So this is another one from Joe Azuchi.
God, he is in good rhythm right now. So looks like we're waiting on maybe 2 scores for Azuchi to lock in. So he has found really good rhythm. And why wouldn't you keep catching waves if it's that good? You can see him asking the question, wanting to know what's going on. So he's caught 7 waves, and waves 6 and 7 are yet to lock in on our screen. As soon as they do, we'll let him know. But I'm confident in saying that he's going to go into the lead based on his second to last wave.
He's, you know, he's following QS's tour quite a long time, and he was actually in the CS, some of the CS events this year too, traveling all over the places. And of course, he's always going to Hawaii in a winter season, so a lot of experiences in, you know, all kind of conditions. So he is capable of doing this wave for sure.
7 minutes on the clock. Looks like Roy Kanazawa's wave has locked in here, a 4.73. So that has pushed him into second. We're still waiting on Joe's wave, so, well...
Actually, the second last wave comes in 6.33 for Joe Azuchi.
Yep.
Now he's in the lead. Dylan Wilcoxon is in second, looking for 6.33 to go into the lead. Roy now needing 7.14. Eduardo Alciso needing 9.83. And just over 6 minutes remaining. So,
well, we got it wrong. They deemed that his second wave was better than his 6th wave by exactly 1 point. So I thought it was a pretty challenging wave myself, but he's done enough to move into first place. He'll be happy about that. Relieved. Sitting out the back right now with first priority is Dylan Wilcoxon. So both Joe and Dylan have been trading 7.33s, 6s. So it's a really tight little arm wrestle for the win. They're both sitting pretty in first and second position respectively. 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Well, Dylan is in holding on to the first priority for quite a long time now, looking for 633. Definitely he knows how to surf this kind of condition because he's from Mentawais, but now he's having a look at this one. Is he gonna go for this one? Yes, he is up and riding. Wow, that's a beautiful approach into the barrel. I'm not too sure it was as deep as his last one, but still it was a beautiful technique from Dylan.
Well, here's the angle we want to see. He is so casual. Look at his like arms down, just very relaxed style.
Right.
And at just 15 years of age, you can't buy style. You need to learn it. And he's obviously been riding a surfboard for a very, very long time, even though he's only 15.
Wow. Can't believe he's only 15 years old. He doesn't rush anything. He just...
No, he never looks phased, never looks rushed. Just looks like he's just taking
flawless, yeah?
Yep, flawless performance on that wave. Chasing a 633 to go up into first spot.
You know, even though we love that performance, but I don't think it's gonna be a 633. Still, he remains the same situation, second place. Roy needing 714, Eduardo needing 983. Just under 4 minutes remaining. So for Eduardo, would you recommend to do the breakdown or just looking for the 983 at this time?
I think it's got to be a 983. I don't know that he's got enough time, really, with 3.5 minutes on the clock to find, you know, two waves. And I don't think the guys out there are going to let him sort of find 2 sevens in the time that's remaining. So he needs a Hail Mary. He's got priority. He is really familiar with this lineup. Does he like it? No, he doesn't.
Here is 安土城選手、この波にテイクオフしてきます。さあ、これは深くなってきた。さあ、出てこれるか。これはホワイトウォーターの中に吸い込まれていってしまったようです。残り時間3分。現在第1のポジションが安土城選手、金沢ロイ選手3位のポジション。必要なスコア 7.14 となっています。この後ヒート8まで行った後はメンズのラウンドオブ16を行っていきます。
Yep, still awaiting the score for red. But back to your point about Eduardo, I think he needs just to absolutely send it. He needs to find a big set wave and do his absolute best. To me, it looks like the last score for red, not enough, a 3.80, so maybe his casual approach has, you know, seen that score fall a little bit low, but you called it, Di. You said, nah, it's not a 6.33, and in reflection, I tend to agree. 2 minutes. This is heat 6 of the men's round of 32. There is 2 more heats after this, and then we are going to progress into the men's round of 16. So if you're tuning in, wherever you are, keep your eyes on Cloud 9 because the men's quarterfinalists will be decided this afternoon. And this afternoon's conditions are absolutely pumping. 90 seconds on the clock.
No takers on this one. Is there going to be another set for all the surfers? Eduardo just asking for the time. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so El Ciso with priority. He needs to find a big tube, stomp a big air. I don't think we've seen a 9.83 in the event so far.
Yeah, right. He needs single highest score right now. That's true, 983. We've seen 9.5, but not 983. To get that 983, you gotta have a couple judges saying 10.
Yep.
Pretty much.
You do. And a few others going like above 9.5 as well. So with 30 seconds on the clock, it looks like this may be the result. It's a bit of a flat ocean out the back. I can't really see too many lines pushing towards our competitors.
tense moment for Roy Kanazawa and Eduardo Alciso. 10 seconds.
He's going to go on the backhand. Too late on the takeoff. A little ride in here for Dylan Wilcoxon, just saving the arms. They probably made the announcement over the comms that they're going into the round of 16, so I don't believe this will be a scoring ride. We'll go to a quick commercial break as Joe Azuchi gets a victory lap. We'll be back right after this.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back. We just saw Joe Azuchi take out that last heat. Dylan Wilcoxon coming in a close second as well. It was a great heat to watch. Out there right now we do have Heat 7. It's going to be a big one. And to join me to call the action, I have the event director and OG here at the Philippines, Jerry Deegan. Jerry, hi.
Hi, True. It's my absolute pleasure to be back here. To be honest, I love sitting here. I love sitting here with you. I love sitting here with your sister. I just like sitting here calling the thing. And someone's had a wave already. So that is the surfer in green. You can tell me who it is. I'm going to put you right on the spot there.
Yeah, this is Eden Hassan. Eden has had a great event so far. Really opens up nicely for his first wave. And it looks like Robert or Raymar in the red, Mangaluna, one of the local surfers. He tucks in as well, and he was travelling in it but doesn't find an exit.
He's certainly got some distance there, didn't he? He's a good kid, Raymar. He's a little younger than John Mark Takong, who's the other Filipino in this event, and I've known them both for many, many years, particularly Maramar. His nickname's Maramar. His name's John Mark Takong. He got pictures of him as a 5-year-old hanging out with some of the Maroubra boys when they were here. Sonny Aberton and all those guys. His name's Mark Matthews, and I've got some pretty funny pictures from many, many years ago. So he's been in the surf scene for an awful long time here, and he's favoured to win. He's favoured to win this event, and he just killed it in the last one. And I've got mixed emotions. I've got Raymar and Maramar, two Filipinos. I've been here for almost 30 years. Off and on in the last 7 years, but previous to that full time. And then there's two Aussies, so who do I go for?
I know. It's a real split field in this one.
Absolutely.
Taj Stokes is also out there representing Australia. He is from the Sunshine Coast. Eden Hassan's first wave was a 5.33 for that first barrel, but Maramar has already had a heat today, got a 9.4 and an 8, so I reckon he's going to be eager to back that up, but it looks like Taj Stokes, he's going this one, airdrops into it, but
karate chop by that one. It was a good effort. He tried really hard. I don't know that they're the best ones. Had he been able to sort of knife up underneath that, he might have been able to pop out. I find they're the ones that Maramar really handles well. He's just so used to being out here. He's out I mean, he just surfs here all the time, and he knows it like the back of his hand. And he's amazing. He's just an amazing guy, and Raymar's a very different character. He's much quieter.
Yes.
Maramar will walk up the beach and shake hands and high five every single person on the beach, and he's been doing it since he was a kid. You know, he's just full of life, and you know, it's hard not to love the guy. He's a social butterfly. Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. It's great to see him out here, and you know, being a event defending champion is pretty amazing. I mean,
and three-time champion as well.
Oh, he's a three-time champion as well. I was wondering what the stats were on that, because Piso Alcala is also 3 times champion.
Correct.
So if Maramar wins this, does that mean that he's like
the goat of goats here?
The goat of goats here. And do they surf? Like, do the locals here surf anywhere else, or is it simply just Cloud 9?
Well,
because there's heaps of waves.
There's heaps. I was sitting here discussing this very thing with Jess yesterday.
Were you?
And
it
wasn't exactly the same conversation. I told her that I had been telling the kids, those guys, I call them kids, you know, to you they're probably a bit older, that they need to surf everywhere.
Yeah.
They need to go surf the lefts, the rights. And what I had said was a lot of the earlier good surfers here basically could only go right. These guys do surf everywhere. They go out to the islands, they go up the coast, and they're getting to travel around the world. These two in particular are getting a lot of travel, and particularly Maramar. So, yeah, they do, but previously they didn't.
Okay.
And they were just Cloud 9 specialists.
The influence of Jerry Deegan just...
Well,
if you guys want to be well-rounded, you need to go surf some different waves. And someone who is pretty well-rounded, Taj Stokes, gets a barrel but pulls through the back. That one, a smaller wave, but just looking to get his feet in the wax a little bit more in this heat.
Correct. And I used to say that to, I didn't say it, but I knew the guys. I grew up in Cronulla, and the guys in Cronulla that surf the Point all the time, which is where I surfed, often weren't as good up the beach. And, you know, they'd get better and better the more they travelled, and that segues into Dewey, Gliso and Waddy are watching in Cronulla at the moment, so good on you boys for watching that, and my brother Johnny Deegan's watching in Cronulla, as is Cusho.
Stop it.
I'll get to my other long list of people I've got to call out shortly, and we're going to go to have an interview with the previous winner of the last heat.
Whenever you're ready, Di. I think he's down there with Joe Azuchi. There we go. We've got him.
お疲れ様でした。見事に第1位で通過をしました安土選手ですが、いかがでしたか？
いやちょっとプライオリティない状態で乗れたんでよかったんですけど、ちょっと緊張しましたね。
なんかライブを見ていたらこの動き方がすごくこうもう作戦があるような感じがしたんですが、作戦などあったんですか？
そうですね。なんか結構みんないいスコアを持ってるのに、バックアップが点数低いとかいうのがいっぱいあったんで、とりあえずビルドアップしてどんどんスコア伸ばしていこうかなって思いました。
でやっぱりこうどんな波でも手を出していこうというような感じだったんですか？
そう、チューブ巻いてたら結構もうディープに攻めて、そしたら意外と点数出るんで、そういう作戦できました。
中にはこうチューブにならなさそうなのにもテイクオフして、その波ではこうターンをしてたようなイメージだったんですが、そういうのも構わず、とにかくまずはスコアを出していくために乗ってったイメージでしょうか？
そうですね。ターンでもたまに結構いいの入れば5点以上とか出てたんで、そういうのを考えて乗りました。
So his plan was to get as many as he could in the heat because he's been seeing some of the heat that there's no wave coming through and not many wave ridden. So he was trying to get in the rhythm, get as many as he can. If the wave offers you the turns, he does turn. If it offers you the barrels, and he go into the barrel. And he got the score. それでは、たくさんの方が見てくれていると思います。一言お願いします。
次しっかり勝って、来年のチャレンジャーシリーズ出れるように頑張ります。
今日この後多分ラウンド6にあると思うので頑張ってください。おめでとうございました。
ありがとうございます。頑張ります。
Right, thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Di, and thank you, Joe Azuchi. Joe has just come off a year on the Challenger Series, and once again he's just looking seamless out here at Cloud 9. Someone up and riding on this. He's had a great event so far. Eden Hassan, he's deep on this one. He just hasn't been able to put a foot wrong. Grabs the rail, but wow, really just goes straight into the whitewash on that one. He just, I don't know if you've been watching too many of his heats, Jerry, but yeah, Eden Hassan just is looking in sync and just super comfortable out there.
Yeah, I'll be honest, straight up with you. I haven't watched all the heats today.
Honestly.
Or yesterday, I find myself running around looking for the missing lunches and
Yes.
finding the generator guy. So
Got to keep the Starling girls fed, otherwise we'll turn on you.
I know, and staring out at the ocean, wishing I could be out there. But
Yep.
But that's a pretty nice barrel. He got quite early into it. Just went a little hard on this cuddy and caught a rail heading backwards and just dove into the whitewater there. But pretty nice wave, and we'll see what they... Oh, mate, is it in already? He's got a 9.16. He certainly didn't get that from his first wave, so
No.
I gather it's in. We have a little issue here with our scoring in front of us. There we go. A 5.33. That's well scored, and you've got to be pretty happy. Oh, my God, what's happened there? So Maramar was definitely in front. It looks like he had second priority and John Mark had first, and that was John Mark inside him. So let's just wait and see what the judges do there. He's shaking his head. He knows it's not good.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're mates too. Oh.
Wow. And Maramar does get a pretty good barrel as well, but yeah, that's definitely...
That's not good. That's going to break his heart. You know,
Yeah.
it's right at the start of the heat. And I'll tell you what, Maramar won't be happy either. I mean, he really looks after Maramar. They're really good friends. He would never do that on purpose. So Maramar just wasn't... I guess Maramar just thought he wasn't going. I don't know. I wasn't out there, but it was pretty obvious. The result is going to be pretty obvious. He's going to lose his high-scoring wave. Is that right? High-scoring wave? Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe he'll lose his high-scoring wave, but he's going to have another look here. Maramar up and riding once again on his backhand, falls into this one. Oh, and just has to eject out of it. You can see it just exploding on the inside. So that was, a really tricky situation with Maramar dropping in on Maramar. So red on blue, but we'll see what happens, what the call is. If maybe our priority situation on our screen was different to what it was, we just never know. So we'll just wait until that situation comes to light. But
yeah, it's a
that's
tough
a
one for the
shame.
judges. Oh, well, that's an easy one for the judges if the priority that we saw was right.
Yeah, and I think it is a 4.83 for that last wave, but
He's got a double.
Maramar, loses his best second scoring, his second scoring wave, which is unfortunate.
The other shame about that is he got a good barrel and Maramar was a fair bit deeper, so that could have been anything as well. In the long run, they've got a lot of time to go, but it could have really hurt both of them.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because Maramar's now back in third priority with a 0.6. I mean, granted that Taj Stokes hasn't really had much. He's had a pair of ones. Eden's only had a 5.33 and a 3. So right now Maramar's in a good position, but he is not in a great position priority-wise.
No. I mean, time's on his side, and I guess at this stage, you're right, Maramar off. I mean, I wonder what they would have scored had it not been a drop-in for that wave. It looked like around the 5 or the 6 mark. It was maybe as good a wave as had been ridden, but unfortunately there was a little blue T-shirt behind him.
Yes, that's
never what you want.
No, and it's a shame. Maramar is such a cool human being, a little bit quieter than Maramar, but once you get to know him, he definitely comes out of his shell. But right now there's 17 minutes to go. And Eden Hassan is holding the lead, but Jerry, you've been here for a while. You've done quite a few of these events. This is the 28th year. How many?
I think I've probably been in charge. Eden's paddling hard there, and who has priority touch? I've probably been in charge of maybe 23 of them.
Whoa.
But I have been to all of them, so...
You're ancient.
I am ancient.
I'm just kidding.
Ancient. No, well, sadly, you're not. I'll remember that at some stage and give you back. But yeah, look, I've been to most of them. I won't have lunch
tomorrow.
Look, I've been to most of them, and all of them, but been running them since, I guess, the start of the century.
Wow.
Which makes me sound even older. The beginning of the century. But I love it. I love being here, and now that I don't live here, I love when I get the call back to come back and do a bit of commentary, run around and be the event director. you know, it's a bit stressful at times and the days are long,
Mm.
particularly these last few because we've been running around 18 heats a day and
Mhm.
we've got up to the 4th, as a matter of fact, to finish this event. We cannot run on the 1st due to a public holiday. But the way the surf's been going, I mean, we're just pumping it through because if it's pumping, that's what we do.
Yeah,
we
it's,
surf.
you know, it's hard to walk away from waves.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, I walk away from 'em every day because I can't paddle out there with these guys.
I
but,
know. Yeah.
look, I've got a couple of house chores, or what is it? A couple of things I've got to say.
Housekeeping?
Housekeeping, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I've got to talk about, there's Cafe Loca. For those around town listening to us, Cafe Loca has a bit of a sunset party this afternoon that everyone's invited to. I think there'll be a couple of free beers there, particularly for the competitors and the WSL people. So head on to that. And especially tomorrow at Bed and Brew in General Luna, we have our official WSL Halloween party. And that should be pretty big. So that's in GL on the Tourism Road. Raymar's going to have a dig at this one. He's just got to have fun now from here on in. Guy knows how to barrel. And that was another beauty. So, yeah, that's tomorrow night. So that'll be the Halloween party on the 31st. So head on down to that. That'll be, well, I'm not saying that I'll necessarily go, but, Maramar's sitting down on the job. And he got back up. Didn't see the barrel there. He's decided to keep going. Yeah, he's going to do another one of them, isn't he? Oh, he's just going to do a little tap, but we'll see. I guess we'll get a replay of that, boys, and I'm talking to the boys in the office in there, so I guess we'll get a replay of that and we'll see what happened at the start. There's Taj deep in the barrel. Is he going to pop out of that one? I thought I saw him travelling. See him travelling there. Okay, there was a bit of a flurry of activity there. So here's Maramar, slightly behind it. Oh, okay, he didn't get behind it. I thought he was going to. Oh no, sorry, that's Raymar's first one.
Yes. Yeah,
Here we
Raymar's
go.
last wave. This is Maramar's one. He gets behind the curtain. You can still see his nose peeking out. And wow, does well to recover here. Get his foot back on the board. Bit of an awkward kind of fall, but then makes up for it with that air reverse. He just has those on lock, and then that wave just
He
flattens
didn't
out.
have much speed for that either. He'd come out of nothing, from sitting down. Do you think, again, I guess I'm putting you on the spot a bit, do you think they take a couple of points away for that, sitting on the board? I mean, it was an obvious mistake, but then he did something quite nice on the inside.
Well, the judges will, they base a lot of what they kind of judge things on speed, power and flow, and I do feel like that certain moment on Maramar's wave, it did kind of stop the flow a little bit. So a 4.03. They still rewarded the barrel, maybe the air as well, but yeah, just the flow on that wave was kind of halted just because of that little misstep.
He certainly lost his speed and he didn't connect his manoeuvres, let's say.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the original criteria of connecting manoeuvres or something like that was one of the things they used to say. But anyway, so he's moved into second place. He still needs a 5.14 to move into first, and for him, that's just a walk in the park.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a lump in the background. It's really hard to tell from this angle actually how big those waves are. No one's panicking to get over to it. So I gather they're not going for it. So it's a bit deceiving. That's the drone angle, obviously. And it makes it look a little bigger. The surf has just been epic so far. I mean, this is day 4, I believe.
Day 5.
Day 5, they're just going so quickly now.
I know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's day 5 today. Yeah.
We started on the 26th. Hang on, count my fingers. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. You're right, day 5.
Yeah. We've had an early start this morning. It was a 5:45 a.m. call for a 6 a.m. start, which we started at 6 a.m. To make the most of the higher tide, and then we went on hold for a couple hours because of the low. And now we're back.
And we plan to do the same tomorrow. If the swell's just as good tomorrow and the conditions are just as good, we will run stacks again tomorrow because further in the forecast, it's looking like maybe a couple of onshores. So, if it's good, we will run.
Yeah, I was just about to ask what the swell and the wind is doing for the rest of the forecast because we do have until the 4th. It's quite a while, but once we finish today, because we are going to run into the men's round of 16, then we're going to have, like, what you said there was...
Well, we'll do the 4, then we'll have the women's round of 16, and then we'll have
so
7, 4. Yeah, well, after today, there's 18 heats left, and we've had 18 heat days already here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not impossible, but what we'll do is we'll look at those forecasts, and myself and Ty and Johnny Carby and our head judge and the guys will get together and have a discussion as to what we can do. But Sometimes in a place like this, they're a little disappointed when you finish early. They don't necessarily get it, even though it's the 28th year. Funnily enough, they sometimes still don't get it. The higher ups do because they've been doing it a long time, but sometimes the people organising lunches and things like that just go berserk because, you know, it's finished and they just can't understand. They've organised another 4 days worth of lunch. What are we going to do, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I say don't cook it, you know, but
yes.
But they've got people that have volunteered and whatever. So it's a little hard for them to deal with that sometimes, but, you know, I guess maybe by the 38th, everyone will learn their lesson. I'm not
Hopefully,
really sure.
the 38th, another 10 years.
Yeah.
Hopefully we
You'll
can...
still be here, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. I love coming here. Even if I'm not working, I'm still coming here just to see you, Jerry.
Oh, well, I'm just coming here because I love it here and spend half my life here, actually. While nothing's happening there, and as soon as I say that, they'll probably go to a set, I better just do my other call-outs. I don't get on the mic much, folks, and so what I do is my friends all send me a message and say, we're watching, talk to call me. So Aki Estoy hassled me yesterday. DP, of course, is always here, and he's watching it like a madman. Kusho's at home, if he's not scaffolding as we speak. Lukey Jones, I think he's over there in the west in Australia at the moment. Ross Robbo, who's a friend of your dad's, by the way, from Narrabeen. I know he's watching. My brothers, Johnny and Pill Deegan, and my daughter Lillian, my lovely wife Susan, of course. Timmy Padden, who had the job as a commentator and somehow lost it. Edo's watching. I know you're watching, or you're surfing. Poiter's down there, down in the south watching. And again, I'll just mention Dewey, Gliso and Waddy. They're hanging in Cronulla, listening to every one of your words today and hoping a Cronulla boy comes through. So there you go, folks. So I'm not going to look at my messenger again. So if you want me to call you out, you'll have to get tomorrow or another day.
Yes. Too good. Yeah, there's
You're going to Taiwan after this?
I will, yes. I'll be going to Taiwan. So we'll leave here, do a night in Manila, and then make the rest of the travel over to Taiwan, which will be exciting.
It will be. Have you been looking at the maps? Because this typhoon that's giving us the swirl is going to smash straight into Taiwan.
Yeah.
I think it's smashing into the south, which would be Hainan or somewhere like that.
Okay.
Do you know exactly where in Taiwan you're going? North, south, middle? Do you know? Am I putting you on the spot there?
Look, I stopped doing geography in year 9.
Okay, gotcha.
But, you know, we're in Jinsun Harbour over there, which is really fun. It holds a swell, but right now Taj Stokes, really clean barrel, gets the exit, gets a nice connection there and pulls through the back. So Taj was looking for a score to go to second place and overtake Maramar with 8 minutes to go. I feel like maybe that, incident with the priority at the start of the heat might have rattled Maramar's cage a little bit, but this is a really nice one, Jerry.
It is. It's not super deep. I think from the front on angle it would look a bit deeper, but it was nice. It was clean. The exit was perfect, and he hit the lip pretty hard coming out. So I think, he ticked most of the box. Here's a decent sized wave. Maramar straight in, arm in the wall, slowing down. Oh yeah, great. That was great. He's going to finish it off as he does. And he's going to do a little more. Lucky he didn't hurt himself there. And again, he's not quite in there. Okay, no. So maybe get off that one and get some priority. Don't run over Maramar. Yeah, he's going to get it. That Maramar's was great. I mean, we'll see a replay of that. That was a terrific wave, and I suggest the best wave of the heat. And here we go again.
Yeah, it's a bigger looking wave. He's deep. He disappears, comes out, huge carve, grabs a rail, really driving through it. So Maramar gets a better wave there. Eden Hassan on a big one out behind, but doesn't quite disappear. It was a bigger looking wave, but just had a bit too much speed. But wow, that carve down was solid. I like the look of it. Gets a second turn and kicks out in front of Maramar in the blue. So we'll see where these scores come through. The boardwalk is full. There's so many people on the beach right now.
It's off the Richter because Raymar and Maramar are out there.
Yeah.
When the everyone knows now. People can get online. They know when they don't have to sit here all day to watch their heroes. So when these guys head out there, the boardwalk gets absolutely packed, and that's how it is now. And it's a lot of fun out there because they're screaming and yelling, and you don't even need to watch the surf to know when a local's taken off, and you don't have to watch to know if they've made it or fallen off because you just listen.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a groan when they don't make it, and there's a cheer when they do make it.
Yeah, you can even hear, the emotions from the crowd when Raymar dropped in on Maramar earlier in the heat. But that last wave locked in from Maramar is 6. Last wave of Taj Stokes, a 3.03.
So situation is Maramar is in the lead with a 6 and a 4.03. Eden Hassan holds second place. He needs a 4.71 to go to first. Taj Stokes looking for a 6.13. He's been dropping some big scores this event so far. And Raymar needs a 9.16 to advance through this one. Unfortunately, that priority interference will cause a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, look,
havoc
statistically
for
he can get through, and we haven't seen a 10 yet, but I think we saw a 9.5 at one stage. Was that yesterday afternoon, maybe? So it's not impossible at this stage, so you never give up hope, but I think he'll be a little bit down in the dumps at the moment.
Yeah, you can kind of see he's got his arms crossed. He's thinking, he's probably feeling a little bit upset, but, he holds first priority, and I feel like right now his job is to just help Maramar as much as he can.
And he will do that. He will do that. They do that, and I don't think there's any law against that.
Yep.
I saw yesterday that... Okay, let's see what he does. He's just got such good style.
Wow.
I mean, that was a pretty good barrel. Came out after the spit. He's going to finish it off with a couple of turns. Little tap at the end there. Is it a 9.5? Well, we don't know, but nice one out the back. Taj just holding onto the wall there to slow himself down. And another little cover up. Oh, and a nice finish. Fins out. So, yeah, I noticed one yesterday that here's Raymar's from a different angle.
Yeah, this is a front-on angle. You see he disappears for a moment there. It's a bigger looking wave. A lot of spit for Raymar, and then out behind him, Taj Stokes also gets one. He pulls in, doesn't quite disappear, but he definitely gets a bit of time under the curtain, gets half a second cover up as well. And this turn was huge, just lets the fins free to get a completion. He needs a 6.13, so we'll see if that's a score he is looking for. With 4 minutes to go, Maramar has priority. Maybe Eden Hassan might have got a wave in that as well, because it doesn't look like he's sitting out the back.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I saw a heat yesterday that Maramar and Raymar were in together as well. And Maramar had it won. The heat was essentially won. And Raymar had third priority or something. And Maramar paddled for one, and Raymar paddled for it as well. And Maramar didn't go. So I'm suspecting there was a little friendship going on there.
Yes.
And Maramar's knew that he was paddling and thought, I'm going to let my friend take this wave, seeing, I don't need it. So, that's and I guess it's legal and legit, and I would do it too.
Yeah, I think so as well, and it just shows, Maramar knows how to be competitive, but there's also times when he's able to turn back that competitive dial.
Well, he didn't have to. He had a 9 and an 8 or something anyway, so I think he was pretty safe.
Yeah, he had a great heat. It was so good to watch, and right now a 6 and a 4 has him in the lead. Not big scores, but I know that he's hopeful for a bigger set to come through with just under 3 minutes to go.
And priority. I've been finding also so far today the heats I've watched. It seemed like the first wave was the better set.
Mm-hmm.
The second wave, I guess the water's dragged out a little bit. It crumbles a bit more, just like that previous set then. So yesterday when I was watching, it was slightly bigger, and it seemed like the second wave was better. So I'm not entirely sure why that is. I don't know if you would agree or you noticed that, but today it's a fair bit different than yesterday, and for that reason, I think Maramar having priority is a massive advantage, and he won't hesitate to go on what he thinks is the right wave.
Yeah, I agree, and especially because he has so much time. He spent so much time out here, but right now Eden Hassan goes under the curtain, comes out, drives hard through a nice carve. Eden is just looking really comfortable out there. What's he eyeing off? Goes for a solid layback snap out behind. Oh my goodness, Taj Stokes. He gets one under priority. Huge roundhouse, but oh my goodness, that
Let's hope that
might
doesn't
cost
affect
him.
Right there, Maramar let them take those waves, so he mustn't have seen the value. So it's a smaller wave, but he was gone. I mean, he was gone from the camera and from that angle. That's fairly deep.
Yeah, he only needs a 4.4 because Taj's last wave was a 4.77. This wave of Eden Hassan was also a really nice one. It's so hard to watch these waves between the Aussies. They're both fighting for second place. Eden, huge connection there. And then out the back, Taj fully disappeared, came out, and then gets this roundhouse, but just gets caught up in the whitewash, so that's super unlucky.
Can I say great drone work there, by the way,
Yeah.
as well. Had both of those waves covered. That was really nice.
Yeah, it was. The
7.9
drone makes it
for
look
the
so
drone.
lovely. Yeah. 7.9 for the drone. Great judging, Jerry. Well, just under 1 minute to go. 45 seconds.
Oh, and
Wow.
of course, the wave comes straight to him. It's a big one. He wasn't in there for a long time, but he's going. Oh. Okay, so he's in the lead. 36 seconds. Not sure. It was hard to tell from that angle. Okay.
Oh,
so-
wow.
Oh, what a drop.
Eden Hassan feels like he needs to get a few more waves under his belt with the last 20 seconds to
Yeah,
go.
He's going to struggle to get out there.
Oh,
with
he-
only 18 seconds to go. I can see a set out the back there. So Taj is paddling hard. His second priority. No, he is priority. So this could turn things around right here.
Yep.
And he's not going to mess about. He has to go it no matter what.
Yeah,
Oh, he did. He
wow.
was breaking on his head. He's not going to get to the next one, unfortunately. So that's going to see.
Well, I think we might still have some scores to come through, maybe, Jerry.
Okay, well, I won't call it too early then.
No.
You know me.
Hold the phone.
I get a bit excited. I get a bit excited.
Yes, but that's fine. We love it. Let's have a look. I think we still have some scores. Yeah, we have scores for Maramar, Eden, and Taj to lock in. So let's see. Raymar's last wave was actually a 6.33, so that was a good score for Raymar, but these scores for Taj, Eden, and Maramar is really what's going to change the story of this heat.
Yes, 100%. I'm feeling like Maramar's got it fairly covered, because that was a pretty nice wave. But for the second place, I'm thinking anything can happen here.
Yeah, well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the result of Heat 7 of the men's round of 32, and then we'll move in through to Heat 8, which is the last heat of the round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Welcome back. Welcome back to day 5 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We just saw Maramar take out that last heat alongside Eden Hassan. Taj Stokes unfortunately bowing out, and Robert or Raymar Magaluna as well. But out there right now we have the last heat of the round. Toby Espejon is going to be in the blue. Noah Arkfeld in the green. In the green. Xavier Huxtable in the white, and Jayward Alcizo is out there in the red. And it's going to be an exciting heat to finish off this round. And then up next we will move into the men's round of 16 as well. So we've got 4 more heats after this one. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with none other than Jessie Starling. Welcome back, JJ.
Thank you. I'm excited to be back. This is a pretty big heat for the locals. I mean, the Filipinos, this is 3 of their biggest surfers right now. I'm sure the Congressman Bingo is probably watching on. He's a massive supporter of Noah Arkfeld. I am a massive fan of Noah Arkfeld too. He is incredible, but can't go past the lone Aussie. We love Zave. Zave from the Torquay, Victoria region, and just an all-round great guy. Hasn't cracked the Challenger Series yet. Definitely deserves to be there though. He's such a good surfer. His best mate, who he's staying with, Tully Wiley, he had his first year on the Challenger Series this year, and I think it might have been really bittersweet for Zave to see his best mate get on there but not be on there with him. But someone of Zave's caliber, you just have to think it's just a matter of time until he gets there.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Zave, he's competed in CTs before, especially thinking back to the one at Bells Beach, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. So Zave has that experience with some of the best in the world. And right now he's competing as some of the best in the Philippines and soon to be the world. Noah Arkfeld up and flying down the line. We heard from him this morning. He gets the, oh my goodness.
This is what you expect from Noah. I love that. And I love hearing the cheers from behind us. Sorry, that's what made me giggle, just listening to the locals go absolutely berserk right behind us. But Noah, he's so good. He literally only lives, I think, 200 meters away, not far. Doesn't get super deep in the barrel. You knew this was coming, though. Just the way he was eyeing off this section. Huge air, super tail high, pulls it all the way around. So, yeah, Noah actually in the free surfs did one of the biggest alley-oops I've ever seen in person. It was absolutely absurd. About 2 or 3 days before the event started, and we were out there with Taj Richmond, and Taj was like, "Did you see that?" I was like, "That was absolutely crazy. People shouldn't be allowed to do airs like that." So, yeah, huge fan of Noah, and I think he was really underground, but he's slowly starting to get a name for himself. And yeah, after maneuvers like that, I feel like, who knows, might see him a few more air comps next year.
Yeah, bring it on. I know that he was definitely eager to compete against the likes of Dakota Walters, who has a great air game as well. That first wave for Noah locked in at 3.87, so didn't quite get deep enough in the tube. I think that was really where the score was capping. I feel like if he got deep in the tube and then did the air, then maybe that would have changed the situation just a little bit.
I have a feeling that actually might have been his second wave.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right as we came in, I saw he was paddling back out. So I have a feeling that could have potentially been his second wave. Our screen is just updating. Oh, no, he had a 0.3 for his first one, so maybe you're right there, true. But looks like we're going to get our screen updated for you all right now.
Yeah, let's see what is going on, because we want to make sure that we are giving you guys all of the right details. So, yeah, looks like that last wave was actually 3.57.
Sorry, my bad.
Come on, Jessie, I'm on top of it.
Well, I saw he was paddling out well on the inside, so I thought to myself, oh, he must have already got one. Usually a 0.3, you would think it's not as long as that, but maybe it was just a bit of a pull-in, no-make.
He might have just got pumped.
Yeah, I mean, that current on the inside gets really strong too, so.
I got pumped the other day, probably got a 0.3, and took me about 10 minutes to get back out the back. But then there was also because there was heaps of sets coming through, and you know when they came and
let's be honest, were you talking to everyone? This is why it took you 10 minutes to get out the
was
back.
actually standing on the reef, and Axel Carrotta was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah. He kept paddling, and I was like, I don't think I'm okay, but I'm just gonna pretend, fake it till I make it.
Fake it till you make it, that's what they say.
Someone who didn't fake it till they make it, they actually put on a clinic in that last heat, was Maramar, and he's down there with Justin. Let's hear it.
Ladies, here with Maramar, through to the round of 16. Bit of friendly fire in that one. What happened?
I was just waiting for the good sets coming, and then I was like, the time was like, it's moving very fast. So I was like, okay, I really have to catch some waves. So I was like, luckily got a good score, like four points. So I was just like, go in the barrel, just getting a small wave first, just for backups, and then try to do a little air. And after that, I was like, okay, I got a backup score already. Okay, just wait for the right sets to build up some score. So so grateful that I get the sets game, and then get a 6 point something, and then yeah, I made it through next round, so I'm so happy for that.
Tell us, you've surfed this wave in so many different conditions. What do you expect this afternoon when the round of 16 heats get underway?
Well, like for me, early, it's a little bit north, like the swell, so it's pushing more in the left side. But like the good one, it's just more a little bit on the side. So it's kind of slow also. When the waves come, it's really good. When it's not coming, it's painful. Yeah.
You know, all these people that are here, you know, the boardwalk's going to fill up this afternoon. Are you going to put on a show for the Filipino surfers and also these tourists who are here? The beach was hooting and hollering for you. There was a lot of sound every time you took off. Are you stoked to have that hometown support?
Oh yeah, I like here the hometown support. It's really important for me. Like for me, the community, Siargao communities, it's like one is like really like I don't know. It's like I love them so much because they've been like really helping me about like traveling around the world for like the Challenger series too. They're trying to get some fundraising for the next event also because it's traveling around the world. It's so expensive, so I'm so grateful for the communities around here, like the people that making business, the people that lives here already, and to all my sponsors, my family, my friends, and yeah, without them, I don't think I'll be traveling around the world.
Yeah, support is so important. What are you going to do between now and your next heat? Do you go home? Do you stay here at the beach? How do you best prepare for your round of 16 heat?
Well, I'm just gonna go to Happy Islanders or Shaka. I'm gonna grab some coffee and just chill a little bit there, and then give it up.
Well, I might come join you. I think I need my afternoon caffeine hit. Can you shout me one?
Oh, let's go, mate. Let's go for sure. Let's go. I like that.
Well, there he is, Maramar, the hometown hero, and he's through to the round of 16. So back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Justin. And thank you, Maramar. Looks like they're going to go have a little coffee date.
I love those two. And the fact that they're going to go on a coffee date, that is awesome. Love to know what the conversations they're probably going to roll through. I feel
to be a fly on the wall.
Oh, they are just two really great humans. And Maramar kind of fully highlighting how important community is here to the local Filipinos. Especially here in Siargao, I feel like it's like that countrywide, but it seems to be one massive family community here in Siargao. Everyone just wants the best for everyone, and Maramar, he's definitely felt the love of his community. Super grateful for it. Zave, he's got a really great community behind him back in Victoria, but does go down, so couldn't quite pull the finish on that one, but Zave, he, like I was just saying, he has so much love, so much support back home. Someone I was talking to yesterday, Cale Bell Warren, I'm sure he's tuning in because these guys have a really cool relationship. And Zave.
Yeah, that's the 617 from Xavier, and he's just, looking really smooth. I mean, he looks fired up. Like you said, Jesse, one of his best mates and also roommate for this event, got on the Challenger Series, but live action right now. Jay White, our Sizzo, flies out of the barrel. Holds onto the rail for a hard carve. Driving through another one out the back. Toby Espejon also up and riding on this one. Doesn't find the barrel, but finds a huge turn as we see Jay Ward unable to finish one off. And you can hear everyone on the beach just screaming for the local lads out there right now. And it's exciting to see everyone came down for Maramar and also for Raymar's heat. And they're staying for Noah, Toby and Jayward out there right now for the last heat, the men's round of 32. And then we'll go to the men's round of 16. But talk me through this one, Jessie.
Yeah, this was a really nice barrel here from Jayward. Threaded it beautifully. Picked a really nice line where he did manage to get completely covered. Bit of a roundhouse, that kind of typical. Sometimes there's a lot of foam behind you. You can lose the grip of your feet a little bit, but just went to town through this inside section. I mean, went for an air. Love the fact that he's still pushing harder and harder each turn section. Didn't pull it off, but I think that's going to be a good score for Jayward. Then Toby, this wave didn't throw like he wanted to. There's a nice opening carve there, but kind of knew that there wasn't a lot of points on offer. The judges are pretty specific that they're not overly keen on seeing just turns. They want to see you get barreled. They want to see you stalling for those big, throaty looking barrels. And it looked like it might have been at the start for Toby. So I feel like it looked like it was going to be a big barrel when he was paddling into it, but it just kind of hit the reef on a weird little angle. Like Maramar was saying, it's kind of north today, so you do have to be a little bit particular. There's a little bit of branding. That's smart, isn't it? Wave Park Siargao. Just flying on by in the background there. But Toby, he is so talented. I've said it time and time again. He comes from a really talented family here, the Espejons. And I am more than confident that he's going to find himself a good-looking barrel. This guy, paddling pretty hard to get into this one, gets over the boil, so avoids it, tucks in, travels. Oh, he
Wow.
holds on. He holds on.
You can see the smile there. He's like, wow, that was crazy.
What did you just go through just then watching that wave?
A lot of emotions. I was like, oh my goodness, he's fallen and he's back. Yeah, that took me through a lot, that wave. But, you know, I was stoked to see Zave get that one. And here we go, Toby right now. He's looking for the tube, doesn't find it, so goes to turns. He's sitting a little bit wider than everyone else. Gets another turn in there. And a third one to finish. Wow, that was a really well-surfed wave. Bigger sections than we've seen, and he liked the feeling of it.
Yeah, there was a lot of punch behind that last turn. But, again, our judges looking for turns today? I don't know. Zave, though, holding on for dear life through that end bit there. I feel like he was probably felt that foam ball might have come and grabbed the end of his tail, but when he pulled it off, he kind of was thinking, oh, okay.
That was pretty sick.
I just did that.
I kind of liked it.
Yeah, and then Jayward just going to turns there again. So I like Troy's wave as well.
Toby.
Sorry, Toby.
We had Troy earlier.
Troy was earlier.
Get with the program, sis.
Sorry. Both very talented.
Yeah.
Toby, he performed 3 pretty huge turns on that wave, but as much as I loved them, and that last turn definitely was a hard section to land, I just don't know if the judges are going to be giving that much more than a 4 or a 5. This was a pretty nice wave here for Jayward, so gets a good amount of cover-up time. Love his rail work. He's really, that yellow board, something about it looks really good under his feet, and I feel like he looks really comfortable in the barrel, and then he comes out and he looks really confident on his feet. He looks like he's backing himself. Gets a 6.83 for his first wave. He's going to back it up nicely. Needs a 0.47 to move into the lead, except I am 110% confident that Zave is going to replace that 113. And we're only halfway down. It's all happening, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now, and this has been a really great heat to watch so far. As you said, Zave will definitely say goodbye to the 1.13. That was a really nice last wave. He is going to take this one under priority of Noah Arkfeld. Zave stalling, gets in the tube for a quick cover up. What's he got here? You can see he's eyeing for something, goes to the air, unable to get the completion on that one. But he is definitely looking really good. His previous to last wave was a 5.7, so extending his lead and waiting for this last score of Jayward as well. It'll give us a better understanding of what Noah is looking for, as well as Toby. But Noah's been quiet. He holds first priority, and none of those waves were really enticing him to give up priority.
Yeah, he's pretty particular about the waves he goes out here, especially in the free surfs as well. I feel like Noah doesn't paddle for a lot of the waves, but the waves he does go, he usually 9 times out of 10 gets them, because I feel like everyone goes, all right, Noah's picked off this one, and it's more often than not a really great looking wave. He's got a really nice read on this lineup. Obviously he's from here, he surfs it time and time again, and for these guys this would be a really familiar territory for them, with Noah, Toby and Jayward just competing against each other, because they all compete pretty consistently through the local Filipino events over here. So this would be pretty familiar territory with them right now. And I'm just thinking, what a cool opportunity for Zave to be in this heat, sit underneath these local guys, figure out, you know, where exactly the spot is in the lineup when the swell is coming in this direction, when the tide is around this point. Because I was saying, if I was surfing a heat today and I was one of these guys, the thing I would do is sit right next to the best Filipino surfers. These guys, definitely 3 of the best here. They know exactly what this wave is up to. They know exactly which ones are the best. So I think for Zave, he's obviously winning the heat, which is great for him right now, but this is also a really cool learning experience that he could take into his next heats too.
Yeah, let's stick with the live action. Jayward looking to back up. 6.83. That last wave was a 4.37, and I agree, Jesse, I'd be sitting with the Filipino locals out there. that last wave of Jayward, just a quick cover up. Don't know if it will go into the top 2, so 12.5 minutes. Let's take another look at it, Jessie.
Yeah, front on, he gets pretty deep in it for a moment there, so it took a while to get completely covered up, but once he did, I mean, he drew a really nice line. Noah, again, didn't want that wave, but now he is kind of backed in a corner where if you're looking at that 7.63, you'd probably think you'd like to break it down in 2 waves. I would love to see an excellent score in this heat. Obviously, an 8 is what he'd be looking for to get into that excellent range, but 7.63 for someone of Noah's caliber, very achievable. Most people would like to break that down. I just feel like Noah's probably going to love the task of trying to get a 7.63. He's a very savvy competitor. He kind of always is hunting the win. Something I've been saying the whole time as well. One thing I've noticed about Filipino competitors, they don't want to force it. They want to earn it. And even, chatting to Filma, chatting to a few of the Filipinos who have been locked out, if no great waves are coming, they don't really want to go. They want to show their best part of their surfing on the best waves that are coming through. And it's actually something I can really respect about the Filipino competitive nature, because I feel like they just want to put their best foot forward.
Yeah.
There's no mucking around. They don't want to force these 2s and 3s. They want to come out and be like, this is what I can do and this is how well I can do it. So I feel like potentially why we're seeing Noah sit for so long right now, because one thing I know about Noah, he always puts his best foot forward, and fair enough if he doesn't want to, mess around in the 4s and 5s. If he wants to go for the 7, hell, go for it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jessie, and he has the time to do that right now. He has that luxury of holding first priority as well, and I feel like in the last heat we saw him in a pretty similar situation. I've seen him wave his arms a few times asking for situations, and he's more focused on knowing what he needs as opposed to what everyone else is doing. And with 10.5 minutes to go, he's got the time, and he's a pretty savvy competitor. He's quite focused and definitely doesn't let his emotions get the better of him.
Yes.
But right now he does have the likes of Toby, Jayward and Xavier to compete against. It's not just about him, but looks like he's going to have a strong look at this one. He paddles into it strong, gets straight underneath the tube, comes out for Noah Arkfeld, drives into that first turn. And gets a completion, just steps off that wave with so much confidence out the back behind. Toby Espejon stalling, trying to get undercover, a bit of a soul arch, and kicks out for Toby. There's some waves out behind, wondering if anyone is going to be on them. Xavier Huxtable looking to defend first place. He's deep. He comes out. Zave goes to the sky as well, gets the grab and rides out. He's asking the question. He's saying, guys, that was pretty sick. What do you think? Wow, what a great 3-wave exchange.
I can hear the Victorians screaming from here. Ethan Huxtable, I can hear you jumping around right now. These was an incredible exchange. Wow, Noah got super deep on that one. Completely disappeared, rode the foam ball for a while. Big turn to finish that one off too. So sick wave for Noah. This one, Toby not getting super deep in it, but he just looks like he's having a good time.
He's just adding some flair.
He's a very stylish surfer, might I add. And then Zave gets covered up in this one, so he travelled for quite some time. You can tell straight away out of the barrel, straighter with the grab, comes down, goes, how you like that one, guys? I love this wave from Zave. Look at it from the drone angle shot too. Definitely got a good amount of cover up time, true, and then just takes to the sky. Wow, how's that shot? That is so sick. This is why I love the drones.
I honestly feel like I never see Zave not smiling. And I feel like that was like a pure, authentic, like, I'm over the moon, happy kind of smile. So I feel like Zave's going to replace a 5.7 with that last one. That was so solid. Toby has a nice wave to come through, but Noah's wave, he got the deepest out of everyone on that wave, fully disappearing for quite some time and coming out. But let's see what Jayward has to do. He uses priority on this one, slides in nice and quickly. He's racing. Wow. He comes out as well, and Jayward just leaning into the rail. Wow. Gets another combination there. This is shaping up to be a really good heat, especially this back 10 minutes. I don't even know where to start, Jessie.
It's
That's
this
crazy.
time of day. This time of day, the surf just absolutely starts to pump. Wow,
Oh.
Jayward really moving through that barrel. He was pumping all the way through. Love the Cloud9 Classic, that layback after the barrel. Come out with so much speed. How do I wipe it off? Let's do a layback carve. Boom. Let's throw some points on the board. So we have some scores to lock in. The judges have their hands full. They do have a replay screen in the judges' booth too, so they'll be watching all of these waves over and over, making sure they're getting the scores exactly right. I loved Noah's. I loved Zave's. I loved Jayward's.
What do you think? Excellent for Noah?
Excellent for Noah,
Yep.
100%. That was a really incredible wave. You can tell they're having a bit of a chat out there, breaking down that last exchange. Zave's is definitely bettering that 5-7. I actually think it could potentially better his 6-1-7 too.
Do you reckon they're at-
combine the two, I mean,
Yeah, well, 8-6-7 for that last wave of Noah. Still a few more scores to lock in. I wonder, like, if they actually...
Just that giggle.
I know. I wonder if they actually are having a chat out there and they're being like, yeah, how deep did you get, you know?
I was deeper.
I was in the barrel for longer.
I bet you I was deeper than you.
Well, just over 6 minutes to go. We still got scores to lock in. 8-6-7 for that last wave of Noah. A score to lock in for Zave. He's looking for a 6-0-8. He might just get it and go back to first. Let's wait and see. Jayward also has a score to lock in. He needs a 5-0-4. Wow, yeah, we're waiting on scores. I feel like we're going to see a shake-up once again. This heat is really not over. I feel like
No.
we have a couple more change-ups as well to come.
I think Zave betters. I 110% think Zave betters. I have been wrong before, everyone, so just bear with me if I'm wrong. Don't go, oh, she's wrong again. No, I do really think that Zave betters.
No, take bets. Take bets.
Well, you know,
Place
I have
money
a
on
show.
it. See if she actually got on.
I do have a show that I do this. And
okay.
9 times out of 10, I'm wrong. No, I'm kidding. It's
Shay who's always right.
Yeah. It's a 6-0-8. Let's take a look at this one, though. This is excellent surfing here from Noah. He was so deep. How he navigated that foam ball, absolutely insane. Big turn to finish it off. Almost lost it. Pulled it back together. This drone angle shot really shows. Look, he's navigating that foam ball and just kept his cool. This is something we were saying before. He just is so self-focused. He's really driven. He's really self-aware when he's on the wave. And wow, Xavier Huxtable, a 9.43. Wow, so that's the second highest wave of the event. We've seen a 9.5. This is a 9.43 true.
Wow, so Zave in the barrel comes out so clean and then gets so high, gets a grab, and he's like, yeah, that was sick. I'm like, I'm calling it a day. I'm done. Thanks very much. I'll see you in the round of 16 later on this afternoon. But Zave heads back out 9.43 and a 6.17 right now. Noah needs a 6 point. Oh my. The silence is loud. That was so hectic. Noah just going over on that one. He needs a 6.94 to go back to first.
6.93.
Yeah, I'm just adding more and more numbers on the board, making it harder for them all, you know. But Jayward, he needs a 5.42. And Toby, right now, he's comboed for a 14.3 combination. Whoa. Last wave of Jayward, 7.47. Jayward goes to second place. Noah down in third. Needs a 5.63. And Toby comboed. He is having a look at this one, using priority. Stalls to get in the barrel. You can see him dragging his arm. What's he got for us? Gets one nice carve there for Toby. Redirects around Noah. Finds another connection there. He's just dancing his way through this one, hoping to find an inside, which he does, gets a reverse. So Toby looking to break combination. But right now, Noah Arkfeld, is against the ropes, needs a 5.63. Because that last wave of Jayward's was a 7.47. I mean, Xavier Huxtable, you'd like to think right now is safe in first, but you just never know.
You never know. I mean, a 9.43 and a 6.17. It looks like a really healthy heat total, but the level and the talent in this heat is absolutely astronomical. It's out of this world. And I just want to add as well, the board that Noah Arkfeld is riding 3 days ago was in two pieces. It was not 1, it was 2, and he's recently got it fixed. He says it's feeling a little bit heavier, but it's what I'm used to. It's what I know. I know that he has a brand new version of it, but he still just wants to be on this board. You can see he's kind of checking it out right now. So that board is giving him the confidence he needs. He's relying on it now to try and get a 5.63, but yeah, you said something before. You said Zave gets a 9.43. You're probably thinking, job well done. Let's move on through. Honestly, at the end of this heat, job well done. Move on through. My day is over. I'm content with this heat. Let's wrap it. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Let's sound the hooter 2 minutes early. Here we go. Zave just flying down the line. He kicks out of that one. Oh, uses first priority. That's an interesting tactic from Zave. He's not worrying too much. Okay. This is that last wave of Toby. Jessie.
Yeah, got covered. Didn't get completely 100% under it, but definitely got a really nice bit of vision there for Toby. And then he just went through a couple turns here. Definitely isn't, obviously isn't the 14-point combo he's looking for. He needs a 4.3 to break combination. That last one coming in at a 3.77. So with a minute 30, unfortunately, I am thinking that may be kind of it for Toby Espenjon. I'm not sure if he's going to get two waves, in the last minute 30. Looks like Jayward, he got a little roll of the dice here too. So all eyes on Noah Arkfeld. Can he find a 5.63? Look how pristine perfect it is out there right now.
Wow. Okay, he has a minute. First priority. Needs a 5.63. Is the Ocean going to offer up another opportunity for Noah Arkfeld? That last wave for Toby Espenjon, a 3.77. It was not enough. Looking to break a 14.3 combination. Jayward right now, nervous moments. I spoke to him yesterday and he's like, yeah, I'm just happy to be here and to keep making heats. But he's definitely a fierce competitor. 30 seconds to go. This could be a bit of an upset if we say goodbye to Noah Arkfeld. He's in a good position right now with first priority, but it's the time that is working against him. Xavier Huxtable, you'd think, is very comfortable in the lead with a 9.43 and a 6.17. Noah, 10 seconds to go, had a paddle on the inside. You could see the frustration. So priority will go to Xavier Huxtable now, but it doesn't matter because the heat is over. And the Victorian getting the win over the Filipino surfers. Jayward Alciso coming in second. We'll say goodbye to Noah Arkfeld and Toby Espenjon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 1 of the men's round of 16. The surf is pumping. Make sure you stay tuned.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't stop. We GOMO.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine.
Welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup, the 28th year that this event is running. If you're joining us now, you've probably just witnessed such an incredible heat. Look at this scoreline. There's 9s, there's 7s, there's 8s, there's 6s. That was a really exciting heat. It was Xavier Huxtable, the Australian, taking it out. Jaywad Alciso coming in second. Big name out the draw there with Noah Arkfeld. So that's a big upset. Round of 16, though, we're rolling in yet again. Kyan Falvey taking on Oscar Berry, Bronson Mady, and Troy Esperon. Welcoming back my dear friend Justin Majex. That last heat, if that is a taste of what we're going to have this afternoon, I'm excited.
Oh, this is amazing. It's goosebump sort of stuff when you're out on the tower and you're so close to it. These amazing waves rolling through. There's a lot of people filling in to watch the last 4 heats of the day, but it is dead set pumping. There is amazing scores and surfing going on, and I couldn't ask to be anywhere else but calling this heat with you.
Stop it. No, this is an incredible one. We did, like I said, just lose 2 of the local boys out in that last heat. Actually, one of them is the brother to Troy Esperon out there now. So I feel like Troy is probably watching on thinking, all right, got to keep it going, got to keep the family name moving on through. So this is the last round before we move into man on man. And all of these guys that want to get there. The round of 16, though, it's a pretty good place to come into. It's a nice looking amount of points if you make the round of 16. And all of these guys' end goal is the Challenger Series. So one of your favourites, though, is in this heat in the form of Kyan Falvey.
Yeah, he's had really good form throughout this event. Best result so far. Big shout out to Benny's dad, who I'm sure is tuning in. I know a lot of crew back in Western Australia are watching as well. So Mark Clift, Kerry Witts. How good is this viewing, boys? This is as good as it gets as we see Bronson up and riding, driving. That one just runs away, but an amazing call, I think, to push into the round of 16 because these waves are probably up there with the best conditions we've seen of the entire event.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Justin. It looks so good out there. This is Troy Esperon racing on through this one. You can hear the locals behind us getting excited, supporting their boy in this round of 16 heat number 1. Behind him, Oscar Berry getting a bit of coverage coming out. So Oscar coming off a huge year on the Challenger Series. I think he was home. I pretty much think it was 48 hours that he was home after Brazil to then coming here. And I'm sure his parents are watching on as well. Big hello to everyone's family. But yeah, Oscar looks really confident in himself. I feel like he didn't probably have the year that he wanted on the Challenger Series, but I just think it was a lot of learning. And I was saying to True, anyone who goes and competes on the Challenger Series seems to come back a level up. A gear up, just because the stakes and standards are so high. And for him to come back to a wave like this, yeah, he's looking really strong, really confident. Someone else who was looking very strong and very confident, Xavier Huxtable, who was down on the tower with True Starling.
Thank you, JJ. Yeah, Zave, what a heat that was. I mean, no words right now.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, that's some of the best waves. I mean, apart from Nias, I reckon that's the second best heat I've ever had. Like those waves out there are incredible. So yeah, pretty speechless on the conditions we've got right now. Yeah.
Talk me through that 9.43. It looked amazing. When Jesse and I were talking through it, you could see your smile so clearly. What was going through your head when you finished that one off?
I mean, it was pretty tight actually, and I knew Noah took like the 1-2 before it, and it was an absolute nug, and you could hear everyone screaming. So I was like, I could probably need a bit of a score here. And made the drop and got through the tube, and then I kind of just like, I might as well try something here, and it was a bit of a flyway, and it kind of just stuck it, and luckily the landing was kind of smooth, and yeah, rode out. I couldn't really believe it when I rode out, but no, I was stoked, yeah.
You have another heat here this afternoon for the round of 16. Are you just really excited to surf it? Do you feel like you need to kind of contain it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell what it's going to do out there. Like, there's some slow heats, there's some like a lot of heats with heaps of opportunity, and there's heats with not much. So I guess you just kind of got to reset and kind of take it as it comes, because yeah, very well could be a slow one, or hopefully it's another heat with a lot of waves. But yeah, just got to reset and go back to what I did that heat, and yeah, try and repeat it. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to ask you too much more. I'll let you get prepared for the next heat. Congratulations, Dave.
Thanks so much for that. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, True. Thank you, Zave. For those of you who don't know Zave, such an awesome human, and you can tell by that interview he's got really great energy. This is a replay of Last of Oscar Berry. So what are your thoughts on that one, Justin?
Well, I think the judges have got that 9.43 in the back of their mind. They're going to compare a lot of these next few heats to what we've just seen Xavier do. This wave on the screen has locked in for Troy at a 2.67, so a fraction of what Xavier was able to do. But just to see the consistency, how clean the waves are, it's going to be an exciting afternoon. So Oscar Berry, a 3.67. So anyone else, any free surfer, weekend warrior, would be calling that the barrel of their life. But this one hasn't even hit a 4.0 in the QS 5000 that we're here watching. The tower is pretty busy. There's a lot of people out there supporting their chargers. And, yeah, it's a great place to be.
Yeah, you can see Tenchi Iwami on screen getting ready. He'll be out there next. Oni Anwar, the cheekiest man here. You can tell had a little shimmy as he was walking past. But, I mean, you were here the year that Skip McCulloch won, I believe, and he took out Maramar, who is definitely one of the best surfers out here, probably ever. Is there anyone that's kind of giving you that same energy to Skip McCulloch? Anyone who you're seeing get through the rounds where you're like, wow, they just seem to be in really good flow and good energy?
I think it's Kyan Falvey, to be honest. He is a guy that I didn't know too much about. Obviously spent a lot of time at events with his dad over the years, but yeah, I really came into the event not knowing much about him, but he is a guy that seems to be able to just muster waves, wrangle the tube. He's got an air game. He's got a great rail game. He is one guy that I think has really carved his way through this draw so far in a really emphatic fashion. There is so many good surfers still in the event, so anyone could win it from here on in. And I think it all changes when you get through this round to a man-on-man situation, because it is, you've got to worry about three other people.
Mm-hmm.
Having to worry about just one other person and having, the selection of these amazing waves. Right now we're splitting the goods between four surfers. In the coming days, we're only going to see two guys out there sort of arm wrestling for the best waves. So for me, so many great performances throughout this event. Maramar's been a standout. Xavier's performance then was really good, but Kyan Falvey has pretty much won every single one of his heats up to this point.
Yeah, he has been really informed. This is actually a career best result for him, so this heat is the furthest he's ever made it. Not just in a QS level, but a QS 5000. So this is a really incredible event for Kyan. It looks like he's going to get his heat underway now. So almost fades left to tuck back right into this one. Gets the exit, so really nice first wave. Pulls it all the way back around, so he's looking really strong. I was talking to him after that last heat. He said he did a massive 2-3 months kind of push in training with his trainer back at home, Jared, and you can tell it's paying off. And there was a quote that I always grew up with, and it was hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And I feel like Kyan's hard work, it's starting to pay off. This round of 16, career best result, getting a wave like that and taking down some really big names in this draw. This is exciting for him, and I feel like this is a really cool eye-opening experience for anyone watching on, being like, all right, you put in the work, you put in the time, anything can happen.
I couldn't agree more. Great quote. I think that should be plastered on every gym anywhere across the world, because it is so true. If you put your head down and do the training away from the beach, and you come back a stronger, fitter, better competitor every single time. So a 4.33, the best wave ridden so far. Here goes the Indonesian. This guy is another one who's been in devastating form. Look at him just dragging, positioning himself behind the lip. And I think that's what he's got. The X factor is his air game as well. So the board under his feet look really, really good. I can tell you it's a JS carbon tune. It's an epoxy, so it looks to be going good for him.
It looks to be going great for him, actually. The carbon tune, these carbon boards, he said he wanted to try that out here, so he's absolutely going for it. I think in one of the heats where he had a 9 and a 7, he went and swapped boards to try and get the feel of what the carbon board felt like out there. Didn't get a chance to ride it, but he's on it in this heat, so he's decided to go for it. and it looks like it's working for him. It seems like a really fun board. I feel like this is where it looks really great. It had so much pop, so much spin. Unfortunately, maybe just landing a little bit too far forward, so burying the nose at the end there. But yeah, Bronson, I agree. He's been looking so good, and him and his roommate Varun have kind of been going 1 for 1.
Yep.
And I saw some behind the scenes of them on Made Joy Sachuan's Instagram, and they look like they're having just as much fun in the water as well as out the water. So yeah, I love when you have a little personal rivalry with your mate. Be like, I'll make this round, you make this round. Just the kind of 1 for 1 mentality, you know?
Well, I think you need that competitiveness with someone that you're close with, you know, and I think both of their performances have really elevated over the last few years. You know, Bronson's been highly touted for a long, long time, and I was lucky enough to, you know, when you're the son of, you know, a godfather of Indonesian surfing in Varun, you know, I think that, you know, them travelling together, doing these events together has really allowed them both to have confidence in, you know, what they're doing in and out of the water and having a bit of fun along the way.
That's all it is. You just got to make sure you're still having fun when you're doing it. And I know every single one of these competitors is. First wave there for Bronson. Oh, sorry, it's his second wave. So his first wave was a pretty small score. It was just a 0.87. So he's got a second score locking in. Our screen is just updating. And it was Kyan getting the best of the first exchange. So that 4.33. Now priority goes back in the hands of Oscar Berry, fresh off that Challenger Series. I'm sure that there's a lot of different people watching on right now. So Oscar recently relocated up to the Gold Coast, and so I feel like he's got these two really cool communities watching on, cheering him. And for someone who moved away from home as well, it's really nice to have two different communities to cheer you on. And I know Cabarita is well and truly behind Kyan Falvey. The Philippines are well and truly behind Toby Espejon, and Indonesia is behind Bronson Mady. So this is a really exciting heat. Here we go, Kyan. Wow, sick barrel there for Kyan. You can see his face. He kind of was just a bit shocked of how beautiful that wave was. Getting the finish here. And he just looks like, talk about fun, he looks like he's having the best time. Behind him, though, Oscar Berry. Trying to reincarnate Gabby Medina at Chopu with that little exit there.
You took the words out of my mouth, and straight behind him is Bronson. These guys are having an absolute shootout right now. It is just wave for wave, tube for tube, and I really feel the judges are going to be looking at a lot of replays over the next couple of hours, because the standard of surfing is that elite that they're going to have to review multiple angles. They're going to have to look at how deep these surfers are, what they're doing after the tube, you know, a lot of technical aspects of tube riding that they really critique. But with 15 and a bit minutes remaining in this one, we're going to see a couple of good scores start to light up.
You could make a full-blown edit from the highlight reels from this event.
Oh my goodness. Well, I know that Bronson went a little bit viral earlier. His last heat, he did that massive backflip. Did you see that?
No, I've completely missed this.
Oh, I don't know where you were.
Clearly not doing my job.
No. Yeah, it's on the QS Insta page, and yeah, a dead set backflip that he landed one of those in Taiwan a couple of years ago in a little expression session thing Corona put on, and he's definitely got that in his bag of tricks. So we'll wait and see what the scores lock in for that last exchange, but look at this peak out the back. It is the local with priority. Maybe we're going to see some numbers change. Maybe not.
Yeah, you saw Oscar's hand kind of go up there and be like, hey, I would have gone if he would have gone, but you do have to have a really good paddle to lose priority. If you look at a wave and you don't paddle for it, you actually don't lose it. But we do have incredible priority judges here. Yesterday afternoon, I spent a bit of time in the judges' room, and they just analyze, make sure they're getting the calls right. This is Bronson, though, deep in this one, getting it under priority. Oh, you're kidding. Almost had it.
You saw how much he was stalling to maximise his tube time, and unfortunately just got clipped. Here goes Troy on the backhand, stalling, just gets monstered by the foam ball. Unable to find an exit. So
look at these waves, Justin. It is absolutely pumping out there. Oscar Berry now out the back, tucking into this one. Everyone just looks like they're having the time of their life right now. It doesn't even feel like anyone's surfing a heat because there is such fair opportunity. Kyan now out the back behind him. Love how he takes off left to go right. Getting a good amount of cover time. Look at the smiles on everyone's faces as they're coming out. It is really, really turning on right now.
I feel like these boys are surfing like they're on a boat trip, not in a competition, because the waves are just, it's wave for wave. You're out there with a bunch of, people you would know really well. I'm sure they're just having these little pinch me moments, and I'm sure their focus is on getting the best two waves that are on offer out there. But right now, no one can complain, even if you do get knocked out, because everyone's had opportunities. And here we see Kyan standing tall.
Wow. That was the sickest wave. Kyan was so cruisy about it as well. It's just, like you said, this is a boat trip right now. These guys are just having the time of their life. We just get to be here and talk about it. I feel like Oscar's one was really sick as well. Looked like he was trying to touch the roof of the barrel.
Yep.
Hopefully Maddie Dunbar's out there just capturing all this magic, because there would be some crazy still photos going down. 617 for that last wave of Oscar Berry does put him in the lead. We do have that score to come in for Kyan. If Bronson had have made that barrel, that would have been a pretty sick one as well. Yeah, look at these waves, Justin. This is the ultimate playground for surfing.
Yeah, you can just see the corduroy line stacking up. The wind is pretty much non-existent. Oscar Berry, it almost looks like pipeline, doesn't it? It just looks incredible. Just backdooring these things. It's just wave for wave right now. And this one for Bronson will probably give you an indication of how deep he was. Oh, this was the wave before, I think, so.
Wow. I'm in awe of this place. I really am. I think this is the coolest place to have a surf comp, and these guys are really doing it justice. Everyone is absolutely going for it. This next heat coming up looks like that's Oni Onwa in the blue. That is Macklin Flynn, so one of WA's finest right now. Oscar Berry in the drone shot, in the barrel, coming out.
Oh, these guys are having as much fun as you possibly could on a surfboard, I think. This is just amazing conditions. Here's the replay. Look at this thing. Oscar's a big boy as well, and he is just flying through that. Arms down by his side, and he is having a good time. So I hope all of our viewers are as well. This is a special event. It's been happening for 28 years. It is the first time the Philippines has hosted an event of this standard, and I'm just so stoked for the World Surf League, the Siargao community, the Philippines government, who are right behind this, that this is the result of the first ever QS 5000 here at Cloud9.
You are pulling on my heartstrings, Justin. You are literally pulling on my heartstrings. I could not be, like I said, more in awe of this place, but also more in awe of these people. And they work so hard to get this event to where it is now. And the world, the ocean, it's paying off. They want, they want the world to see how incredible this wave is. This is not many heats kind of give you goosebumps, but I honestly feel like this heat is one of those heats where I can't keep my eyes off of the TV. This is probably one of the best heats I've ever watched, hands down, and especially in my commentating career, this just looks like everyone's having fun. Everyone's surfing a perfect wave. This is what surfing is. Having fun with your mates in the water, no matter if you have a rashie on or rashie off. These guys, I feel like, are highlighting exactly what surfing should be, and we get to do it here. It's such an incredible place. I mean, I could cry.
Yep, so good. An 8.50 has locked in for Oscar Berry. He's backed it up with a 6.17. Kyan Falvey's got a 6.5 of his own. His backup is a 4.33. Right now chasing an 8.18 to go into the lead. Bronson, if he'd come out of that tube a couple of waves ago, I'm sure he would be not in third position, but his requirement is a 6.14. His best number, a 4.70. And Toby Espejon in fourth place, chasing an 8.16. But right now he's got a couple of low scores, and I'm sure he'll replace them in the next 8.5 minutes to reduce that requirement. Got to be so stoked. There's a little beach party going on. We're going to be running to about 5 o'clock, and then I think it's straight down to Cafe Loca for a little beach party. I'm sure some of these surfers are going to let their hair down because it has been a memorable day of surfing.
Definitely. This is going to go down one of the best days of competition I've watched, and this is exactly what surfing should be. And here goes Kyan, big wave. Wow, under priority, comes out, gets the exit. So Bronson Matey saying, I don't want that one, but Kyan going, I'll take it. I mean, for someone who's had so many incredible barrels in this heat and he's still chasing an 818, isn't that just mind-blowing? Because when you look at Kyan and the waves that he's caught, you would never think that. But then Oscar's got the most incredible barrels as well. Kyan just threaded one really beautifully, definitely one of his biggest ones. And yeah, we're going to get this front on angle, Justin, but love it.
I think we spoke about it earlier, Jesse, maybe a few days ago, that, you know, the Philippine locals, they learn to get barreled before they learn to turn, because all you got to do is get to your feet, set that inside rail, and you are getting the absolute barrel of your lifetime. And, you know, we can still see turns that go down on this wave. I love this drone angle, but just that slight little shift of weight, and you are just in stand-tall barrels. And I think the guys are just, they can't believe how good it is. We've had some windy days, we've had some sort of smaller days, but I think the contest director, Jerry Deegan, and Ty Sarati, our tour manager, have absolutely picked the eyes out of this forecast as we see Bronson driving, pumping, stalling, doing it all, and has to straighten out, but he's sticking with this one. What's he got here? Nice little reverse on the inside. So for me, that's definitely his best wave.
I was about to say, I think Kyan's wave's going to go excellent. And then the score drops in. It's an 8.67, so Kyan goes back to the lead. Bronson was looking for a 9.97 on the back of that last wave. So he's had an incredible heat too, and now he's chasing excellence. He's driving through this one. He did so well. Then squared out. Didn't have a lot of speed coming into this, but still managed to pull off an air. Bring it all the way back around. I honestly think even if you lose in this heat, what a memorable afternoon of surfing for these guys. I mean, this is, like, I know I've touched on it, but as a kid, these are the heats you dream of. You know, this is what you think the World Tour is going to be like, and it just looks like they're having the time of their life, and I can guarantee you, like you said, we're all going to be down at Loca. They'll probably all cheers a couple drinks for what an incredible day today was of surfing.
Yeah, I think we have to do the first round, and yeah, cheers Mother Nature and Huey for just turning it on. This morning, not a breath of wind. It did pick up a little bit, but the call to go on hold as that tide really bottomed out. And when we came back and it was flowing in, it has just brought so much consistency to the lineup. So many quality scores. It has just been non-stop. So I hope everyone back in Western Australia, it's about 3:30, so getting close to knock-off time. On your side of Australia, it's more like 5:30, so everyone's probably feet up on the couch enjoying the action. And Oscar Berry, big throaty barrel there, and trying to go for the world's longest floater, but we know this is a barrel riding event.
Yeah, I really liked that one. He only needs a 6.68 to move up into the lead, so scores to lock in for that last one for Oscar. Don't know how deep he was for so long, but yeah, Troy Esperon being very particular about what waves he wants, because Kyan just got an 8.67 under his priority, and Oscar may potentially better on a 6 in under his priority again. So one of the local boys, Troy, just being like, no, I'm waiting for that one big one that I know I can get. And he needs a combination of scores right now. But let's look at this drone angle replay of Oscar's. So gets pretty in it there. You can see his skin goes a shade of blue. And like you said, goes to the world's longest floater. But he just looks like he's having the best time. Needs a 6.68. I don't know if it'll be the 6.68, but these guys are throwing away 6s and 7s. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, I'm sure the judges are going to dial up the replay of Kyan Falvey's 6.5. That'll be sort of the benchmark to compare it to. It was a big barrel. He got the nice pump in it. Yeah, with 4 minutes on the clock, I just hope that everyone gets one more opportunity, because this has been an absolute shootout. I've got the backdoor shootout, but the Cloud9 shootout is live right now. This wave, this little patch of reef here in the Pacific Ocean is just turning it on. And here we see the local boy grabbing, weaving, but he's unable to make it out of that one.
Yeah, you can tell he was really waiting for that specific one. It looked like it had a nice shape when it hit the reef, but the other waves that have come through have just been so pristine, so perfect. 3 minutes 20, he needs another wave. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a 4.67 to break him out of combination. So he does need another wave right now with 3 minutes to go. So he's going to need to pull off a little bit of a miracle with 3 minutes on the clock, seeing as he's going to paddle back out with fourth priority. It looks like he's stuck in quite a hard part of the reef too, where surprisingly it's pretty hard to move out of that spot. You really have to kick and paddle to get over to the current, but that sucks you straight back out in that deeper part of the reef. But 2 minutes 45, I am in complete and utter shock of how great this heat has been. And you know what? I was looking at the numbers as well. I was like, I wonder how many Aussies, how many Filipinos left. I don't even think it matters anymore. At this point, it's all about who is pulling off the best barrels, who is throwing themselves over the ledge, who's giving it their best. Because also, to put in perspective for the viewers watching, it's actually a scary wave to throw yourself over. The water is so blue, you're looking straight at the reef. Like, you're like, whoa, it is right there. I can see every little nook and cranny of that reef there. So these guys just having a real dig, showing no fear and just going for it. I love it.
Yeah, you're right. It is an intimidating wave, especially at this size. Throwing himself over the edge. He sees that wave is going to run off the reef way too quick. Pulls through the back. So something that Maramar said to me, who is the multiple winner, I'll come back to that point in a second, as we see your heat leader driving. Just got clipped on that one by the foam ball. But something Maramar was saying is this new swell's got a fair bit of north in it, so it's sort of hitting more on the left-hand side of the peak than its true position. It's not a absolute doozy, but it's not mixing the line up too much. But he said, sometimes when the sets come through, they're not hitting in the exact right spot, but it looks like it's hitting the right spot for me.
Oh, it looks like it is just perfect out there. You can see Oscar Berry's had a leash snap. So he's got to swim in and find his board or swim to the channel and get the backup. There's a minute on the clock, though. He was chasing a 6.68. It wasn't going to be the score on his last wave with just that pull through. So there's Oscar's lone board just floating its way in towards where we are probably. But what an incredible heat for Oscar. He's only really got to look out for Bronson Mady, who needs a 9.94. That would be the best wave of the event so far. Definitely capable of someone like Bronson, but right now I'm trying to take a look at the horizon. It just seems like not many nines maybe rolling through at this point. 30 seconds on the clock. He's going to decide to swim in, try and grab his board, but yeah, one last ditch going left here for Troy Esperon, but not going to happen. So 20 seconds left in this heat, and what a brilliant heat it's been.
Well, I'm just worried on these sort of higher tide conditions whether Oscar's board's actually going to make it to that little patch of reef in front of us.
Ooh, yes.
It might be his dream board. It's definitely done him pretty well thus far throughout the event, but it looks like we're going to bid farewell to two Asian regional competitors. We can hear the siren in the background, so unfortunately this wave won't count for Bronson. He probably wishes it does, but unfortunately this wave after the hooter.
It's such an incredible heat for Bronson as well. It's such an incredible heat to be a part of. We are going to throw to an ad break, guys. That was one of 4 heats we have coming up this afternoon. Heat 2 of the round of 16. We'll be back very shortly, guys.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back. There are the two Australians, two quarterfinalists. They can't wipe the smiles off their face. They're coming in with 8s and 6s in the scoreline. Di, it is pumping out there.
It is the best time of the day, probably at Cloud9 at the moment. It's in the mid-tide range. Look at their faces. They're super stoked. Probably one of the best heats they had in their career. And all the supporters just cheering.
Yeah.
That's great heat. I was watching.
Yeah, you can
live,
see so many people on that boardwalk just supporting their charges. Dakota was caddying for Oscar by the looks of it. And yeah, a lot of travelling tourists come to this place, and this is why, because the waves are pretty special. And these are memories these guys will hold on to for a very, very long time. We've got two Indonesian surfers in the water. We've got Varun Tanjung. We've got Oni Anwar, Tenchi Iwami from Japan, and Macklin Flynn from Quaramup in Western Australia. This is another great matchup.
Alright, looks like 岩見天選手1本目のライディング、こちらしっかりと中部に入ってきます。さあこれどうでしょうか。これは惜しくも前に出てこれなかった。残り時間26分というところで1本目のライディングをしてきたのがホワイトの岩見天使選手。That was a quick one for Tenshi Iwami. But yeah, absolutely pumping out there, firing, and our photographer is getting ready to be in the water right now.
Good luck, Matty Dunbar. He has spent a lot of time in the water, and some of the photos coming out of this event will certainly be plastered across social media. They'll probably make, I don't know, they could almost go in a surf magazine if these guys didn't have a rash vest on.
Definitely. All those drone angles, wow. It's gonna be definitely, should be in the clip of some of the future films.
Well, the swell has definitely arrived. It was pretty big this time yesterday afternoon. We both got the opportunity to go for a little free surf, and there is just waves everywhere. To the left of the screen, to the right of the screen. You went left, I went right. We both got some fun waves, but looks like the guys are on the move here.
So, Oni Awa, having a look at this. In the barrel, traveling. It's a long tube riding. Comes out so clean. Well, he loves it too.
Yeah, this is really entertaining viewing. Oni Anwar from Lakey Peak. A wave that shares some similarities to this one.
Wow, so just right behind it, Tenshi Iwami got an excellent, tube riding as well. We didn't see the beginning, but looks like he loves it, so probably the good one.
Well, we'll see Oni's first, just backdoors that first section, completely disappears there. And yeah, he's just got so much swagger about him. Talk us through this one.
岩見天選手、これ2本目のライディング、これはかなり深いところからホワイトウォーターに引っかかりながらも出てきました。これはいいライディングになってくる。Well, I reckon Tenshi's wave a little better than the Oni's one to me, in my opinion, because it looked really hard in the tube.
Yeah, this is what the judges will analyse, the length of the tube versus the criticalness of it. We're going to go to Jessie, and she's with the last heat winner, Kyan Falvey.
Kyan, as you know, I'm a person who is very rarely ever lost for words. That heat had me absolutely speechless. How did it feel to be a part of a heat as cool as that one was?
Yeah, that was a pretty cool one. That was my second best heat I've ever had, I think. And it was 8 at a time, and it seems to be paying off. So I'm just gonna keep that up. Yeah.
Give us an insight. What did some of the conversations look like between you and Oscar and the other boys out there? Because I feel like it almost looked like more of a free surf piece than a heat.
Oh, it's just we're all hooting each other on, and I don't know, I gave Oscar a big pat on the back for one. I think maybe he's 8. It's pretty unreal. It looked like a nugget from out the back anyway, yeah. It was sick heat.
And you got to say you're probably going to come back to Cloud 9, hey?
Yeah, I'll be back. It won't be too long.
Amazing. We're stoked to see you into the quarterfinals. Insane heat. That is definitely one of the best heats I've ever watched. Any last little things you want to say back home?
Nah, that's all. Just lost for words, eh?
I love it, guys. I love it. Kai and Falby moving on through to the quarterfinals. Take it away, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse, and well done. That guy is a dark horse. He has showed up here at Cloud 9 and moving through one of our first quarterfinalists. So we move into man-on-man heats in the quarters, and I'm super excited to see because we've still got a few days left in the waiting period. We can't actually surf on the first. I'm not too sure what tomorrow's forecast looks like, but we got to keep running when the waves are like this, don't we?
Definitely. We cannot stop surfing with this wave. We got to surf. This is Cloud 9, and there's classic Cloud 9 break right there. And this is on the screen. Joe Azuchi is getting ready. And surfing green. It's going to be Aoshiso, local surfer. It's getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, we're still waiting for a couple of numbers to drop in. And there they are. A 6.17 for Onianwa and a 5.33 for Iwami. Enough to move him into first on the strength of his backup, which is just a 1.07. So,
wow. So I was wrong about it. So Oni's last wave comes in 6.17. So it was a point, nearly the point better than the Tenshi's first wave. But still both of them getting a great start heat.
yeah, just a touch over 20 minutes. This is the second of 4 men's round of 16 heats. You make it through this, you're a quarter-finalist at a QS 5000, and that is not only sort of pays for the trip, but it certainly gets you in the conversation for the Challenger Series in 2025. There is so much to play out still, so I won't get too excited, but I'm really thrilled the decision was made to push ahead because the waves are pulsing. When they come through, they seem to come in 3 to 4 wave sets. And for those tuning in, this is the biggest surfing event ever held in the Philippines, and maybe some of the best conditions I've seen here. I've been here quite a few times. Di, your first time here, but have you just fallen in love with Siargao Island?
Definitely I'll be back next year's event, but I'm planning to coming back just for holiday, just for just for surfing probably at Cloud 9 whole day, whole week. It's that great out there. Like literally, it just looks the exact same as the screen right now.
Here goes Macklin Flynn, the young West Australian, threading his way through that one. And yeah, a career-defining moment for Macklin. He was a semi-finalist at a QS back in Western Australia probably 10 days ago now. And here he is, eyeing a spot into the quarterfinals in absolutely pumping conditions. So,
wow, this is one of the biggest sets. Oh, can he? Yes, he comes out of it so clean.
well, that was Varun Tanjung, the son of Rizal, one of the, I guess, most famous surfers to come out of Bali. And here's the replay. So it's a big wave. He is pulling as much water through his fingers as he can to slow down. I think we'd really need to get that front-on angle to see exactly how deep he was, but we're going to have a bit of slow-mo here. It's a big wave. He gets under it.
Yeah, probably he was, expecting deeper, but still he stalled. He got disappeared a little bit and comes out clean, but it was one of the bomb. It was huge.
Macklin Flynn is locked in a 4.0.
今見テニス選手、さあこれもいい波になってきそうだ。さあどうでしょう。これもしっかりとメイクしてきました。点を 仰ぐそんなようなジェスチャーを見せてきています。岩見天使選手、こちらもいい波になってきた。現在第1位のポジションですが、バックアップ 1.40 なのでこの波で塗り替えてくるでしょう。さあもう一度見てみましょう。これはかなり奥から攻めていきました。綺麗にドギドアで抜けてきました。That was a really deep barrel from Tenshi Iwami. He traveled in the tube quite a long time and kind of doggy door it, but he come out of the tube so clean.
Yeah, I think this front-on angle is the most important one because it really shows you how deep the surfers are. And look at this, another mountain approaching the lineup.
Wow.
And it looks like Varun on his way back out is going to go it. Oh.
It's just touch behind the curtain. But almost nosedived from that wave, Varun Tanjun. But he's still waiting for the last score to lock in.
Yeah, he definitely is. But for me, maybe just not quite out the back far enough and tried to knife under it. Wasn't able to do so, but this guy scored a 9.0 in the first heat back after the break, and he'll just be looking to find a wave just like that one.
Wow, it's just so perfect out there. Perfect A-frame.
So it looks like Varun's score has locked in. It's moved him up into third position. There's 16 minutes remaining in this one, but I think the most important score of the heat is going to light up in the white column very soon. Where is Tenchi from?
He is from Chiba. You know, all the professional surfers in Japan tend to move to Chiba for practicing surfing, but it's all beach break, you know, so you gotta travel to surf this kind of waves. But sure, Tenshi has, you know, traveling a lot. He spent a quite long time, I mean a lot of time before this event in Australia practicing surfing. Yeah, now the last wave for Tenshi comes in 9.23 for the Japanese surfer. 岩見天使選手、最後の波 9.23 をスコアしてきました。第1位のポジション。これはハイエストスコアになってきている。残り時間15分です。Wow.
Yeah, that was really critical. It was a bigger wave, and he pretty much came out after the spit, found the doggy door for the exit. So an excellent score for our Japanese surfer, hailing from Chiba, which you've told me is the Gold Coast of Japan.
Yep.
Does it have the most consistent waves, or what makes it the Gold Coast? Is there a lot of surf shops there? Is that sort of like the hub of the surf industry in Japan?
Yeah, it's like a central surfing area for Japan, but you know how all the Australian young generation now live on the Gold Coast to just practice because it's the mainstream there. So something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, exact same reason. So everyone tries to come into the, you know, sense of the surfing industry and practicing same beach every day. Yeah, that's where Tenshi's from. But he's been traveling a lot, Australia, Indo. So let's have a look at this again. Wow, traveling a long time in the tube, come out of it so clean.
I think what the judges really reward is when you're pumping and driving through the tube. You're not just standing there stalling. They really love to see, you know, the fact that you're generating speed while behind the curtain. So he was doing that. He was going as fast as you could go to find that little doggy door exit, and a 9.23 in today's conditions. We've seen a lot of 9s today, but that was a pretty special one.
That's a pretty special one, definitely. Well, there's so many waves coming through this heat. Already seen 3 or 4 sets.
I think that was Onianwa underneath that one.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure he's just peeling himself off the reef. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure Blue might have gone over the falls there.
Probably you're right. I just saw that someone just dodging the board. But
Oh, that was Macklin, sorry. That was Macklin Flynn. That was a heavy wipeout. He's up and making his way back out. And probably doesn't want to buckle his board. So even paddling out can be dangerous here because if the wave lands on you, it is still pretty shallow out there. We've got a lot of... the high tide is around about 30 minutes away. But Macklin, he is no stranger. He's just checking the hand there. He might have hit the bottom. It is a coral reef. It's a pretty flat one, but he's just checking out the hand. He's a tough young fella, you know, with three brothers back at home. I'm sure he's had, gives the thumbs up, so we're all good. Thanks, Macklin. I'm sure his dad, Rory, and mum, maybe nervous moments there watching this, but he's okay. He's dusted himself off. He's hit the reset button. He's got the third best wave of this heat. He needs just a 2.18 to go up into second. But really, he's going to have to get something better than Onis if he's, you know, really hoping to challenge for second spot right now because, the score for your Japanese friend is pretty impressive.
923 and 533. The total score of 14.56 is the dream heat he's having right now, Tenshi Iwami. And still, you know, there's 11 minutes remaining, so he's just looking for the wave where he can, you know, improve his backup score, 533. There's so much time for it. But Oni's still holding on to this first priority. He still has got one wave yet. He hasn't, you know, got a second wave yet, so.
Where would Tenchi practice back in Japan for a wave like Cloud9? Is there anywhere that does this? I remember a John section, I'm pretty sure it was in Japan, a typhoon swell that was, it was a longer wave than this one, but you know, you guys have got some pretty crazy setups. Is there waves that actually barrel and offer opportunity like Cloud9 does?
Like we do actually,
Okay.
right after the typhoon or like the big low pressure coming, you know, towards the Japan, and there's gonna be a lot of beaches producing this kind of waves, and there are so many free surfers, the professional free surfers in Japan that are traveling all over the places in Japan and just looking for those kind of waves, and they do score those kind of waves actually in Japan. We have a lot.
Here goes Macklin. He's dusted himself off. He is standing tall, comes out with the spit and leans back into a nice turn and gets a combination of maneuvers. So I'm so pumped that he's okay. But look at this for Tenchi, standing tall.
今見て選手ここはかなりスタイリッシュに今度はチューブを攻めていきました。ほぼ立った状態でそのチューブの中に入りしっかりときれいに抜けていきました。この 5.33 以上を上回るとその差を広げていきます。残り時間9分。
Well, here goes Macklin, slowing down, completely disappearing, comes out with the spit and able to extract some extra points on the inside section. And here's the front on view, so you can see he is gone, comes out with the spit. That was a really critical tube ride, and I love the inside maneuvers as well. So Macklin, but talk us through this one.
Here he is, standing tall in the tube. I'm not sure if it's gonna be, you know, better than his backup score, but it was cool to watch. But the wave from green, that was insane wave again. That's gonna be definitely his best score. We will, you know, be 2.1. Whoa, yeah, comes in 7.5. Now he's in second place.
I have to clap that.
Right.
My little man, Mac Daddy, a 7.5 and a 4.0. That is put him up into second position, but Oni Anwar needs a 5.34 to regain second spot. Macklin now, his focus will be on improving on the 4-point ride.
Right.
That will extend on his current position. He needs a 7.07 to go up into first place, and he's just got a 7.5, so he'll be thinking that he can definitely do that. Here goes Onianwa using priority, perfectly positioned, and nice little down carve, rail grab. And on the high tide, you get these waves that run down the reef, hucks the fins out. Macklin answering back. Oh, goodness. One thing Macklin has is amazing knowledge of the tube, but he's also got a really, really good air game. He's probably one of the most consistent aerial surfers back home.
Wow, so Ani got disappeared quite a long time again, and he actually had a bonus section, so he managed to put 2 turns in afterwards. So, well, it's gonna be a decent score. So he needs 5.35 to challenge himself into second. Wow, it's gonna be close to me. And here is岩見天一選手、こちらの波に乗ってくる。さあ、テイクオフしてボトムターンからチューブに入ってきます。さあ、これもしっかりと抜けてきた。ここはプルアウトしていきます。Wow, looks like he's just having fun out there.
I feel like the pressure's off, as soon as you hear you've got a 9 in a heat and your backup's still a keeper, a 5 in today's conditions, maybe not in this afternoon conditions is a keeper, but, the 9 has done a lot of the work for him. These last 2 waves, he's just like, he looks like he's just having fun.
Yep, just off the pressure. It's just, and he knows that he can get scores. He's barreling, so probably so relaxed right now. But here is Balloon Tanjung, up and riding, traveling in the tube, disappeared. Comes out of it so clean. Nice grab rail, cut back. Gets the bonus section right here. Layback. And kicked out. That's another great surfing. Another great wave from Balloon Tanjun.
Yep, this heat is really intensifying. There's 5.5 minutes. We've got a score to lock in for White. As we see live action, Macklin Flynn. Look at this section ahead of him. Beautiful turn. Slaps the lip. And these high tide afternoon conditions just allow the wave to really extend it right across the reef. And, I think the judges are really just looking at the critical nature of the tube ride. But if you're able to do some nice turns or take to the air through the inside, they have to sit up and take notice of that as well. So 5 minutes on the clock.
I really love the smooth transition from tube to the cutback, but here is Balloon Tanjung, disappeared, traveled long time, gets a bonus section right here. So it was another decent wave from Balloons. It's gonna be his best score, that's for sure.
Here's the close-up angle, and the judges do like the fact that he backdoored that section, so he was pumping through and did disappear. So there is multiple angles that our production team can pull up, and that's going to be Red's best. Look at the size of this wave for Macklin.
I really love this carve right here. It was so smooth and stylish. Straight into the second turn. Wow, this is going to be really good score to me.
All right. Looks like Oni has locked in a 4.87 on his last wave, so still awaiting a couple of scores for White. Not sure if his last 2 have gone better than the 5.33, but here he goes on another bomb. Look at this.
岩見天一選手、これもかなり大きいサイド波に乗ってきたが、チューブが出たところで少し流れが当たり、板がひっくり返ってしまったようです。大丈夫でしょうか。That was one of the scary wipeout.
That was. He got twisted. He got rolled.
Wow.
He got ejected. So about everything that could go wrong did go wrong for him.
Wow.
And that's really dangerous when you're falling backwards. You can almost give yourself a bit of whiplash.
And with the, with wave like this, you can get sucked over it and it just going straight into the bottom. So that was really dangerous wipeout from Senshiwami, but looks like he's okay. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, just maybe knock the wind out of him.
Mm.
He's paddling back pretty slowly right now. I think he is feeling a little bit
Right.
a little bit out of breath. That was a gnarly wipeout. We've seen probably nothing like that really through the whole event. Nothing super critical or super dangerous, but Tenchi got launched, he got spun, probably got slammed on the reef at one point as well. Oni Anwar.
This is very important way for Oni, traveling through the section. Gets a bonus section right here. Looking for the section to hit, but unfortunately didn't make it. But wow. Balloon Tanjung got another bomb at the back. Gets the 2 turns in.
Okay. And Macklin's getting spat out the back as well. So this is just a non-stop barrel fest here.
Right.
This is heat number 2 of the men's round of 16. This is Oni Anwar's last attempt. And I think this is going to really rival his best wave. It was a beautifully threaded tube. Nice little slash there. Can't complete that, but this wave, Varun comes out, stands tall. He is quite a tall surfer. That was well overhead, that wave.
Wow.
And a nice finishing turn. There's got to be like a minute left. Yep, just over a minute. We are still awaiting scores. So Varun, a 6.47 has locked in.
That might be the second last wave of Balloon Tanjung.
Possibly. You might be right.
We are still waiting for the last of balloon, and probably 40 seconds remaining. So we are not too sure who's in the first and second. We are approaching the 30 seconds time.
Yeah, Macklin has priority, but I'm pretty sure the judges are yet to lock in a wave that he rode 3 or 4 minutes ago. Oni Anwar's score still to lock in. And it looks like Macklin is going to go. It's hard not to go when the wave like this pops up. Macklin, an 8.07. He has gone into the lead. Amazing.
Wow, now it's... So are we still waiting for the last of balloon, or?
I think the judges are looking at so many replays,
Wow.
and that's what I love about Oni. He's just such a good spirit around the event. I really don't know where we're at. I dare say right now I'll take a screenshot of this and be happy with the result, because Macklin Flynn, an 8.07 and a 7.5. I do think there is still numbers to lock in, so I can't exactly confirm, but right now he is in first. So maybe Tenchi with the 9.23 may be in trouble. I really don't know, but the requirements have built. We are waiting on scores.
Wow, this heat was insane. Like, so entertained to watch. And Balloon Tanjung now needing 810.
You can see his caddy there, Dane Henry, one of his good mates. Miller Brown's there as well. They're happy for him, but I just don't know the result yet.
Right.
I'm hoping it stays exactly as it is on the screen, because we've got a West Australian currently in first, a Japanese surfer in second. It might be the 2 Indonesians sweating on the scores a little bit. That's a good mate, Dane Henry, asking Macklin, is your hand okay? I think it'll certainly be fine. I think the adrenaline of getting spat out of head-high overhead barrels has definitely erased any pain in his hand. So we are waiting on scores. I think we might stick with this, because this is the number.
Right. We are waiting for. Well, he needs 810 for this wave. I gotta say, it's gonna be really close to the requirements. Intense moment for all the surfers, especially Tenshi and Valun Tanjun. We're still waiting for the scores to lock in. Oh, here it is. Not enough for Valun.
Yeah, gets a 6.37. So, yes, big shout out to the Flynn family back in Western Australia. And this is live action. I don't know. Are we going to go to an ad break or are we just going to keep rolling here? I'm not even sure. This is just non-stop.
Wow. That is Joe Azuchi from Japan.
I think we might just keep rolling here, Di.
Right,
I don't think we've got time. There's too many barrels on offer and there is too many amazing things going on that I think we've been given the green light to keep rolling. So official results, it was Macklin Flynn and Tenchi Iwami moving on through. Commiserations to our Indonesian surfers. I'm going to run out on that boardwalk because I get the pleasure of interviewing Macklin Flynn and I can't wait to do that.
Right, so now we are into heat number 3, up and riding, stalled, traveling a long time in the tube. Oh, that's really close to the exit, but unfortunately the wave just shut down on him. So we are now into heat number 3. We have Reef Hazelwood in red, Aiden Hassan in blue, Joe Azuchi in white, Jayad Alciso in green. So this is the first wave of Joe Azuchi. Gets the tube, 2-turn combo. This is really great surfing from Joe Azuchi. Now I'm here in the booth with True.
Hi, Di. Have I just missed like a lot? What's going on?
You missed everything.
Everything. I missed. Okay.
Yeah, but
I'm here. I'm here for everything else. Oh my goodness, Joe Azuchi. Are you kidding? Wow.
As soon as the heat started, wow, he got the heat. So last wave comes in 5.17. The last heat was insane. Everyone's getting 8s and 9s and 6s.
Wow. That is huge.
You know, the condition has just improving a lot and a lot. It's getting better and better now.
Yeah.
And so many ways coming into this lineup, so many opportunities for everyone getting those high scores.
If only it stayed light for another like 12 hours, we'd be able to finish the contest today.
And here is the young guy from Western Australia. He got through this heat with 8.07 and 7.50. Macklin Flynn.
Yeah, that's Adam Dufner on screen there as well. He's coach for this event. Duffy coaching a bunch of the squad. He's also spent a lot of time coaching quite a few of the Filipino competitors as well back in the day. So he's no stranger to the land around here in the way of the water. So Duffy has a good crew with him. But this heat is an exciting one. Joe Azuchi, Eden Hassan, Reeve Hazelwood, Jay White, Alciso. Wow, Di. This is going to be a good one. Joe's first wave was a 5.17. I really liked it. I thought it was sick. Wow. No break. We're straight into it.
No break, no commercial break. We're just straight into it.
No rest for the wicked.
Well, here is Surfer Blue Aiden into the barrel, traveling, but not able to find exit on that wave. You know, 5.17 is a good score. But I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a keeper because everyone's getting excellent score to get into the second place actually. So yeah.
Wow.
It's been non-stop for the last 2 or 3 heats.
Yeah, I'm just looking at 9.23 for Tenchi in that last heat. That is huge. Oh my goodness, so much going on. I'm looking forward to hearing from Tenchi. Oh no, Tenchi didn't even win that heat. What the hell?
Came second actually.
Wow, Macklin Flynn won the heat. Wow, I need another coffee or something. I just need to get back on track with the afternoon. I switched off for 2 heats and I missed everything like you said, Di, so I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
That was a great heat to watch. You know, Justin was probably really happy to, doing post interview with Macklin Flynn after this.
Yep.
He's probably soon to be there at the tower.
I reckon he's running.
Yeah,
to get out
yeah,
there.
definitely.
Mind you, he doesn't have to run. I reckon he'd be able to get out there with his long legs in like half the time that I do. My
That's
God.
true.
Too funny. Well, not much going on in this heat right now, but it's definitely been an exciting afternoon.
Yes. Ocean has been quiet for 5 minutes now. But I got a feeling that they, Ocean will produce good waves. Like, there's gonna be so many waves coming through.
Are you
this.
losing your mind right
Yeah,
now?
I am. Like, I don't know how to explain my feeling right now from the last heat.
Wow.
It was that
Are
good.
you just like jumping out of your seat?
Yeah.
Like, whoa. Like a kid in a candy
Yeah.
shop. Well, it looks like Justin has made his way out to the boardwalk, so we'll throw over to Justin. He's going to be interviewing Macklin Flynn, the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, True. I'm here with Macklin Flynn, a quarter-finalist at a QS 5000, mate. We've had so many chats over the years. How do you feel right now?
I'm pretty speechless, to be honest. After those first 2 waves, I was like not really in it, and then I got 2 under priority, and I was so stoked.
Tell us about conditions. We're like watching a surf movie back in the booth. Is it as good as it looks on screen as it is out there?
It's the best comp I've ever been in, I reckon. It's my new favourite wave.
I think it's everyone's new favourite wave. Mate, you're still a junior. You go into the Aussie Junior titles and you're here competing, a quarter-finalist. Are you on top of the world right now?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. Yeah.
Who are you travelling with? Who's helping you out? Who's giving you advice for your heats?
Travelling with Doof, he's my coach. I'd thank him, and my best mate Dane, and all my mates. Yeah, and just like to thank my family for getting me over here, and I know they're all watching, so thanks everyone.
Well, for me, this is like a little goosebump moment. I've known you since you've been, 10 years old, getting close to 18 now. Mate, yeah, I'm actually speechless as well, because this is like what I work for in the surf industry. How cool is it? Are you going to Taiwan? What's next for Macklin Flynn?
Yeah, going to Taiwan. Yeah, hopefully get pretty far up the rankings and see how I go.
Could you be a challenger surfer next year, maybe?
Maybe.
Mate, I'm so stoked. I know your family and your friends back home are all watching this. You said a shout out to your family. Anyone else you want to thank?
Yeah, just everyone that's watching, and my mate Ben. Know he's watching as well. And yeah, thanks.
Macklin Flynn, he is a West Aussie. He's into the quarterfinals. I couldn't be prouder. We'll throw it back to you guys and talk us through this barrel fest that's going on out the back here.
Thank you, Justin and Macklin.
Wow.
What an incredible interview. Macklin kind of looked like he was a bit lost for words.
Yeah, but I get that feeling. I'm speechless too.
Yeah.
If I were him, no words. It was just such an amazing heat that he had, and it's great. It's so exciting that he had a great heat and he made it to the quarters now, and which is his best result so far. He's having everything in one heat.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, here we go. This is the first wave of Reef Hazelwood.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to call that die.
That was here he is. Alciso up and riding, our local guy. Pull into the barrel. Into the second section, but...
Make it. Just kidding.
Not able to find exit right there.
All right, here we go. Out behind. Oh my gosh, he's going left. Reef
Wow.
Hazelwood.
Just like he said in the interview,
Yep.
I think.
Yeah.
He said if there's a left, he just go for it.
I love that. Yeah, the Jesse and I were calling it earlier, the goofy goggles are on. Reef Hazelwood well and truly has them on right now. And with 20 minutes to go, he's got the 267 for his first wave but there's still plenty of time left in this heat. 5.17 is the best wave so far from Joe Azuchi, who now holds first priority. It's been a great afternoon of surfing. Jerry Deegan is pretty stoked.
Great afternoon. But actually, it's been really quiet in this heat, actually.
Really?
There's not many waves coming through compared to the last heat. So, hoping to, Ocean wake up now.
Yeah.
And
the last heat was jam-packed, hey? Wow. Said goodbye to some pretty big names. Varun Tanjung and Oni Anwar coming in 3rd and 4th in that last heat. And Macklin, the young Aussie, doing well. But right now, the local lad, Jayward Alciso, up and into this one. Locks in, but has to pull out the back because that wave doesn't really open up. So with 19 minutes to go, let's see what happens. I feel like Joe Azuchi, he's been pretty staunch this whole event so far.
Right. I think it's Yujiro Tsuji, who was actually competing in this event earlier round. He was probably there to coach him. So he gave some advice to him, and probably, Joe is just sticking to the plan. He's a very smart competitor, so yeah, he's very strong and he focused.
Yeah, he just looks very focused and determined out there. Jayward up and into this one again. Locks in for the tube, gets a bit of cover, doesn't find an exit though. That one just clamping on him, unfortunately. So Jayward once again getting a small score. He'll get back out there. Looks like we're seeing a bit of a paddle at the moment. Eden Hassan holds first priority. He's going to go this one, a bit of a late drop. Air drops into it. Oh, that might have been a little bit of a mistake. Wow, that actually was a pretty good wave for Eden.
He just took off a little bit late and couldn't quite pull the rail in to the barrel. A great effort from Eden Hassan. Now Reef has the first priority. So Joe Azuchi had actually first priority a minute ago, and he lost the priority. Now he's in the second.
Whoa.
Yeah, so he hasn't got a second wave yet.
Yep.
So there might be a little bit of mistake from Joe Azuchi as well. But
He's human, everyone. He's human.
But we still have 17 minutes to go in this heat. So we have this heat and the next heat. So next heat will be the last heat of the day.
Yeah. Really looking forward to it. Then we'll be in the quarterfinals for the men.
Already
So
quarterfinals.
wow. We're already in quarterfinals. More than likely we'll have an early morning start tomorrow and then probably start with the women's round of 16. Who knows? But right now, Eden Hassan up and into this one. Gets a fair bit of time. Under the lip. Drives through that, straight up into a second connection. He likes a feeling of it. Reef Hazelwood behind him.
Wow, on his backhand, traveling, coming out of it. So clean. That was, wow, backdoor it, deep inside of the tube. And here is Joe Azuchi up and riding. Azuchi, Joe 選手、大きな波に攻めていきましたが、テイクオフでそのままボトムへと叩きつけられる結果となりました。残り時間16分。Azuchi Joe 選手、現在第1位のポジションですが、今のが2本目となります。
Wow. This one from Reef fully disappears, comes out. You could tell that he really liked it as well. So Reef Hazelwood getting an absolute nug. Joe Azuchi, just going down, unfortunately. And then a smaller one for Eden Hassan. But he's just looking really in form at the moment as well. I mean, this is just going to be a great back end to this heat. Loved this wave from Reef.
That was insane wave from
Wow.
Reef. You know, he disappeared quite a long time, and he backdoor it. Comes out so clean. It's gonna be a great score for Reef.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge.
Huge score.
Excellent. I think I can. Yeah.
To me, it
oh
was
my
excellent.
god! Take a breath, True. Holy moly. Yeah, excellent. I'm calling it for Reef for sure.
Right.
That was huge. I mean, there we are. Maramar always putting a smile on everyone's face. He'll be up in the next heat against Josh Stredden, Xavier Huxtable and Dylan Wilcoxon. It's going to be a good heat. John Carby on screen there, giving him a few words of advice. I think that's Jerry Deacon as well. Also just, wishing the local legend good luck. But it's the score from Reef Hazelwood that I'm interested in. It's going to be a big number.
We are still waiting, so probably just, judges are watching the replays over and over again, just making sure everything well.
Just admiring it, really.
Right. We got a score.
877 for Reef
Excellent score.
Hazelwood. Wow. Skyrockets to the lead. And, looking pretty healthy out in front right now. Joe Azuchi needs a 6.28. It's a battle for second at this stage. Eden Hassan needs a 2.21. And Jay Ward at 3.58.
Definitely 877 is the keeper for Reef. Are we going to see another excellent score? To me, yes, we will.
I agree.
Definitely.
I really hope so. I mean, I feel like we have a few more solid waves coming through. It's going to be exciting. I mean, we have to remember that Reef, this is his third heat today. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because he surfed in the men's round of 64 in the last 4 heats, and then the round of 32, and now he's in the men's round of 16. So this is his third heat. This is also Maramar's third heat, Zave's third heat, probably Joe's third heat. This is crazy.
But would you say it's a lucky for him? No, I would say lucky for him. You can surf 3 heats at Cloud9 with other 3 surfers. So probably, literally, you just surfing an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'll surf 10 heats out there if you really want me to. It's all good.
It's all good, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, you can see, I think that was Xavier Huxtable getting ready. He's in the last heat of the day.
So now Aiden up and riding. Smaller wave. Traveling inside, but not able to find the exit there. It was a smaller wave. The tide, pushes in. So probably you need a bigger size wave to get those clean exit.
Yeah, he's just choosing the smaller ones, which is kind of uncharacteristic, I feel like, for Eden, because in the last few heats, we've seen him get the bigger waves. They've opened up more. But, 12 minutes to go. There's still time for him to get into a good priority rotation. He's probably just trying to catch waves underneath. Jay Ward, our Sizzo. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that is
no! You saw the board go over. Wow, he got absolutely pumped.
I like how he set up the rail as soon as he took off. Stalled. But here is 安土城選手、こちらの波にテイクオフ、チューブの中に入ります。さあ、これ出てきました。一瞬こけたかと思いましたが、しっかりとこれは前に出てきました。現在5点台を持って、5.47 を持っているところ、失礼しました。5点台ですね、持っていて、2本目は先ほどワイプアウトでした。こちらが3本目のライディングとなります。残り時間11分13秒。本日はこのラウンドオブ16、ヒート3、ヒート4を終えると、スケジュールすべて終了となります。Well, that was a great surf. Great ride from Joe Azuchi.
Yeah. At the start, because you could kind of just see him, I was like, why is he racing right now? And then he just completely disappeared. I was like, I get it. I see why he's doing that. John Carby's losing his mind right now. The waves are cooking. He's probably going to go get his surf gear on and go hassle everyone out there. Are you out there, Di?
Definitely after this. Only for 20 minutes, but worth going out. Just feel the wave. See the vision.
Yes.
If I can.
That's Josh Stredden getting ready for his heat. He had a great heat yesterday afternoon. Moving on through in the last couple of minutes. So looking forward to seeing him in this round of 16. A quarterfinals berth will be great, especially with the points in his back pocket. And right now with 10 minutes to go, scores still locking in for this last wave of
Right.
Joe Azuchi.
Still waiting, probably, comparing those waves each other, especially Reef's 8 accent wave.
Mhm.
Probably they're, comparing Joe's last wave and Reef's accent wave at the moment. So we are still waiting for the last score for Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, waiting on this score. The judges taking their time. Ooh, it locks in. Let's have a look. Everyone's refreshing their screens, waiting to see what the score is for Joe Azuchi. It definitely helps put him in a better position in second place. Our screen's just a little bit slow for some reason right now. There it is, 6.17 for Joe Azuchi. So not quite excellent, but still great to have, and extends his second place position. He's actually missed the lead by 0.1.
Right.
So Joe looking really good right now with 9 minutes to go. Eden Hassan needs a pretty decent score to go up into second place. Reef Hazelwood using priority on this one, Di.
On his backhand, just wow, that
Oh.
was just perfect timing. Like everything was on time, on point, and he gets a float. Probably another one. Nope, kicked out. It was another great surfing, but
Get out.
Eden,
Get
come
out.
out. He
Oh
did.
my
It
God.
was one of the biggest tube in this heat. Gets a bonus here, but he.
Oh, I
Oh.
thought Joe was going to go over. Jayward up and into this one. Is he going to come out? Oh, no.
That could have been the biggest
Heartbreak.
score for our Siso.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he went down. But
This was crazy. How was that paddle? Joe almost goes over. Jayward into it, but oh my goodness, he was right there. Wow, this one from Eden Hassan disappears, comes out clean with so much speed. Oh, Di, I don't even know where to start right now. These heats are literally leaving me speechless. This wave from Reef Hazelwood was so sick. You can see the red rashy. He comes out with the spit, gets a float. That was so late and so
Wow.
critical to complete it.
and
Holy moly.
I have no idea what to say.
Me
It's
either.
like those two waves were amazing, just amazing. How they managed to traveling in the barrel and come out of it with a spit and get so even floats in the last section.
Wow.
Well, it's gonna be with those two waves gonna be really really big score.
Yep.
For sure. But now 安土城選手、さあこの波深く入っていきます。どうでしょう、これ出てこれるか。これは少し深すぎたか、出てこれず、残り時間7分になったところです。
Heartbreak moment for Joe
Right.
Azuchi. Just unable to make it out with just under 7 minutes to go. Wow, there is so much going on in the back end of this heat. No takers on this wave. But, like Eden Hassan, he was playing around on the inside and then he gets that massive set, gets tubed. I don't even know where that's going to go.
Well, it's
Yeah.
gonna go really, close to excellent range. It'll definitely be in the excellent, range.
I'm finding it really hard to contain my
right.
emotions right now,
Right.
Di.
So first 10 minutes, there's not much going on in the ocean. But last 10 minutes gives everything.
Yeah, this is crazy. 7.33 for this last wave of Reef Hazelwood. Extends his
Wow.
lead once again. Scores to come through for Eden Hassan. He gets a 7.93. Not what he was looking for, but now he only needs a 3.41. And he holds second priority. There's just under 6 minutes to go.
3-4-1 to go into second. It's like nothing for every surface, right?
Yeah.
But
Will the waves come?
yeah,
That's the question.
and then would you go for the barrel again? Or
Yeah. Well,
all the
I mean,
turns for the 3-4-1?
I feel like barrel.
Yeah.
Eden's make rate on the barrels has probably been like 80, 85%. So he's pretty good with it. So, yeah, I'm thinking go for the barrel. J White, our Sizzo, needs a 944, locks into a smaller one, gets deep. He's looking to chip away at the requirement. Oh, my
Wow.
God,
Really-
huge gouging carve there.
Wow. Really love the Laybook turn right there. Oh, gets a bonus section going
Make
to
it.
the air. Not right of it, but he couldn't ride out of it, but still was a great surfing from Alciso. Definitely it's going to be his best score, that is for sure, but let's have a look at again. It was a smaller wave, but still managed to travel inside of the tube quite a long time and did that 2 big maneuvers right there. And even he gets the air section.
Bang. Yeah. That'll definitely chip away at the requirement for J Ward.
So 3.93 for the last of green. Now needing 741. And we're just reaching 4 minutes mark.
Wow.
Aiden is looking for wave 341. And there's a wave coming into the lineup now.
Oh my goodness.
So Aiden has second priority. So no takers on this one. Is there another set behind it? Looks like no one's.
Oh. That was just a little fake paddle.
Right.
From Eden on that wave. Let's see if he's going to have a look at this one. He has a priority over Joe Azuchi, so he's going to go deep. Is he going to go? Okay. Eden commits to it. Tucks in. Needs to come out, which he will. Drives hard. It's really important for Eden to finish this wave. He only needs a 3.41. Goes to the air. Gets a reverse. Can he get a proper completion, which he...
Right.
Love it. That's probably the best 3.41 he's ever served.
Well, I gotta say he gets it.
Yeah.
341 definitely. He gets a tube.
I think
not,
so.
No, not as deep as the last one, but he gets the air reverse in the last section. But let's have a look at again. He get covered, disappeared in the tube, and big carves. But from here he gets a bonus, air reverse. Right out of it nicely. So to me it was 341.
I'm just gonna say I'm calling like 12 points for the claim. That was so great. I haven't seen that kind of emotion from Eden before, and it was really unexpected. And then we go 477 situation change. Joe Azuchi needs a 6.54. Holding second priority. There's waves coming. Reef is going to use his priority on this one. Oh my gosh, just goes over.
He was literally taking off in the tube.
Wow.
And went down upside down, but look at the next one. Joe was out of the position, so he couldn't go on that one, but looks like there's another one behind it. But look at this one. Just taking off in the tube. But gets sucked over. So
Wow.
1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Joe Azuchi had a first priority, but probably he went down. Yes. No.
Sad face for Joe Azuchi.
Right.
Just over 1 minute to go. He has to duck dive this one. A fair bit of whitewash. You can see he's getting pumped and pushed back through to the inside. Jaywad Alciso regains first priority, needs an 877. Reef out there with second. Eden Hassan makes it back out with third priority. Or Joe looks like he's kind of not, I don't want to say given up, but looks like he's doesn't think he's going to be able to get back out there in time. Doesn't look like there's any waves coming on the horizon either.
Well, time is just ticking.
Wow.
We're hitting 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
Hope it's not 30 minutes to go. This is taking me through so many different emotions this heat. All right, so 20 seconds. Looks like Reef Hazelwood will take the win, but Jayward Alciso does have first priority. Will there be an opportunity for him to get the 8.77? I don't think so. That last wave of Eden Hassan, a 4.77. He goes to second. And it looks like it'll be the two Australians, Reef Hazelwood and Eden Hassan, moving on through to the quarterfinals. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for the last heat of the day. Jessie Starling will be back in for the call.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't stop. We GOMO.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder. Explore. Pause. Taste. Connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back to the last heat of the day for the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We just saw Reef Hazelwood progress through and Eden Hassan. Jessie, what are you giggling about?
The kid's bombing off the side of the pier. So it was just, I just saw something fly off in the corner of my eye. I realised it was a child. I just wasn't expecting that. Sorry. My
Laughs
bad.
all round at the Starlings. Yeah, Reef Hazelwood would be very happy with his performance in that one. Unfortunately, Jayward bowing out. But Eden Hassan, clutch performance in the last few minutes, getting the score to progress through to the quarterfinals. But right now, last heat of the day, John Mark Tukong or Maramar, the local legend here at Siargao, in the red, taking on Joshua Stratton from Newcastle or Port Stephens in the blue. Xavier Huxtable from Victoria, we saw him get a 9.23 earlier on today. And Dylan Wilcoxon from Indonesia, who's just been in fine form this whole event. This is a stacked last heat of the day, Jessie.
I just want to note as well,
Okay.
based on that last heat, what a cool heat to make for Eden Hassan. He has barely any QS experience and barely any international QS experience at that too, and he's just made the quarterfinals. I feel like this has been a really cool event for the underdogs. Even seeing Kyan Falvey move through, Macklin Flynn. It's just been really heartwarming to see a couple of the competitors just figuring it out. And also just noticing right now this drone shot, beautiful drone shot by the way. Look how far away Maramar's sitting from the rest of the pack.
Ooh, what are you doing there? Why are you there right now? It looks like Dylan is just slowly making his way over to Maramar. And no, he's going to have a look at this wave. He's straight up and into it, tucks in for the barrel for Dylan and gets out just a smaller one, but starts the heat for Dylan Wilcoxon, the Indonesian surfer.
Yeah, just 15 years old, so lives in the Mentawais, and his little brother was in this, and his little sister Aura was in this as well. Really talented family. Instagram, I believe, is All Day Dylan. They're all the families the same. It's All Day Aura, All Day Jaden.
What's All Day?
Just think it's a cool, different take on
I love
Instagram.
that.
All Day Dylan. And Yeah, really lovely family too. Very naturally talented surfer, Dylan Wilcoxon. I feel like he has a really easygoing approach to his surfing. He almost has shades of Jai Glindemann during some of his turns and his rail carves. Here we go. The man, the myth, the legend, Maramar, traveling through this one. Makes his way out. You can hear the locals just loving it right now. Carves it back, so Maramar getting it started in this heat as well.
Yeah. He's just picking up where he left off in that last heat. We actually saw Raymar and Maramar have a little bit of a situation at the start of that last one, which I think might have rattled Maramar a little bit at the start, but he recovered very quickly, and right now he's just starting this heat off with a bang. Out behind, Josh Stretton goes down in the barrel, unfortunately for the Port Stephens guy, but yesterday he had a great heat as well. Dylan swings but doesn't go this one. So 24.5 minutes. Let's have another look at this wave from Maramar. Just slots in very early on. Gets a barrel, high lines through this huge carve. That last year, we'll come back to that because Xavier Huxtable straight in. Wow. We saw him have a really great heat in that last round. He was smiling, and even after the interview, he was like, I just can't believe it. I'm just so stoked to be back out there for another heat. And how could you not be? I mean, look at it. It's kind of pumping out there.
Everyone is just in dreamland today, so doesn't get super deep on this first section. Tucks back in on the second. Doesn't really get crazy deep on that second section either. Looks like Dylan Wilcoxon was just pulling off a wave 2. We'll get back to the replays because actually we're going to stay with him. This is the replay of Dylan on that last one. No barrel here, so it was just a bit of a turn and then a kick out. Now we are going to go and cross down to Dai, who is out there on the tower with the winner of that last heat.
All right, so this is your third heat today, right? Yeah. Like, you were just having a fun out there, like free surfing out there?
Absolutely. This is my first heat this morning was the first heat I've had all event, and then I've had 2 after that, and it's just been so fun. The last 2 heats have just been unreal. Like, the waves were pumping then, and just so consistent. Like, everyone had some more opportunity then, which was just amazing. And just frothing out of my mind. So it's good.
Right. So what was the one thing that you tell goofy footers out there to pull that out, the backside barrel?
Yeah, I think I've just been trying to get as deep as possible because backside, in the first heat this morning, I was struggling on a stall and I just couldn't stall enough. And so I've just been, since then, getting deeper and deeper, and it's been working pretty well.
I'm goofy footer myself, so I'm going to try that probably after this heat. But how is the left?
I'm frothing on the left. I haven't had like a proper good one yet, but I'm hoping any heat now I can get one. And I was still looking at them then, but the rights were just super consistent, and so I was like, all right, just save it for maybe a free surf going left right now. But the lefts are unreal too, just super hollow and kind of sketchy, which is like kind of exciting. So
probably I'll see you at the left after this event, right?
Absolutely.
But do you want to, probably a lot of people watching for your heats, and now you're into quarterfinals tomorrow. You want to do a shout out to your friends, family, supporters back home?
Yeah, definitely. My girlfriend was watching my earlier heats, but she's asleep now. So, hey, Maddie. And then, my family back in Oz as well. Hey, guys, thanks for tuning in. And thanks to my sponsors, Javianas, Boost Mobile, Hydrolite Sports, all really supporting me. And, just stoked to be here and having fun.
All right, so I can't wait to see you surfing the quarterfinals, but see you in the lineup maybe. Absolutely. All right, thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai. I feel like that interview was actually more for Dai than it was for Reef, because Dai was like, So
tell me about your barrel technique.
Yeah, tell me about how you get really deep on your backhand barrels.
How do I get deeper?
Yeah, give me a little bit of information.
Yes.
And can we please surf together on the lefts?
And also, those smiles during that interview as well was just, heartwarming. I absolutely love it. Reef, I didn't watch that heat until that replay of his 8. That was absurd.
You having
got
FOMO?
So deep on that one.
It was sick. And then he got a 7.33 as well, which was huge too. So it was really cool to watch.
Oh, absolutely incredible. Looking back into this heat, 5.33 for that first one in Maramar was the best of those first wave exchange. Dylan's got a pair of 2s. Zave got a 2.57. Josh got a 1 just for the quick up and down. This round of 16 is going crazy. It's absolutely bonkers out there. Zave tucking in to a very nice one there. Absolutely loving it from our Victorian. And then look at the power surfing he's got on him as well. Not only can he thread a barrel pretty perfectly, he can also just surf incredible rail surfing here. So can this man, the Novocastrian, Josh Stretton.
I'm pretty sure I just saw Mikey Clayton Brown throw both of his hands in the air, a double fist pump for Josh Stretton. What did he do out the back? I think he might have got pretty deep because Mikey doesn't give a lot of emotion very easily, so it must have been a pretty good one for Josh. We'll see when we have a look at the replay because here it is right now. It's a bigger looking wave. He gets deep. He comes out clean as well. So Josh getting a nice wave. It's going to be a good one to back up the one that he has. And this last wave of Xavier was good too, JJ.
I loved this wave of Xavier. Look at the stand tall there. Then he crouches back down to make sure he gets the finish on the end here. Just gorgeous surfing at the end as well. Obviously, we're seeing so much. Wow, Dylan getting pretty barreled as well. But we're seeing a lot of barrels. But I also love that at the end of these waves, these guys are getting to display some pretty strong power surfing. Xavier, one of the strongest surfers coming out of the Australian region. Like I said earlier, just a matter of time before he does crack that Challenger Series. I also just want to give you a strange analogy, but you know I'm full of them.
Okay, I'm nervous.
Watching these heats this afternoon and these barrels and how good the surf has been,
I'm scared.
Has me on the edge of my seat and my heart race up like I'm watching a Fast and Furious movie.
You know what? I was thinking about that before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? You know when you watch Fast and Furious, you're just on the edges. You're like, oh gosh, what's going to happen? Please make this corner, turn the wheel. You know, that's all you're thinking. And I feel the same. I'm on the edge of my seat going, please make this one. This wave is crazy. Oh, they didn't make it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just waiting for a plot twist to happen.
It's literally a roller coaster of emotions.
It is, but I love it. This is what I live for.
Yeah, okay. Well, 7-point ride for last wave of Xavier Huxtable. Goes into the lead. Scores to lock in for that last wave of Josh Stretton as well. And, these surfers are just absolutely having just the best day out here today. A 6.33 for that last wave of Josh Stretton locks in. So Maramar down in third, needing a 2.01. Let's take another look at the 7.0 from Zave. Just stalls, gets so deep on this one. Gets a little bit of a bonus section at the end. And then, as you said, Jesse, just seamless surfing, straight up and into each section. He's just really picking up where he left off in that last heat. I was actually just saying to Di before, some of these surfers have surfed 3 times today.
Yeah, that's a lot, and they're 3 half-an-hour heats. So when you put it in perspective, that's an hour and a half of heat surfing.
Yeah.
An hour and a half of heat energy, and anyone that's ever surfed a heat on this level in their life or just in any level knows that heat surfing, although you might surf a 20, 30-minute heat, it exerts just the same amount of energy. You're just as tired from when you come in from, say, an hour and a half surf.
Yeah.
So to do that 3 times over, it's like they're surfing 4.5 hours. But it's honestly, these guys probably would surf 4.5 hours out here on a day like today. It is absolutely pumping. None of them have complained about having the event running, having the heats that come back to back to back today. So when the waves are pumping, you've got to make the most of it.
Yeah, and when it's like this, it's kind of hard to complain.
Oh, absolutely.
You know?
I'm not complaining.
Oh, no way. I'm probably more annoyed with myself for not having a rushy on. I mean, it's pumping out there, but it is so fun to commentate, fun to watch. You can feel all the emotions. You go through every part of the heat with all the surfers, the drama, the tension, you know, everything just evolves. Josh Stretton, he's deep on this one, but he wants to be, goes up into that first section. Oh, huge driving arc. And he kicks out of that one.
Yeah,
Josh has so much power.
I feel like Josh is just trying to get rid of that 1-point ride. You know what I'm annoyed about? I'm annoyed the sun's going down. I'm annoyed that the day is finishing. It's just been such a good day of surfing.
It has. It's been great. And you probably know this, Jessie, but I hate going to sleep when the surf is pumping.
Yeah.
I get full, we're probably missing the waves of our life right now. And we're asleep.
Full FOMO.
Yeah. you just like start itching and you're like, there's probably some really sick waves coming through that no one is on.
Yeah, it's just a perfect ocean for 8 hours of the night. No one's
out there.
Yep.
Some of the best waves are coming through and they're just unridden.
Unfortunately, that is just the name of the game, and you need sleep. You do need sleep to be able to go out there and do your best the next day.
Yep.
Here's that pulled back drone shot of the boardwalk. So starting to really filter in with humans. Josh, deep on this one. Not going to get the exit, so kind of just got eaten up by the foam ball there. But Josh did improve. So that one is out of here. He's got a 2.87 as a backup now. Still in second. There's a 3.25 to go to first. Zave got a 2.57 as his backup. And we were touching it earlier, Zave from Torquay, from that beautiful part of Victoria down there in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't been there, you have to get there. It's such a rugged, awesome part of the East Coast. East Coast? Is Jan Jack the East? It is, isn't it? When you think about how it curves down, you know. Oh, Maramar. I'm sitting here talking about north, south, east and west. Maramar's out there getting the barrels of his life. Oh, surfing is so great. I love it.
The last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah, you can see the energy from Maramar on that one. He gets so deep, completely disappears, comes out. That was huge, and you can see exactly why. He's a 3-time winner here at Siargao. And if he wins this, then he's actually going to take over Piso Alcala.
Oh, on the rankings. Oh, as in all-time winners.
Yeah, as in all-time winners.
That's a big stat. Just want to say a quick hey to Nathan Hedge.
Yeah,
we love
for
you,
your
Hoggy.
message.
We love you. 13 and a half minutes in this heat. So that's a massive stat for Maramar. And someone who is so deserving of it too. He is so good out here. He does so much for the community. I could be getting this wrong, but he's cousins with a really incredible longboarder, Josie Pendergast. And the talent that this family has is absurd. They just have such a strong connection with not just their home here in the Philippines, but the ocean in general. I feel like anywhere they go around the world, it's just beauty. They go hand in hand, the Tekongs and the ocean. Last wave for Maramar, locking in at a 5.77. So going to the lead for that one there.
Yeah, not the best wave of the heat, but definitely gets him into the lead. Zave Hucks down in second, looking for a 4.1. Josh Stretton in third, needs a 3.25 to move into second. Dylan Wilcoxon, who's been uncharacteristically quiet, holds first priority, needs a 7.07. Yeah, so the judges are 5.77 for that last wave of Maramar. It was a bigger wave, but yeah, they're being very critical. Of course, on the barrel riding, Xavier Huxtable, whoa, strong paddle, but misses it.
Bit of a mistake there from Zave. That second priority gone. Probably dropped back down to third priority. Don't think Josh Stratton is just back out there now. Dylan Wilcoxon, he still has first priority. There was a little 3 next to his name for a second there. I was like, ooh, when did that happen? So needs a 7.07 with just over 11 minutes to go. It kind of just shows how important that first exchange is. I mean, Maramar has a pair of 5s. Zave has a 7. Josh has a 6.33. Dylan slightly behind the pack right now with a pair of 2s. And I feel like it is so crucial, that first exchange. It's kind of going to set you apart from needing 2 waves at the end of the heat to only needing 1, because you'd have to think that Zave and Josh and Maramar are probably going to improve at some point. So that's probably going to leave Dylan needing 2 waves. Xavier up right now, swings straight under this one.
Come out.
Trying to hold on, and he does. You rode him off for a moment there.
I did.
I'll call you out.
Zave takes to the air, but doesn't get the completion on that one. It looks like he's just having heaps of fun right now. And yeah, he did well to come out of that one. I definitely did ride him off because it looked like he disappeared, and then he just came up out of nowhere, that white rashy just blending in. But Zave doing well to complete. He doesn't need much to go to first, to 4.1, so we'll see where that last wave locks in.
I feel like that wave, the judges might sting the exit a little bit based on scores. If it's a 4.1, I don't know. They have been pretty crucial in wave height as well all day. They've been kind of capping scores around that 4 mark if they are that smaller wave. I mean, name is completely blank in my mind, but there was a few heats ago where one of our surfers was going the inside ones, getting crazy barrels, but the judges were capping and doing big airs afterwards, but the judges were capping him at 5s. So they really want to see you throwing yourself over the ledge, getting those bigger waves. Zave, it's a 4.1. It could definitely go there. I just have a feeling, based on the judges' actions all day, they might sting him, but up and riding all day, Dylan Wilcoxon. No!
That was heavy.
That was sad. Yep, 307 for that last wave of Zave, so the judges want more out of him. They're saying, let's go big or go home. 4.1s, we're not handing them out easy. This isn't a beach break. We're not, somewhere else. We're at a beautiful barreling right-hander in a crazy part of the world. Take it to your advantage. Make the most of it. Let's not deal in 3s. Oh, Maramar late.
Oh! Holy moly. I feel like we can make the sickest wipeout reel from today. We have seen so many wipeouts. That one is my favourite. I hope he's okay, but wow, that was so intense from Maramar.
He was late.
He was so late. He was like literally took off on top of the wave, airdropped down, and just got so pumped. That was amazing. 10 points for the wipeout. That was sick.
Oh, True's giving it a 10 for the wipeout. Huge scores for Maramar.
Wow, I know. I'm a generous judge.
You are. I absolutely love it. You can see Maddie Dunbar having a swim there, trying to capture this really impressive last heat of the day.
So much magic out there today.
Yeah. I've had goosebumps from heats. Who would ever get goosebumps from heats? Me now, because today has been incredible. Josh threading a beautiful barrel, get the finish, might get another section here. Brings it all the way around. Such a strong surfer. He's had plenty of knee injuries, actually, and ankle injuries, Josh. So whenever I watch him surf, all I think about is how far he's come through his injuries. And this wave needs a small score. I believe it's a 3.75. I like the barrel, and I like the turns that follow it.
I think he might just get it, He'll be pretty close. In my opinion, so last wave of Zave was a 3.07. Josh's wave, maybe a similar size, maybe a little bit smaller, but he gets the turns and a completion at the end. It could really challenge for the 3.75 in reality. We'll see what happens, but Zave holds a priority now. So he's put himself in a good position with 7.5 minutes to go. Yeah, and there we go, 4.17, last wave of Josh Stretton. Zave drops down to 3rd, needs a 3.5. Dylan Wilcoxon into 4th, looking for an 8. I'm going to say, I feel like that set that Dylan got before, he probably would have been in a better position if he hadn't have fallen on it, which of course we can't control. Things happen, you fall off, you come unstuck, that is what it is. But I do think he'd be in a better position, needing less than an 8, let's say maybe a 6.
Oh, definitely. We've seen that as a constant theme throughout the day. One person who comes to mind, Dakota Walters, he had this insane barrel earlier today and just at the last minute didn't come out. And if he had come out, I think that heat would have gone a really different way. So it's kind of been a real theme. Obviously, you have to finish your waves if you want to get big scores. These guys, they're absolutely going for it. And I feel like each heat, each competitor is getting more and more comfortable with this wave, the location, where they're sitting on the reef, how the waves are approaching them on the different tides. And that's why we're seeing the level go up and up and up each round, each heat. And this heat has a 7. It's actually rare to not have an excellent score in a heat at this point. I feel like every heat we've had, there's been an excellent score. So 6 minutes down, we haven't hit that excellent mark yet, but definitely doesn't mean we won't. So Zave having a good dig here. Bigger looking wave, airdrops late into this one, stands tall. Big smile on his face. That's the smile we love seeing from Zave. He got a 9 in his heat before, and he's looking for the finish here. Lays back into it. Tully
for it.
is probably cheering right now. Wow, all day Dylan airdrops into the tube. Make it. Oh, just doesn't. It just doesn't hold on. This is, for me, what surfing is all about. This is the best event ever. I love it.
It is. It really is the best event ever. It takes you through so much. I mean, we've seen some huge wipeouts, some big scores. I just don't even know where to start. We've got a good one coming through for for Xavier's last wave.
Just to give everyone perspective, True's standing up right now. She's out of her seat.
Yeah.
That's what this heat is doing. Xav just standing tall at the end of that one. And then True went to town on this end section.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, Xav just showing the fact that he is so well-rounded. Oh, huge connection there, and then goes for the air as well. Doesn't get the completion, but Dylan airdrops into the barrel after doing a nice turn. Oh, this was so unfortunate for Dylan. I just feel like it would have, 3.4. I mean, it is his best wave. Now he needs a 7.1. It's a score from Xavier. It's going to be the 3.5. It's a 3.83 that it locks in. Josh now needs a 4.51. Dylan chasing a 7.43. That's 4.5 minutes to go, Jessie. Where's your mind going right now? Because I don't even know what's going on.
Not many things get True styling out of her seat, but she is
standing. You're not wrong.
And I have a feeling probably won't sit down for the better part of the next 4 minutes. So, my head, 3.83 for Xav's last one. Best 3.83 of Xav's life. That was such a cool barrel. His big smile at the end of it. These heats are going to go down in history. They're definitely going to be the most memorable for these guys. Josh Stretton now chasing a 4.51. Xav still probably not feeling safe. Maramar probably not feeling safe either. There's 0.3, if that, between Maramar and Xav. Maramar hasn't been close to anyone.
0.6 between Maramar and Josh.
Right. Like, Maramar hasn't been this close to anyone in heat tallies all events, so slightly edging towards the name that everyone knows around this neck of the woods. So 3 minutes 20. I want to see 4 more sets. 4 more waves.
Bring it on.
Call it a day. Finish on a high. Let's do it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jessie. This is such an exciting way to end the day. I mean, we're on, day 5, and it's the 28th year of the Siargao International Surfing Cup, and I feel like this so far is probably the most exciting. I know, for me, it's the most exciting one. There's been so much going on. We've had good waves.
Sit down, woman.
Sorry.
Freaking me out, standing up.
You're not used to me being taller than you.
No.
You're used to, looking down on me.
True's pointing at me. She's standing over me saying, how cool is this? I'm going, I know, but sit down and tell me about it.
My neck hurts already. Welcome to my life. Well, 2.5 minutes to go. Maramar holds the first priority, has a 5.77 and a 5.33. Probably not the best scoring heat that we've seen from Maramar, but he's holding on to the lead nonetheless. He's getting the job done. Here we go. Xav needs a 4.1. Airdrops into it, stumbles, and pulls through the back of that one. So,
yeah, a bit of an awkward one there for Xav. Felt like he did a bit of a back bend at the start. Couldn't quite regain. He tried to fall into it a little bit late. So, Xavier, he knows that a 4.51 is so capable of Josh Stretton. And how many times have we seen a last-minute finish in heats like this today?
And
for the
from
last
Josh
5
too.
days. Yeah, he got it yesterday in the last heat of the day.
Yeah, I know. That last wave from Xav really just sums up Cloud 9. I think it can really hype you up and humble you in the space of 4 minutes.
Put that on a wall. Hype you up and humble you.
Yeah. Another one.
Throwing it down. I love it.
Thanks.
I love it.
So 1 minute 25 seconds. This is the last heat of the day, and it's been an exciting one at that. We're all giggles here. Wow, this has been a great way to end the heat.
1 minute to go. It has been a massive day. Just a reminder to everyone, we started at 6 a.m. We have been going from 6 a.m. this morning, 5:45 a.m. call. I haven't seen calls that early. I'm an early riser, so I'm fine with it. I know you, on the other hand, do love a little sleep in, but It's been pumping. This is such a perfect way to end the day. Day number 5 of a 10-day waiting period. We do have 4 more days of competition.
Yep.
We're not running on November 1st, but if there's 4 more days like this, I will go home a happy lady.
Here we go. Is this going to be the buzzer beater that we've been waiting for? Looks like he's too deep for Josh Stretton with 25 seconds to go. So Team Xavier Huxtable are probably cheering right now. Xav doesn't know what happened with Josh's last wave, but he gives it a crack nonetheless. And,
ooh, bit of a set rolling through right now. Maramar with priorities, kicking to get into this one. Let's see if Maramar can do anything, but he doesn't get into it. So it's going to be John Mark Takong, Xavier Huxtable moving on through. The free surfers are not a second late to paddle over into the right spot. So another heat down for the local boy. Xavier Huxtable moving on through. Amazing run from Joshua Stratton and Dylan Wilcoxon. It has been 5 days of glory.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch Josh and Dylan and everyone else today. Next call is 5:45 a.m. tomorrow morning Pacific Standard Time. Don't go anywhere. We will have highlights for day 5 of today. It's been a huge day of surfing. Some excellent scores have been locked in. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 5:45 a.m. for the call. Make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be another huge day of surfing.
See you later, guys.